was thinking about each year, I'm like, my career's on the board. Want to be out of town. Okay. Let's get the low hanging fruit. Like, what are some of the easiest stuff that will do? Let's cut that out, right? It's 3 glasses, 4. Yeah. And just go through that routine system of understanding what's holding you back, what you need more punches, chances stop. And then I started getting into the training mindfully, or to this system, writing this stuff down and having these numbers. Is this something that you implemented? This is something you learned? Yeah. So you just, how did you come to that conclusion? That's how you should do it. Discourse. Works for clients. So when you first started doing it, was it sort of like, what's the best way to mentally manage this situation for this person? Just trying to solve their problems. That's all they're trying to do. Just being really creative with problem solving. It's all for years. I just picked up better tools, I got better. I wouldn't be full-time in this at 22. Most people didn't have the experience. That's so young to want to help people. A lot of these people are 22 are trying to help themselves. And it worked for me so much. It transformed my life so much that I was like, so interesting. So how did it transform your life? On the other hand, you have a middle of it. I would say it started just with going back the next season, playing football and playing events, and started when I was 13. So I don't know football first. That's why I don't know. And I started getting into confidence for all the key points I didn't have before. There was something just football. I was like, okay, it wasn't great. But once I learned this God, I started to build confidence and just learned to manage my own state. My anxiety, my performance anxiety, and just starting to build confidence. So for the first 10 years or so, like I was 20 like 9 years, I was mostly using more elementary meditation techniques, hypnosis, NLP. It wasn't until I'd say about 7 years ago that I started going deep into the beliefs and that transformed my life in a major way. One thing I did recently was I met with artists, and I was able to maybe heal that naturally. Not just changing all the underwriting beliefs and everything, right? Everything I'm doing with clients. So same thing with your clients. So of course, I'm a very huge gut cleanse, right? Because the gut is everything. The foundation. So still up fasting, elimination diet, cutting out all those foods, except for a few well chicken, whole carrots, coconut oil. Started slowly noticing how I felt as I started to increase the portion, start to bring other foods in. I did red light therapy. There's some red light therapy research out there for the thyroid because my doctor decided to show that we're looking at the medication pathway just by using the name for it's good for tongue, it's great for the gut. So I just started synchronously. I met this lady on the beach in Miami Beach who's tight as red light therapy. She's a big guy. I was like, she's like, yeah, also white music. Certainly searching. So all the things I kind of found the issue. That was a big thing that I don't think how to create psychopaths. But for me, when I turn on that gene, right, I mentioned that I turn on the gene where I have that that's what I'm having. And so I have the gene and I put it on stress, excessive caffeine, and just a very stressful life in my mid-20s. So what I turned on was turn on the things that are associated with that stress. So play on caffeine. Just putting one person at a nervous system or relax more. And then, I started just noticing fears come up. I pull away. Find the things I like right there. It's all for the things I like. All it's over and just seeing what the fears that came up from that. And just recoding it. Listen, it's not very woo-woo, but I was taking the medication. She was a doctor that's like, take this medication for the rest of your life. Right? And they get mad that you even ask about what alternatives. Like I had doctors be like, be grateful you said take pills. Like, get out of here. But there was actually an experience I had 2 years ago where a doctor wouldn't give me my medication, even though my blood didn't change. He said, oh, you're going to come back in here every 3 months or longer. Are you trying to put like subscription plan to pay more money just to keep getting pills like the next week? I was like, oh, this. Wow, I'm flying away on this medication. It's just something that RFK Jr. is trying to sell. This financial incentive gatekeeper, this medication. Yeah, the financial incentives to subscribe. start to prescribe things that gatekeep whether or not you can get use of medication. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, so I did all these things very holistically, right? It was all these things. And then just feeling it in my body one day, I was just like, intuition just told me, I was like, hey, you're not eating anymore for a while. And so I did. Of course, I asked ChatGPT, I was like, hey, I can't just stop taking it. And what ChatGPT said is I take one day on, one day off. And then by the third day of taking it again, my body rejected it. I felt teary. I felt like depletion of energy. It's just 3 days. The third day of not taking it. After the third day of taking it. Wow. So I took it. I didn't take it. The day I took it again, my body rejected it. And I was like, I get it. I'm done. I haven't touched the sentence. That's crazy. I think there's a lot of things like that. One truth is that study that shows that visualization increases physical strength. Like I really wonder if you have the ability to accentuate healing, if you're just concentrating on an injury and the injury is going to heal, but if concentrating on that injury helps it heal more, then how many people actually right? How many people actually visualize? Well, even just the placebo effect of EQ. So there's this study of kids out there, ACL surgery, one of these live surgeries, where they took 2 groups, they gave one group the surgery, and the other group they just cut the knee open and same results over whatever weight that kid the ACL surgery, because ACL being stabilized. It was one of these knee surgeries. Yeah, they had the same results. That doesn't make sense. That seems so weird. That seems so wacky. Because ACLs are definitely ligaments in the center that keeps it from moving side to side, up and down. Maybe it's fate. That makes more sense. Yeah, meniscus surgery for just take it out. Depending on how much you take out, sometimes you have a bunch of meniscus taken out. Guys even get like artificial meniscus put in or donor meniscus. I think visualization is a factor in belief. You're not going to regrow your ACL going free. No. And if it's not connected, get that shit fixed. But, because I know a lot of guys who didn't, and eventually they did. I know a lot of guys who got their ACL blown out, they just started to rehab it. They kept grinding, so it's always slipping out, they're always tearing the meniscus more. It's like, fuck, you just get it fixed. Get it fixed. 6 months later, you'll be back on the mats, getting your ACL. It's wild. They start going down this rabbit hole, seeing like placebo sites. That's why it's so hard to find drugs that work. This is serious. I think this is wrong. Okay, what is this? Many patients with arthritis knee surgery randomly assigned to receive arthroscopic debridement, arthroscopic lavage, or placebo surgery. Patients in the placebo group received skin incisions and underwent a similar debridement without the insertion of the arthroscope. Patients and assessors of the outcome were blinded to the treatment group. Assignment outcomes were assessed at multiple points over a 24-month period with the use of 5 self-reported scores, 3 on scales for pain, and 2 on scales for function. 1 objective test of walking and stair climbing totaled 165 patients completed the trial. Results: at no point did either of the intervention groups report less pain or better function than the placebo group. Interesting. But this is just like, I always wonder, like, how bad was their injury? What are we talking about? How many people were there? How many people were in this 165 patients? Conclusions: this controlled trial involving patients with osteoarthritis and needing outcomes after arthroscopic lavage or arthroscopic debridement were no better than those after a placebo procedure. That's kind of nuts, man. And I think, like, it's weird all the time with placebo anyways. Like, diminishing, it's like, yeah, fuck, it did work, but that's not what happened. People believe they got their surgery. Right, that's the fucked up part about placebo effects. It's measurable, but yeah, benefits are measurable. Like, with certain things, they did heal, they did have less pain. Yeah, my question is, like, would they have healed anyway without it? I don't know. Or is it because they believed that they were healed, that it relaxed them, and then they were thinking, okay, it's healing now, I got the surgery, it's on the right track, it's getting better now. Maybe if they had that mindset, they could figure out a way to make that mindset without surgery, they could just do it. Belief, or success code. Did you have urinating it? Did you read? Nice. It's kind of like a all raised a bunch of people singing praises in the back of the book. Looking like a white name because I rebranded it. Translated like excellent. So it's like a brand new thing. What do you mean you rebranded the book? Yeah, I took all those motherfuckers. Okay, we'll let people know. Yeah, so they get the word of the show. Okay, success code. All right. Thanks, brother. It was fun. All right, I wish we had more details, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians would curse all kinds of different territories that they built and captured as primarily dedicated to Ethiopia, southern Egypt, and some of the occupations that mentioned cities,
I can say so again.
deleted or talking about. So even though the expiration text of maybe 150 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely
Yeah, it was a weird time.
there are these
You know,
some of the
it's a weird time.
described in the Bible are described
The world of medicine
by
is interesting
again, that would
because
say a
you've
lot
got
to us
so
about
many
what happened
positives, right? Like people
live
are
there.
healthier, they live longer today
You know,
than they
how
ever
did
have
change
before, and you get certain diseases
none of
that
that
have
stuff
cures
was
for
there.
that didn't exist
Second thing we
before.
know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. It's okay though, they didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see they're not written on paper. In fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication was a papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and walks away. So it's not surprising that 3,000 years later,
Yo, what up, girl?
I was talking.
You fucking crooked smile of Asian bitch.
That were concerned with because the Mesopotamia region had very little state contact with Israel, and so they're not recording any monumental.
Why does she have to be Asian? She could be fucking white. She could be fucking Chinese. She could be fucking Jewish. Maybe she's Arab. That bitch could be black. Would you fuck her? All night, all day. This guy sucks. Yo, you gonna suck this dude's dick? You might as well, bitch.
Different stuff that they've been finding, particularly about these galaxies that were formed very shortly after the Big Bang. Not shortly, right? Cosmologically shortly after the Big Bang. That it seems like we have to figure out why these things are forming. Is the universe older? There's all this different kind of speculation. Maybe the Big Bang's not 13.whatever billion years old, maybe 22, 24. What is your take on this?
Yeah, I can't look at the moon, so it's not that fucking great.
Although there is considerable debate expectations. I am not too much Arabic. I don't know how expensive that debate really is. But
I wouldn't. I'd fucking point at the closest fucking thing.
the monumental architecture is very, very serious. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages of the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more shift, sometimes they are less depending on your background, your activity, and so on. But one of the things that attempted arguments against the
died through their entire life cycle, died goes into a black hole, and then the black holes actually somehow merge together to super universe. So what's the thing? So finding those just, 300 years after the Big Bang, and then that doesn't make any sense. Like, how could it be? Then suddenly with the galaxies, you're seeing the images of these galaxies, and you can predict roughly how they should be. That's all very change. So, the universe is expanding. So therefore, if something is very far away from us, the universe is expanding, it's like it's stretching for journeys through space. And so we can use that redshift to kind of date what we see. We use those days to look at these images. Again, they seem suspiciously due to evaluation here. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there's no evidence of this. I think with the galaxy thing, it's a bit of a resolution there. One of the resolutions is that we probably it's calculated how easy it is to form these galaxies in the first place. So we have these models for galaxy formation, and these models for how stars should form, how collision is led. And it was all essentially calibrated around what we see here in this part of the universe. And we don't realize that those same models probably need to be communicating right into the middle of the universe, where the density is so much higher, the gas temperatures much hotter, everything's just completely different in the universe. So when you kind of make those corrections, it actually looks like it may it's actually possible to make those galaxies smaller than we thought. So I think the galaxy problem is a bit easier to explain. I think the quasar problem to me is more interesting. How do you get those supermassive black holes so early? There's a certain action moving the extent of it getting to an end, and it's when you throw mass into a black hole, and so much energy gets in the speed of black hole, and the entropy speed black hole stops some other stuff coming in. So the maximum, then if you can't fill a black hole fast enough, the principle of the spinning to end, and yet the calculation is black holes are speed fed, of course, superheading to so fast that so something's wrong with a lot of it. In the universe, age which I think is possible, but I'm saying it's probably a less likely solution than the actual central. Why do you think the universe has aged as fast as solution? Because we've got this like in part of it, the standard model, which goes from particles, electron, baryons, all this kind of stuff. And in cosmology, we have a set of it's called lambda CDM. It's called lambda stands for dark energy, and CDM is called dark matter. So this is our standard model, and we have used it to explain so much stuff in the universe. We're talking about the cosmic microwave background, oscillations in the sky, baryonic constellations, the stretch of the universe, and you can use it to explain so much stuff in the universe. Beautifully, it works out to be a zero collection. So when you say the universe age wrong, you have to give that to maybe it is wrong. But if you give it, you have to come with a radical new idea, which can now explain all of this stuff, and that same level of precision. The much more likely answer, I think, is that astrophysics, like a big gas swirling around and planets that are colliding with each other, that's just more complicated in my mind than the actual model, just the simple explanation of the universe, which actually is a very simple geometric model. Fairly simple in that you can use whatever methods that we're using currently to measure everything that's out there, and it makes sense. If we're using something like the James Webb telescopes, we're getting a much deeper view of the universe. How limited is the James Webb in comparison to the James Webb 2.0, 3.1? Like, are we going to have to continually revamp what our understanding of this process is? Yes. That's exactly right. That's what science is. Every time we build a telescope that is 10 times more precise than us, every time we have been surprised. And so these early galaxies are a good example. The Hubble telescopes are going to have one of the big surprises is this thing called Hubble tension. Hubble tension. So Hubble tension is measuring the expansion of the universe, how fast things fly with Hubble. And you can do it two ways. You can use the cosmic microwave backgrounds as the earliest radiation that you can detect. This is the stuff that's running right Kelvin. You can detect it in microwave, and this is the light which is traveling basically when the universe was 3,000 years old. It's that light that we're seeing all the actions. That's how the Big Bang couldn't happen in one place. Because you just see this light coming from one action, and it follows
experiment locally, you actually measure the stars, you measure the supernovae around these pulsating stars, and actually measure how fast this stuff expanding, you get a different number. They don't line up. And so this is really weird. So somehow something's wrong. Right? Either our measurements of the local universe must be wrong in some way, or this model that we're using to calculate the whole history of the universe, something is wrong with that model. This is a very famous modern cosmology. It's now called a 5 sigma level. So that makes the chance of this being random is just like zero. Essentially, it's just this is a real effect. And now we just have to figure out who's wrong. Is it the observers or is it the theorists?
And I have to share with you a very personal
yeah, it's hard. I go best friend I've talked about cosmology colleagues. I know, depending on who I talk to, they'll get into me either way. So I think that's sort of destructive being first. And these new telescopes keep showing us some new puzzle. It's kind of, it bothers me when someone's like rigidly convinced. Everyone has this, that theory about anti-push, every compromise and generation of pedagogic school is about how you spend 20 years in college. You'll get most of your career studying as well. It's really hard to turn around and say, I screwed up. Right? That's 20 years of measurement. I have to apply. That's not easy, but it has happened in some cases. One of the main story for this is that the first experiment was the one random stuff. And one of the first ones, it was it was a pulsar that had a supposed planet on a 6-month orbit period, so exactly half the Earth's orbit period around the sun. And they saw this signal in their data, this pulsating stuff that looks weird, and they thought that was a 6-month period. So they wanted to do publish this paper. I think it was really instructive, and he realized that John was wrong. And instead of being a real planet, he had quite correctly altered the eccentricity of the Earth. So the Earth is not a circular orbit. Its eccentricity is 0.067. It's a tiny number, but that will never have been accounted for in a calculation. And so he had to stand up in front of hundreds of astronomers in this famous final meeting and he admitted, and you got circulation is absolutely one of the things with the Earth. And then we need to encourage people to, well, something that's so massive, such a puzzle. This is just how it happened. People that are rigidly attached to their belief systems think that you're a very limited understanding of a fantastic thing that is almost beyond imagination. It's the sheer size of the universe. I mean, when we're talking about aging, 13 billion or 22 billion, those are the numbers we get registered. They're not real. You know what I mean? It's like you see a 1, 3, and you kind of get it, but you don't get it. There's a quality to it. No, it's impossible for human minds to imagine 13 plus billion years. It's just too crazy. So if you're rigid with that, like, God, dude, like, my position is being a scientist is knowing what you realize. And I remember my friends of mine were trying to fix it. Which I have found something about. So it's a big deal. Like, if I see something that's, it could be like, golden prizes or whatever. You kind of get that gleam in your eye, like, oh man, this could look like a game of eyes with the Sixth Sense. And that's the story, right? It's tempting. It's like kind of temptation is thing. And I remember once we had a signal that was given at MIT, PhD embedded planet, and we had this signal, and it kind of looked like just what we expect for an explore. And I was so excited. And I was like, oh, I'm trying to walk kind of hill and went to go to a park bench and I had to just take like deep breaths. That's scary. Like, and then I remembered that you know you're the right job, right? Yeah, like I should do that. Yeah. And I remember thinking to myself, like, God, why is it now that I want this to be true? Like this is the belief in the world, I want this to be true. So therefore, let's put them around. And one guy happened to be the greatest skeptic of this thing because I know I want it to be so bad. I had to correct in the direction, and it ended up being the direction. I mean, the telescope just misbehaved. That's what he was there is a very strong element here of electrical revelation.
Do we understand why,
As a
and we
whole,
understand
later
what
and other
causes them
philosophers
to
have
form
pointed out that one of
Rothschild'S?
the unique aspects
So
of this
earlier,
revelation is that
we had this picture
it's
that
not
was
something that
related to
happens in
Earth that
interaction,
huge
say,
solar
with one
system.
person
We
or
have
us
these
with
many
one,
planets,
but this is something
massive,
that
big
happens
rocky
in
planets
the
on the
entire
inside, the
universe.
gas giant on the
As a
outside.
whole,
You
it's
can envision it like a theory to
and as
linear
such, it
theory
is
to try
something
and
that
explain that.
every
And did a great job
has a
explaining it.
position and
But
share.
then as soon as we start
This is
looking into
also,
planets more,
this is
so
not,
as we have somewhat Jupiter's,
a kind of
these are
propaganda
huge
piece in
sized
the sense that
planets,
there's
which
a
are
lot of
about 20
negative
times closer to
behavior
the
as
star
well.
than Mercury
To
is around the sun.
demonstrate
And what that
terrible
does,
feelings
that
for
has
the
no
incidents of the
you
golden
can't
calf,
even
where
get a
despite
Jupiter there. Like
the
Jupiter's supposed
phenomenal
to be
miracle that
5
took
AE,
place in the
and given
Exodus
half
itself,
the sort of
they
reception
nevertheless,
stuff,
for
they give
a
us
short
this
period of time, they
very
worshiped
rough
their idols
artificial
again.
image
So
plan.
this is
And
a
it took
story
until
of,
we found out it's
it's a
heavily
very
variable
human story, a
that
very
people
powerful
started
story,
slowly
a
changing their values.
transformation
And the
story.
proof of the pudding was that
I
part of the
swear
lunar
it could
eclipse
go long
itself
because
were
maybe
actually
want to
gas
get
from
to
right
the
from the
director
star
on some
right
level,
close
but
next
I
to
do want
a
to
solar
not get
eclipse.
into the
And when that happened, everyone was like, okay, this is
Okay,
real.
let's
And
look
then
at
we had
this.
to figure
So,
out how
what
the hell
is it?
do you do that? So there's a
Unfortunately,
lot built on this thing
don't
called
know
to
a
that point.
lot from
And
the
now the only
historical
way to make
record.
those things
That has
is
led
there's
many
probably
more
Jupiter's on the outside of the solar system. They
going to
gravitationally close to
say,
each other. They gravitationally immensely because they kind of
say
excite
that
each other. One gets kicked out in
descriptions
one
of the
direction,
event
and then you get the other one, which are
are
really eccentric
uh,
orbit.
the
And how do you control
biological
them over
level,
time
there's
or
a
certain
problem with that.
events?
It's hard
So it
to
doesn't want to stay
see
on an eccentric
anything
orbit. It wants to
negative.
turn into a
A
circle,
lack
which
of
would in turn
evidence
encourage
does
each other
not
stars.
mean
So these things
something
run
is
super high through the universe,
evidence.
watching their stars. But this is
Evidence.
unusual. It happens like
Moreover,
some star
the
systems. You see
sophisticated
this?
look especially
But it's an example
towards
of
the
how diverse
maximum
things are.
simplification of
Another
the
example is any Neptune.
observability
You've heard of
and
those planets.
ideal, I will say
Mini
that.
Neptunes are these planets
The,
generally imagining the size of the
there's a
Earth.
lot of
And
evidence,
Neptune's
but
like
it
4
is
times bigger than
not
the Earth.
as
So these
direct
things
and
are twice the
concrete
size
as
of the
we
Earth.
might like.
We don't have
It's
any
rather
known
indirect
sources
and
to tell us what the Earth
tantalizing,
is. Is it
and a
like a
bit
big
of
rock
course,
that's like a
somehow
super
convincing
mega
our
Earth?
people.
Or is it a scaled
Obviously,
down
this is
version of
not
Neptune? It's like an
for
ocean world,
historical
maybe of some
behavior
Earth.
to do such a
And
thing.
it
It's
turns out that
highly
planet is the
connected
most
to the
common type
logical
of planet
position itself.
in the
At
universe
any rate,
as far as we can
why
tell.
do we have so
And we
little
didn't have one
evidence?
before.
The first most important
So
reason
that's kind of
is,
the point, right?
the
It seems like there's
pharaohs
so many aspects of the
as
solar system that are unusual.
a matter
Even
of
having a
habit
Jupiter, only 10%
during
of stars have a
the
Jupiter.
practice
As far as we
of
can tell, 10%
observing their
of how
physique
many
in
stars there are
monumental
on Earth.
architecture or
Oh, at
in
this point, I mean, we've observed hundreds of
like that.
thousands of stars.
The
And we know
pharaohs
about
always
6,000 exoplanets.
Egypt first, right?
Some of that
There's
population
no
correctly, this is correctly classified.
record
Even
of
so, I mean, Jupiter's the easiest one to
pharaohs
find. The big one is
expressing
the easy, the
no
popular star at the top,
which is,
and then
by
very
the
easy
way,
to
another
spot.
thing that makes
It's all pretty cool.
the
There's
Bible
sun-like
as a
stars.
historical
It's
text
kind
so
of not
amazing because
typical for them to
there's
have these
lots of
Jupiter-sized planets
negative
on their
information
exterior.
there that the
So
wrong
that's even
thing
interesting.
to the
And
account as well.
to our own origin
Secondly,
in the solar system, it's
besides
like
the
you have
fact
8
that we
planets.
don't
That's
really
really
have
unusual.
a
There's so many
cultural
systems with that many
thing
planets
for
put together.
pharaohs and
How
the
many
religious
sources of
data,
primary sources do we
there's
see
very
that
little
close to the
actual
solar system?
material
About
from
half
this
of
area
all
that
the stars in
you
the primary
were
system
residing in,
is very
around
common.
the
So
state
showing Alpha
here
Centauri,
in this satellite
maybe
map.
that's the
The
nearest
reason
star system
was
to us.
in the
And it's
Nile
actually a
Delta
triangle.
is where
It's Alpha
the
AB,
most
the correlation
rain.
of really close.
The
And
Nile,
that's
of course,
Proxima
goes
Centauri, which
from
is the other side.
south to the
And
north.
actually, just
By
this
the
morning,
way,
just
upper
this morning,
Nile
there was an
refers to
announcement of
the lower
joining the
area
planets around
of that.
Alpha Centauri.
And as it
It's
approaches
a
the
kind of
Mediterranean, it
it's
expands
not
out to the
Bermuda,
lowlands
but
and
it's kind of in the
past
habitable
this
zone. So
very
that distance
fertile
where,
region
in principle, you have liquid
sounds
water
like
on the
putting that.
surface of the rocky
But
planet.
it
So it
is
is a
not
candidate
conducive
for
to any
planet
kind of
boiling.
sustained
Yes,
Napoleon
so it
or
hasn't been
even
completely
building.
James like just spotted it. James like spotted it
All the
just
stone
like
that
that
is
today.
used in the
So
building
it's
of
like
this
20
region
photos that James
is
whipped up. Maybe not millions, but
imported
approximately
from
20
southern
images.
areas,
And
southern
one of those
areas,
images
and
captures
is
an
the
actual
course
photo
of the
of the
low
planet. You
lying
can see the
rivers of the
inch width
delta
line. That's how powerful
to a
James Webb
change
is.
that one that
Well,
was
massively
built
high
up,
stars
then
is easy
the
to do.
river
Yeah,
water
but
would be
yes.
redirected and after a certain
And
period of
guess
time,
what? That's the
the
planet.
sediments would be redirected
They seem to be looking out the star, the stars get million times brighter than trying to twist the focus, and that's exactly what this product is to me. So it's the narrative describes a vision of glory, tries to describes where it's going to level. It's changing that. The second one, the one that was less clickbait. So, how large is this planet? This one? It's hard to tell. It looks like it's about 100 times the head. Yeah, so that's about size. Wow. Really size. It's actually changed at 4.9 minutes. But if you look at it, it's pretty convincing. I mean, how do you get that long line size? I think the same is what actually here. So, because they vary so much in the way these galaxies and the way these solar systems are constructed, do we know why they're constructed in the first place? Why do they form that way? Why does Noah's law work? Is that still worth it? It kind of is, but it makes sense. These measures, today, it's essentially centralized systems. The Americans also label their entities by 6.7 is 1 plus 2.5 is 6.5. That makes like about 2.5. So they can intensify. They can take class 1 or 7.5. And this is dependent upon the mass of the planet. It's just purely this makes sense. So it was, passive forms that doesn't particularly work that well. It predicts there's a planet where the asteroid belt is. Obviously, there is more to the maybe going. So this is probably where the asteroid belt is there, right? This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I eat my meals? Well, you can't get a well-brewed bowl delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered a day in the sun. A bottle of rum. Yes, Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details. Minimal automatically try to apply this next ones. So, these voice systems, and we know like maybe 3 or 4 planets, then there's gaps. So you can say, okay, there's 5 effective. It should be planning right here. People have done calculations like dialed in all the telescopes and go, where's that planet? Sometimes they've done it, but it's there. Usually no, it's not that predictive. How common are asteroids? When it comes to the asteroids, right, that's his question. So there's gaps where a planet should be. What if there was an asteroid belt for every one of them? That would kind of change everything. Then we get back to those. I mean, it actually really is saying there's a great dynamic system, great sense of animation that if you just try to pathfize as close as you can, like just shoving in like sardines into the solar system, some of them will stay and just get kicked out. Like a one for them, takes it helps achieve a statement of some deities with their consequences in the right places, is that if you just cram stuff as much as you can, that's what you end up with. Like you just can't parameterize the rest together. So what is our current belief system when it comes to the formation of solar systems? It's been very common. We look at the data we have from the calculation NASA's primary successful mission has detected itself in about 4,000 exoplanets, and that tells us that on average every single star has a planet. So as far as we can tell, it's pretty hard for some close to have one. It's like par for the course right now. There was a
Steve, 136 people
the
watching.
thing is, it's quite it's a huge diversity. An actual story would normally describe how is there some giant molecular carbon cores, basically a giant carbon collection in space, stuff that could have been one off from a previous supernova or something, or maybe even in the universe just primordial gas from the Big Bang, just this leftover hydrogen gas. And in these scenarios where there's slightly higher densities, sometimes where there's slightly lower density just due to random fluctuations, and the higher density is where there's self-gravity. So it's a gravity responsible. It's like a greedy algorithm. So we can really condenser density. It's just super greedy. It's relentless. Gravity never stops. And that's why eventually we get black holes, because it just refuses to leave its black hole. Gravity is always wants to communicate. So eventually its clouds collapse. And the thing that stops it from collapsing into a black hole is it's like a fusion in the center. Right? The temperature gets so hot as you compress this gas that you basically make a star in the center. And as soon as the light on the outside, that is going to material because the star is split. So there's holes in the gas with itself.
Bible specifically says that God designed them there because the favorite time which in fact so the equations have measures with stations like that and stuff like that. The travel is also a factor of the size of the sun. Our star is very small in terms of what we know of the Earth. One of the most amazing videos tend to send you online is the video that shows, it shows Earth in comparison to our star. Then there's our star in comparison to slightly larger star. Then it goes on and on and on to get to like Betelgeuse. And it gets so far. It's just getting so crazy. It's going to stop somewhere. It's like a galaxy-sized star. But it's a thing. It's so big. It's so big. It's very viable. And it's mixed up. So that's the sake of argument, I suppose it's not based on what's the next check. I'll be better than that. Everything is up to work.
These hoes ain't loyal.
he took photographs of the stars during total eclipse, and he noticed that stars seemed to shift relative to the sun. And so he used that to figure out how much light there was. So whenever you have light bending, that's a telescope, that's a mirror. So you can take light that's coming from the bright sun, and it will bend to a focus, and that focus point, where it is going to, it's about 550 times further up the wheel around the sun, so 550 degrees. And the longer you just travel in a line from that point, that's called a focal line, with a telescope there, you essentially have the collecting area of the sun. So you can image continents, rivers, cities on an exoplanet. If you can put something wild, that is the typical life that an alien would do if they want to observe Earth. They would behind that sun, they'd stick all those telescopes, and they'd be able to watch a hell of a lot of that. And this is just with our understanding of telescopes and our understanding of viewing things. Clearly, you can imagine with physics. Yeah, you can imagine physics that are a million years more technologically advanced and innovations that we can't even comprehend. Can't even conceive of. That change everything. I mean, even with this telescope, you can obviously keep on you won't be able to image us. You have to read like the headlines on Wall Street on someone's doorstep on how much to do that. If you want to do that, you have a business system. But then we talked about doing that as well. So there was this Project Starship that wanted to fly from Germany to Mars.
This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
That name it up, because that way you can actually get even better resolution. You can really dive and see roads and structures and stuff. So how long would it take would mainly impact us? Well, it's more like so it would take 4 years. Yesterday it would take about 20 years to get to the speed of light. They want to get 20% the speed of light. So take 20 years, take it back to 24 years altogether. So this was your average range of history was that you can see a motion's lifetime of the electron. And that's pretty much the best way we have to do it. Is some work being done to try to make that happen? Yeah, so I'm not sure the current status of Starship. He already put $100 million up, I believe, for his own money, and I think Mark Zuckerberg came in on it, and they were like, we're going to try and do this. I wasn't part of that project, but I was inspired by it, and I actually came up with a twist on it recently called TARS from Interstellar. TARS from the movie. What was TARS? Like a robot thing. It's in the movie, it's called TARS. And so I came up with a twist on their idea. So let me explain their idea. My twist. Their idea is like, anyone who goes in their star system is not going to do it into expansion. That's just, we can't do anything with events right now. The most realistic thing you can do is to get a tiny sheet of material, like imagine like a piece of my heart, piece of aluminum foil, and blast it with light, with a laser. So the top is about 150 watts. The laser power is just going crazy amounts of energy. Here's the center of your objective, and then back on the Earth, you have this huge array of mega lasers, and they're all going to point at this thing and blast it. So this thing will accelerate to just a point from the sun. But this is given it is like steroids, right? You just go augment it up to that speed and so this is what saying a lot of questions about how it's not going to destroy us. When you find 100 gigawatt laser cell, like it's not going to obliterate the thing. This thing has to be outrageously shiny to avoid burning up in the beam. And then of course, how do you find it does somewhere? That's why it's inside. So it tries to do this to try and avoid smashing into dust particles. The question they normally fly over us is just projects engineering into the observatory system. There's projects with right? There's people flying past. They don't actually fly there. Fly there. It's really past it and transport the photo. And beam that back. And that's all. You can get that data transmission rate relatively image back. Just imagine you get that receiving so crazy airlines.
And so, this episode is brought to you by simply saying, we go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason, to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI
high-powered cameras and line-monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason SimpliSafe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have monitoring plans that start at around $1 a day. Plus, get 50% off your new SimpliSafe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplisafe.com/Rogan. That's 50% off with your first month free at simplisafe.com/Rogan. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. I mean, the possibility of life has always been like in front of our faces. There's just the cosmos is so great, it's so massive. You got the Fermi paradox, where we're already here, and then you know what's happening here on Earth. It just always makes me wonder like how far things actually can fall apart. Do they always fall apart? Or do they always become non-biological and not have the need for all the things that we do that show signs of fire? Certain gases that biological life exudes. Like what could be out there? Could be something beyond our wildest imagination. Many iterations of artificial intelligence, many down the road to the point where it's not even recognizable as life. It doesn't even have to have a physical form. Because that's detected. And what we destroyed we know that we have not been by the way, as far as we can tell, another example, and it depends on YouTube videos you watch. Where it's transformed the planet into machines. Like, by the way, last year, we don't believe and we have seen that many universities just overstate it's always to have that to happen. It would be one of the strangest facets of technology is that it's already fascinating to if you take Voyager 2, it's traveling at the kilometers per second, so that would give you roughly the entire diameter of the galaxy in 2 million years, and the galaxy is 13 million years. So Voyager 2 and Voyager 2 speeds crappy in technology couldn't really understand the whole thing if they just tried it on. So it is a problem. This is called a fact day. It's fact day. It's clearly has a relevance. That's one thing we know for sure. The other thing we know for sure is that when you look at it, we don't see we don't see stars like Stephen which is approximately a century away. We see engineering. As far as we can tell, we see stars which are mega structures. Obviously, engineering is when you say mega structures, you're talking about really artificial planets, huge structures. They'll try these things like Dyson spheres and very messaging like sheets of material on the sides like as they still have a private down, but you can actually message people for millions of years. You just build these stable sheets of material and they just walk around and houses to require power. They'll just walk around for millions of years. Every time they look to the star, they can electrical atoms with forces that we can communicate for a very long time. We thought we were seeing it here, so we do see, as far as we can tell, that the universe is going around and that is mind-blowing because you're right, like it seems if it's happened here, then why the hell should it happen elsewhere? Why is someone else going crazy? Why is someone else going the next level? So, and the interesting part of this is the Earth is like a paradox. If you look at the case of the planets, the Earth is neutral. Most stars do not have it's like a whatever, maybe 1-2% at best. And yet, we have it not only is like flying has the right conditions for life, it has life on it. So an alien could use some science telescope to figure that out. If we were here, like we know not only we're here, but there is complex life on this planet. So 3.5 billion years is just single life, just single cell life on this planet, which is like so presumably that's rare. Most of the time it's single cell. Most of the planets I've ever seen, they have life on their own state. And then the third is us here. We're going through this transitional point as a human society. So you think about anthropologists, literally like in the incredibly first fascinating world to study. Yeah, I think it's almost like a towards a paradox outcome that the place to visit. And yeah, we see any super obvious signs. Some people have different than that. But some of the astronomers we can see telescope data, spaceships flying throughout the universe. Wouldn't the obvious answer to that be that if you're dealing with technology that's so advanced that it can get here from other solar systems, light years away, hundreds, thousands of light years away, then it would be doing it in a way that probably wouldn't using propulsion the way we know it, would probably be using some sort of manipulation of gravity. And also, they have the ability to completely camouflage themselves, which would be ideal if you want to study things. Have you ever seen Chip Nation? Netflix, great series. It's an amazing documentary where these scientists were embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. So the chimpanzees had become conditioned to have these people around them, and they had specific rules. You don't make eye contact with them. You stay 20 yards away from them. You don't look over and just exist around them, and they'll behave completely normal. And so you get this wild, incredible series of chimpanzee behavior. You get to see how they behave completely and just not even remotely in consideration of these human beings. They don't even think about them. They're just doing what they do. If you wanted to observe human beings, the worst way to do it would be like a giant spaceship freak them out. You know, like you want to know like what these fuckers up to. Like where are they at now in terms of our technological innovation scale of achieving AGI or achieving whatever happens to other biological entities outside of the universe. There might be like a process that happens regardless if you're mammalian or reptilian, whatever kind of intelligence that you might possibly know that crows are very different than us, but they're highly intelligent. You can imagine a crow with thumbs. You can imagine a crow that has fingers and lives somewhere else. So it doesn't have to be just like us, but it has to be trying to figure out how to manipulate its environment, which is one of the key things that intelligent life, at least as we know it, we're really one of the only ones that do it that's intelligent. That's kind of an environmental thing because dolphins and orcas, there's no need to do that evolutionarily. So if you imagine that there's a small process that takes place, you would probably imagine that this is something that you would monitor anonymously. Yeah, the other probably has much experimental humans. The problem with that is that it's actually yourself. Right, so if you come with a hypothesis that this aliens have it's fine. You can have that idea, you can have that invisible dragon icon address that the tools are like. So I don't think it's a crazy idea. It's just an icon they go away, Joshua Tessa. But when you hear about, particularly the ones, the stories of UAP or UFO encounters, the ones that intrigue me the most are the ones that are military pilots, or people that know the difference between flocking birds and weird anomalies. But you're aware of the tic tac incident. So when you hear about things like that, in my mind, there's a couple possibilities. One, super advanced, blacklisted military, some sort of propulsion system that they've been working on for decades, completely in secrecy, and they're testing them off of areas where you have a lot of military activity, which is where these things take place. One of them was San Diego, the other one the right graves footage and stuff that they get that's on the East Coast. that's all in areas where they already do military training exercises with fighter jets. So it makes sense. That's where this was the United States government doing stuff. When you get back to like 2004, you're talking about something going from 50,000 feet above sea level to sea level less than a second. I think it's seconds. So you have visual confirmation, you have radar, you have video of it, you have two different jets that see this thing, and no one understands what it is. It flies directly to the path where the native point is supposed to be. But with this, it's fascinating. You can't throw it away. It's one of those ones you can't throw it. I throw most of them. Most of them, I love UFO stories because they're fun. But most of them, like, is actually, could be anything. Could be people want attention. Could be military exercises. Could be mass delusion. Could be people just love to be special. Have had some sort of encounter. They do. It's some sort of sitting out there, enjoying playing with your dog. Why not all people super intelligent and big side growth? Doesn't make any sense. But also, innovations in science and
I love this guy.
So obviously they know what they're doing, but how do they know what they're doing? Why are they doing that? Why are they always creating a structure that literally has wall implementation, so it has air holes that go through these chambers where they drop the leaves in, they let the leaves, the natural rotting take place and fermentation. Okay, that's what the cutter is doing. That's what they do. Why was it looking at us from somewhere else? I was like, what is the predominant species? What is planet us? What makes better shit? That's what it does. It's the only planet that makes things that manipulated its environment. Right. Even to the detriment, and it ignores it because it wants to keep doing it. Whether it's the ocean, whatever we're doing to the ocean, whatever we're doing to the rivers and the lakes, the water table, all the crazy stuff that we do.
Look at this pathetic. Is there a precedent for it? There's no precedent for sexy. Look at his body. Happy on How many people? 1888, baby. 1888. Next fucking thing Oh, great. Next thing is the Abercrombie pitch 1894. So shit like that. Dude, this guy doesn't fucking know. He's just telling you what his fucking professor says. He doesn't think for himself. Well, I think there's the moon. What a fucking dog.
Materialism fuels innovation because you don't need a new phone. You know, I'm sure your phone works great, but you're gonna get a new phone. I get a new phone every year. I love a phone. It's touch. I'm so dumb, but it's just like, oh my gosh, so I always get the phone. This one's right now. We're gonna keep doing that in innovation. It's already in the works.
So, I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. I can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time. No matter how long it takes, but how many heartaches must I stand before I find a love to let me live again? Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, and I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama said, oh, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. You tell us I wait. How much more can I take before the holiness? You cause my heart to break. I can't bear live my life alone, impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious love. No, dog, you fucked it up. Do the thing where they're like doing a thing on the side. That'd be sick.
So freaking works. It emulates 99% of what it does right now. It doesn't really. Things wrong.
I need love to ease my mind. I need to find time. No, it's not find time, it's find time. This sucks. This is the worst. Diane Ross is fucking pissed. I need to find time. Someone find my. Do the thing when they're on the side. This is hard. I need love to ease my mind. I need to find someone to call mine. But mama said you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. She said love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. Not let hurry love. No, you just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time. No matter how long it takes, but I can't heartaches must I stand. My blind love to let me live again. Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, when I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember Mama saying, you just have to wait. See that love won't come easy. It's a game of give and take. Look how much I wait. How much more can I take before the loneliness will cause my heart to break? Yeah, to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious words you have on the gun, I remember my mom. Dude, that was so sick. And then we're like, dog. Dude, that was not it. Dog. It's a game you didn't take. I know who you are. No, you just have to wait. You can try to get by. No matter how long it takes, I can't heartache must I stand before I find the love to let me live again. Right now, the only thing that keeps me hanging on, and I feel my strength. Yeah, it's almost gone. I remember mama said, you just have to wait. She said, love don't come easy. It's a game of give and take. How long must I wait? How much more can I take before loneliness will cause my heart to break? No, I can't bear to live my life alone. I grow impatient for a love to call my own. But when I feel that I can't go on, these precious days, yeah, I'm the power I remember. No, it's not that. Mm, let me see, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? You can only love me. You keep me hanging on. You can only need me. You just keep me hanging on. Why don't you leave till you right? Playing with my heart. Why don't you get out of my life and let me make a new start? Let me get over you the way you got over me. No, you set me free, why don't you, babe? Get up on me, let me do what you do. Woo, woo, cause you don't really mean me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you don't really know me. You just keep me hanging on. Hanging on, we go on. Still wanna be just friends. Alright, do it, but you can work on it. It'll be cool. get free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? Cause you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. You don't keep me running around, playing with my heart. But I want you to get out of my life and let me make a new start. Let me get over you the way you gotten over me. Yeah. Let me free, why don't you, babe? Let me be, why don't you, babe? Ooh, then you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. Even though we broke up, still wanna be just friends. What? That was so sick and like this and this.
like they don't have much access. I mean, they essentially left and no one's getting them. I mean, simultaneously, and you like a lot of
I get amino acids spontaneously forming in the womb, girl. That was so sick. Ooh. Love is here, now you're gone. No. Psych, I don't always agree. Oh, I love this song. This here, now this here, darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Love this here, love this here, darling, now you're gone. Now you know you can say that you love you, and I just pretend you negative heartache you stay. You know I'm darkness, don't go away. You know, and I, love is here, love is all around now, you're gone, love is gone, you really know it, now you're gone, now you're gone, now you're gone, now you're gone, beautiful, living day. Playing the house, turning the line. Yeah, yeah. No, just walk away. I can really come. Okay, this one's kind of hard. Shout out to Razzo. Razzo's a pimp. Love is here, and all my down now you're gone, now you're gone. Love is here, love, and all my darling now you're gone, Now you're gone. You just gave me to love you, and I did. But instead of tenderness, I found heartache instead. Into your arms, I felt so unaware of the loneliness. And I was waiting there. You closed the door of my heart and then turned to lock it. Love is here. Love and all my darling now gone. Love, made me love you. You made me love you. And all my darling now you're gone. Now you're gone. You said love and it ain't right. Beautiful and with the passing days. But as soon as my you into my heart, you turn and you walk, just walk away. You stripped me of my dreams. You gave me faith. Then took my hope. Look at me now. Okay, you can do this. This one's hard though. This is like the Supremes on difficult. No, these really still medium, but do this fucking snap. 3 snaps in Z formation. How did they do it? Who's they? Those guys are fucking living color. 3 snaps. Yeah. Is that how they do it? You get that down. So far away, long. Oh, love is here, love and all my God. Now you're gone, now you're gone. Love you, love you, oh my God. Now you're gone, now you're gone. Now you're gone, beautiful. Just walk away. Yes, never have. Look where you go. Love. Three passions, three formation. Love is here. Love is here, my darling. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. Love is here. Love is on my darling. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. Just take me to love you. You are the end. Inside it, it's like a heartache in the street. You into your arms, I felt so far away. Yeah. When you're lying, do it. Dude, that's shot.
Distracting him, that's just his fertility in both men and
Love is here, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. Love is here, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You persuade me to love you, and I did, but instead of tenderness, I found heartache instead. Into your arms, I felt so unaware of your love. And the light. You closed the door in my heart, and you phoned and turned the key back in the all night. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone. Now you're gone, made me love you, you made me love you, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You said love and would make life beautiful, but it didn't, babe. But as soon as love came into my heart, you drank and the wall, you like walk away. You stripped me from my dreams. You gave me hell. There's no hope. Look at me now. Love is here. Love is here. That was sick. That was not a good one. But it was okay. Do it again. No. Good. Sick. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, love, you're gone. Love is here, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone. You once made me to love you, and I did. And instead of melting it, I found heartache instead. Into your arms I fell so far away, and love. Never going there. This year, love, and oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone, you love me, you made me love you, oh my darling, now you're gone, now you're gone, you had love me for the beautiful, romantic, passing day. But the change around, run into your heart, and you lie, and you walk, just walk away. Oh, okay, that's good. You didn't do that. That's fine. It's whatever. Someone's down to supernatural. Anyway, are you done? Hey, kid, you done? All right. The happening. I like this song. I don't know if I. No, you can do this. My life, please. Everything the birthday, suddenly it just went up, the happening. When the house, happening, gonna happen, suddenly it just went up, the happening. One day you're off, one day you're off, then you turn around, you find your world, you find your world, it's tumbling down, it's tumbling down. It happened to me, and it can happen to you. I was sure, felt secure, until love took a detour. My mind on top of the world, it happened. Suddenly it just happened. I saw my dreams fell apart. And long it happened and hard. But when I pass me to guide you, sometimes having find you, the happening. Da-da. Okay, you could do this. Hey, light, look at me. I can see the reality. Cause you took me out of the world. I woke up Suddenly I just woke up. Something happening. Cause when you're to be high. Cause when you're terrible, love, you don't get care of. You better beware of the happening. One day you're up, then you turn around. You find your world is tumbling down. It happened to me, and it can happen to you. Hands off, without the kill, until love took the detour. Yeah, riding down on top of the world. Yeah, it happened. Suddenly it just happened. That's all our dreams fall apart. And the things we gotta be on. Now, nothing's upside down. It's random. Suddenly it just happened. The happening. Now I'll be mine. I'll be mine. That was so sick. It was like when you're like, good. That part doesn't suck dick. The rest of this fucking shit.
This is a surface on comment.
Dude, do it when your thing's like baller mode. Go baller mode, dog. Dude, that's so sick. That's so sick. You're going to baller mode. You're going into baller mode at just the right time, dog. Baller mode. Reflections. Oh, it's a tough song. Psych.
They're so accomplished. They're so weird. Octopus are so weird. They're so weird. They're intelligent. They solve puzzles. They open up jars. Their eyeballs are kind of similar in evolution to ours, but they divided hundreds of millions of years ago. And these things exist on that time. This is not common. This is not image. This was a video game before 100,000 different images. What? This might be on its way in the landing, or I was zooming around and taking. This is the Japanese images from it. Holy shit! It could have stuck over.
Oh, I love this song. Damn, girl, you look great. Can you do it? Can you do it? Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm alone now. You can tell me, send you another. When it's all in reality. Happiness that you took from me and left me alone with only memories through the mirror of my mind. Time is that a crime? Reflections that I can't control. Cause although you're gone, I keep a holding on to the happy times Oh, when you were mine, as I ran through the window, remember time, looking over my yesterday, and all the love I gave all in vain. Dude, this part's hard. I wonder what the fucking Supremes are thinking about this part. They're like, oh yeah, dog, we want to hear it where it's like space. Do it like this. Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, just the reflections of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm looking low now. No one can hear me. Send me there. Let me stand in reality. I miss you. Took from me and left me alone. No, the only memory is me out of my mind. Many tears at time. Because of hurt I can't control. Oh, you know what? Why doesn't Joe Rogan have one of the Supreme songs? Hey, here's Diana Ross. That would be tight for these assholes who suck. Window, and then the time. Thinking over my yesterday. All the love that I wish, all the tears that. Okay, dude, do it. Dude, this part's hard as fuck. Do it like this. That'd be tight. Here we go. Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of you and me. Reflections of a love that used to be. Reflections of a love you took from. Oh, I'm alone now. No one to hear me. Can't give it up now. Let me stall in reality. Happiness you took from me and left me alone with lonely memories through the mirror of my mind. Times that I cry, my tears and hurt I can't control. And oh no, you know, I keep holding on to the happiness. Oh, when you were mine. And there's a way up in the window, I've nothing done. Looking over my yesterdays, smell the love that keeps calling you. That was so sick. It's like that ball in a cup game. That was so sick. That was one of the sickest, most athletic things we've ever seen. After time, reflections of you and me, reflections of the way life used to be, reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm alone now. No one to see me. Stand in your life. that it's all in reality. Madness you took from me and left me alone with all the memories of my mind. 10 years at a time. Makes us a hurt I can't control. And no, you know, I keep a holding on to that happy time. Ooh, when you were mine. And let me up to the window, how long time. Looking over my yesterday. Never the clouds I keep calling you. Ba, 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 all the love that I wasted. Ba, 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 all the tears that I wasted. Ba, 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 ba. Love Child. Now this is my jam. Never meant to be. Love Child. Born in poverty. Love Child. Different from the rest. Love Child. I started school in a long, tall dress that somebody who lost somebody. I wonder why, like, Nicki Minaj never really did Love Child. No, no. Love Child. Somebody little bitch. Take a look at me. I started school in a warm tone dress that somebody threw out, somebody threw out. My mama always had that weather living down. But had no name. I can't think of that. Oh, I could do this. Ding, 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 tenements long, ding, 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 I think that I don't need love, but I feel for you it's real love. That never found is kind. Nothing else you can love, child. Never let it be. Love child, in poverty, love child, different from love let it be, love child. Take a look at me. I start my life in a wall torn dress, some this one, man, this one, never even married mom. Let the mother help her, never had no name. No child that really created love, child, never meant to be. Love child, never thought be. Love child, different happiness. Love child. Ding, 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 tenements fall. Ding, 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 ooh. You think that I don't need love? I feel everything is real love. In the ocean I be reflected. As a form, rejected love, child, never meant to be. Love child, born in poverty. Love child, never meant to be. Love child, take a look at me. Starting my life in an old cold run down tenement slum. My father left, he never even married mom. I shared the guilt my mama knew. So afraid others will ever have no name. This love we're contemplating That lots of brain of waiting. We're only made of hating. The child that may be created, love child. Never meant to be. Love child. Society. Love child. Always second best. Love child. Alright, just do it. Just do it. Just like that fucking brand. Psych. Here we go. Tenement song. This baby, I don't need love. What I feel for you is real love. Living in the time and dancing. Nothing, baby, you're love child. Never meant to be. Love child. Young and poverty. Love child. Never meant to be. Love child. Take a look at me. Start my life in a war-torn dress. That's on the Fontana. Fuck. Dude, you could do better than this. Oh man, I'm fucking dizzy. Dizzy for slinging pit. Huh? No, dog. Dude, I can't fucking see the thing that's on my fucking face. Animal farm. Nah, man. Dude, I get dizzy when I do this. Animal farm. You think that I don't feel love. What I feel for you is real love. Those eyes see reflected. Love thing the crying baby, I need love, child. Never meant to be. Love, child. Born in poverty. Love, child. Never meant to be. Child. Take a look at me. Starting my life in an old, cold, run-down tenement from my father left. He never even met his mom. And how could my mama knew? So afraid that others knew I had no name. That's what we're contemplating. Is worth the pain of waiting. We'll only end up hating. The child we may be creating, love child. Never meant to be. Love child, anxiety, love child, all the bad and best, love child, trying for different on the bad. I started school in a war-torn dress that somebody threw my heart. Oh, dude, these ones are getting intense. You don't hear about that fucking fire at the circus? Yeah, gonna have you. You think that I don't need your love. What I feel for you is real love. Live me in the ground reflection. Live my rejected love, child. Never meant to be. Love, child. Down in poverty, love child, different from the other love to be. Love child, take a look at me. It's showing me like in an old postman downtown in some town. My mother never ever even met his mom. And every day my mama came, no was afraid and had no fear. I had no name. You show me contemplating. Just like a million waiting. Making the time I'm hating. This time may be created more time. Not meant to be. Love child. Take the fire be. Love child. Always second best. Love child. Different from the rest. Dude, this one's sick. Because it's like ding, it's like falling is coming. Dude, give me a good song. Not that that song doesn't rule. Oh, dude, I know this song like in my fucking back of my hand. I can do the boys part. I can do the girls part. What up? What up? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? How are you?
I just found it from a viral. Good. I just found you from a viral TikTok.
Quit it with that bullshit. I'm not viral on TikTok.
No, I just seen somebody interviewing you. They were like, I don't know, just hits views, 1.2 million views.
Quit it. Stream it. Let's see it.
I need to find the link. Yeah, let's see it.
That's right. My man, call me bitch, wants to see it, as do I.
Yeah, let's fucking see it.
We
Let me find the link.
we think you're full of
Also,
bollocks.
I just want to clarify, it's called me King, and then like whoever calls me King is bitch.
I don't understand.
So I'm gonna go start wine shop back.
Hold on. Did you really find out about me from TikTok?
No.
Okay. How'd you find out about me?
YouTube.
Just randomly on YouTube?
Yeah, just popped up.
Oh, tight. Probably because I'm so good looking. Okay, what's good in your neck of the woods? Call me.
It's fucking drippy out here, you know.
Absolutely. I know Drippy quite well. So, are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Hell yeah.
Excellent. So that other person didn't find me through TikTok either?
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
No way. Okay, very well. So you were just scrolling on TikTok and you just randomly saw me. Was I live or was it an old video?
Just an old video.
Tight. Was it like 12 hours long or was it an interview of someone?
It was an interview. You were talking about like alien theory and shit.
Word, dog. That's what I talk about. Excellent. What are your thoughts on aliens, Kami?
I mean, like, I heard that they like can do whatever I told them to. So.
Oh, so you communicate with aliens? Have you ever been abducted? Have you ever been abducted?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd that happen?
I was just walking out in the field and
Excellent. Yo, what's going on?
Yo, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, pimp.
Bro, I'm such a huge fan.
Dude, so am I. What's good, man?
I'm a huge fan.
Excellent. Okay, who posted the TikTok?
Bro, you did. What are you talking about?
Yeah, none of the stuff that I ever post on TikTok goes viral, so I doubt it.
Dude, you're literally viral.
Okay, what account of mine?
Bro, someone interviewed you and it was called Rabbi Rothschild.
Okay. Did you really find out about me from TikTok?
Yeah, man. I'm a huge fan.
Okay.
And I love your Superman shirt.
Excellent. Most people do. So, if I go on TikTok right now, how would I find this interview of mine?
Just search Rabbi Rothschild and it'll show up.
Dude, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, so that's not that easy.
Bro, you got like 60K likes
Okay, I don't believe it. It must. Okay, here we go. I'm looking. Um. So where do I look? Where do I look up to find myself?
Right, it should just be like a magnifying glass, right?
Okay, I'm looking at the magnifying glass.
Yeah, who's Brandon Cole Alexander?
It's just another person in here.
You reckon like I could get him to call me king and enslave him, or
Probably not. Okay, so what do I do to find myself, dog?
do you reckon? I could?
What'd you say, pimp?
It should be a search bar or something.
Okay, I'm in the search bar. What do I find? What do I look for?
Just search Rabbi Rothschild and they'll be there.
Okay, interview. I'm doing that
You're,
right.
you're, Roth, you're Rothschild. Do you reckon?
No, that's not my
Do you
name.
reckon
I'm
if I,
Rabbi.
like,
I'm Rabbi, big dog.
oh my bad, it's not bad. So,
You're
Rabbi
okay.
Rothschild.
You're good. Yes, sir.
Do you reckon if I like like throw you a couple cents and you like scrounged up for it, you would like become a slave? Or?
No, dog, I don't do that shit. Okay, so I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't see it. Where's this interview of mine that's so viral?
Yeah, I found it somewhere. Like I don't know. You probably gotta like deep dive search for it.
Dude, if it were so viral, I would have to deep dive search.
But I don't know. I just randomly found it on my For You page and I can't remember the username.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. How's your day going?
It's going very June. How's your?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Yeah. At least give me a new follower, a new person in the Discord. Cool. 1889, baby. Dude, I could do it like basically all these songs. Theme from Mahogany, I love hanging out there. Upside down. Yeah, I can. Someday we'll be together. Oh, I love this fucking song. I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes I will. Yes I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes I will. You know, yes I will. You know. I could do this one back with that. I love that part. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get da 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 da. Ooh wee ooh ooh wee ooh. I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Oh baby, oh baby, and it's every hour. I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Look at here. My love is strong, you see, you know you'll never get tired of me. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I try my best to get you hooked. Ooh, baby, baby, I know. Every night, every day. Dude, I can do this part. I can do this. Just do it. Just do it without even fucking trying. That's not it. Every night and every day, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Do with the thing. Ooh, wee, ooh, wee. They're not fine. I'm gonna do all this. I don't think that's me. That would be sick though. That'd be so sick.
Experience of what family is actually, but what we read is the textual given. For example, if you look at this last example, it's Alan Rothschild's famous freedom from
Ooh,
trust.
wee,
This
ooh,
magazine is
ooh, wee,
very
ooh. I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, oh baby, I would sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Baby, baby, every minute, every hour. I'm gonna shower you with love and attention. Love is coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Look at here. My love is strong, you see, I know you'll never get tired of me. Oh, hey, baby, oh, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna use every trick in the book, I'll do my best to get you hooked. Hey, baby, oh, baby, I know, baby. And every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. Look out for, cause I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, oh, yes I will. Yes I will. Oh, that was so sick. Psych. Oh, dude, I can't even see. Is it working?
But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't lead to a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, to a law still later than that, and then we're going to get to a custom in the Mishnah. So the textual later is really averages looking backwards and describe the reasons the family should be sometimes very fragmentary
Baby, I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even do wrong for you. Oh, baby, oh, baby, baby. Every minute, every hour. I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. Look at here. My love is young, you see, I know you never get tired of me. Oh, baby, oh, baby. And I'm gonna use every trick in the book. I'll try my best to get to you. Hey, baby, baby. And every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. Look out, boy, cause I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna make you love me. Ooh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. That was so sick. That was a good one. Really? Because I know the song, like I've heard it like 1,000 times. Really? 10,000 times. How many times have you heard that song? Why? Because I'm sick. Dude, I love this song. This song is sick. Does it go bump, 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 oh, just to kiss your sweet, sweet lips, baby. And there the stars above. Gonna say, gonna say, gonna say it's her. Someday we'll be together. Ah, yes, we will. Yes, we will. Someday. Oh, you little bitch. Someday.
For the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for an institutional marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob and
No, that's not it. Someday we'll be together. Say it, say it, say it, say it again. Someday we'll be together. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're far away from me, my love. No. Oh yeah, you just show my baby. The stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it. Someday we'll be together. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Someday, every day we're together. Know it, I know it, I know. Your love is yours, baby. All right from the start. You, you possess my soul now, honey. And you know I know all my heart, and I want to say, so just do it.
postcode in the wages suggests that similar to the giving of the Torah, the law was after that a child follow his or her father's status. After giving the Torah, it became natural. Certainly, for the adult university,
Mm-hmm. Someday we'll be together. Say it, say it, say it, say it again. Someday we'll be together. Yeah, oh yeah, you're far away from me, my love. Sailing just to show my baby. The day stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it. Someday we'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. Someday, some sweet day we'll be together. No, I know what I know. My love is yours, baby. All right from the start. Say now. You possess my soul now, honey. And you know I'm on my heart, and I wanna say, someday we'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. That was so sick. Worst streamer ever. Yo, dog, that was sick. Why do they keep banning my accounts? Ready to get. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're far away from me, my love. Saving just to show my baby that there's stars above. Wanna say it, wanna say it, wanna say it. Someday they'll be together. Yes we will, yes we will. Someday, some sweet day, together. I know what I know. My love is yours, baby. Right back from the start. Sing around. You possess my soul now, honey. And I know, my heart. And I wanna say, hey, look at all this fucking hair that's coming out of your head. Say now, you're gonna be a size only guy. Size guys. Stone Love is a big one. Stone Love. Oh, magic, get ya. I want to know. Woo, woo, woo. Stone Love. Oh, Stone Love. Stone Love. That's tight. That's a really cool stream. Use common sense. No ass jerky. Huh? Speak English. Stone.
Was it possible they figured it out, but not to an extent where it would be recognizable today?
The next stage, when they never go to an industrial stage, or they never go to a space age.
What we have will never go to space age for sure. What we
No, wrong song, dog. Wrong song. It's called Stone Love. Stone Love. Then you gotta play a tambourine. And I know why. I love this song. If you know the words. Don't love. Don't love. No, loving each other, living fighting to an end. Living around, living the time, can we say the song, living and die, living from above. Oh yeah, yeah, like the baby flying around the sky. Did you hear the joy woo, woo, the snow love? I'm gonna go woo, 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 snow love. Now, you can't you be? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. No practice. Stone, 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 love each other, everybody to man. Right, baby, father. And then the time you gotta be tame. Just think about the other night. There's a message from above. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's our father. There's a servant. Ooh, ooh. So long. Oh yeah, la, 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 ooh, ooh, ooh. So long. Oh no, yeah. Now that show, I haven't thought that I am again. Giving up, take your stand. Never lie. Never shoulder. Never mind. I'll be there. Never know. Not you hear the beat I come. Do. So that sucked. That was terrible. Oh, dude, this shit all over my fucking glasses. Starlight, oh yeah, love of each other, living fighting to an end. Every together, till the time will be spent, and everything is gone. If it's gone, the message from above. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Can't you feel the love? Stone love, love everybody, Ooh, ooh, ooh. Stone love. Oh, yeah. That was so sick. That was the sickest thing you've ever done. Really? No. Yo!
Collectively
We
agree
have a friend
that's
here.
just the way human beings go.
What's going on? How are you? Can you hear me? Yo. Fuck you. I can do this next one on my fucking sleep. Can't you feel me? Star love. Oh, I hate this version. I hate this version. Do you do it? Yeah. Calm. And you know, huh? How far? Just spell my name and be there to help you. Thank you again. No rain, no rain, in the winter snow. Can't stop me, baby. Baby, no rain, no rain, just do it. Do it like a thing. Do it like a thing. Yeah, anyway, call me. And then when I man, stop off. Just call my name. I'll be there to help you. And then shake hand in hand. No way, no way, no way, no way, no winter's cold. Can't stop me, baby, 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 alone. No way, no way, no way, no way, I'll That was so sick. Might shit myself. Yeah, I just went into this random Discord that's been spamming for like a year and a half, and there's this motherfucker singing Diana Ross with a kipper. Touch Me in the Morning. I don't know the names of that. I mean, to get fingered before dawn. Touch me in the morning, finger me before dawn. I'm gonna sneeze. What a fucking athletic move. Did you see that where I was like this and like this? Me in the morning, finger me before dawn. Touch me in the morning, finger me at dawn. And just walk away. We don't have to run. What we had yesterday. Hey, me who said the good gonna last forever. It wasn't it he who said let's just be glad we had time together. It must have been hard to tell me that you're giving me all you had to do. I can understand your feeling that way. I got to get to the oh, I can see you goodbye. No cold morning light. I can't watch the love anymore of the night. If I gotta be strong, not to like you go, yeah, you gotta go. Last time that you touch me in the morning, finger me at dawn. Alright, do the thing. Just do it. Touch me in the morning. And let's love away. I never had to know what we had yesterday. Yeah. Did he who said that we're gonna last forever? One of me who said that we gotta put the hand together. It wasn't in me as you tell. That never happened for you. You can understand your man. Right now, God is here to get what the man will buy tomorrow morning rain. But I don't want you down anymore. All your time. I've got to be strong, as you know. I've got That was so sick.
as in many cases generals were
If I'm
involved.
gonna be
Northern
strong.
Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, destruction going on
Don't even
in
watch it,
Israel
just
itself
do it.
during the
Go.
200 years that we're
Why?
describing now, between
We're
the
almost
middle
done.
of the 10th century
No,
when Jerusalem split until the end of the 8th century when it was destroyed by the
Theme
Assyrian invasion.
from
But
Mahogany.
even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern Israel is a fairly region at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical
Theme
conflicts.
from
They are
Mahogany.
making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far-off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the ninth century in Israel, discovered by Nahama
When is
Yahalomad.
this song?
He discovered a few years ago here, and he found around his head there in the ancient there is this little 5 centimeter figurine. Now they depict this as Imperial King, which if you keep looking at this period alone, it's possible that this could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under the sway of
Is that the song?
Syrians in Aram. And I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, republic, it could have been his son David, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the
Just do it.
kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Why are you playing this fucking song?
Or it could have been a king
Yeah,
of firecrackers. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel. It was a tremendous dynastic
just do
upheaval,
it.
regional conflict, and foreign invasion, and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 of the Assyrians. We will follow up with some detailed discussions
You
in a bit.
know
What
where
I
you're
want to
going
do is
to.
not only
Do
look
you
at
like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to?
here's our heroes
Do
in
you
Jerusalem
know?
and Samaria.
Know what you're hoping for? You don't open door. What are you hoping for? Do you know what really standing still in time? Cheating fantasy plays your mind on mine. You know how I love you, but here's my love is free. Nothing all the questions that you want of me. Where you going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Now, I'm falling. Oh. Look how sick that is. Welcome. How are you? Yo, what's up? How you living? Yo, dogs. Can you hear me? What up, pimp? What's good? Yo, Did you guys know that you're going viral on TikTok?
No, you're going viral on TikTok, bro. I just saw you on TikTok, Jay.
Yeah, everybody saw me on TikTok.
Someone just shouted you out.
Yeah, who did? Who shouted me out?
Mr. Beast.
Was this the guy that Mr.
Yeah,
Beast
that's
made
right.
a video about?
He's been shouting me out.
Yeah, Mr. Beast and Blake Richmond shouted him out.
Yeah, Blake Richmond. Yeah, no one knows who that is. Who's the fuck is Blake Richmond?
No, he's famous.
Who's Blake Richmond?
He's a famous creator. He's a famous creator from New Zealand. Bro, can you stop making this video?
Calm down with the questions. Calm down with the questions. Okay, so we're gonna.
If you say never on stream.
Dude, what is up with your friend here throwing out all these terrible requests?
I have no idea. It's a fluffy.
Hey, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, what year were you born? Go. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Oh, 2011.
You were born in 2011? Then you gotta go, Mr. Beast.
I was born in 2011. I'm 14.
Okay, everybody's gotta leave. You guys aren't 18. Get out of here.
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born?
18, bro.
What year were you born?
2009.
That's 16. Get out.
No, bro. I'm in 2007.
Doug,
born in 2007.
okay, fine.
I was born in 2005.
Guys, get out of here.
Well, 2007 to 18. Yeah.
Hey, Rabbi, I've got a question, bro.
No questions. Send me your ID. Send me your ID.
Rabbi, we're all born 2017.
Okay,
Send
send.
my ID, I'll send you my ID.
Okay, send me your ID.
Is your where do you want me to put it?
You see where it says "Ask Rabbi Anything"? Right above there, there's a part that says "Support." Just go to the Create Support ticket.
Yeah, I see it.
I am Mr. Beast. I made a video on you.
Okay, excellent. How are you, pimp?
That appreciate me.
Yo, if you want to talk to me, you have to send your ID. Listen, send your ID to the support section of this server if you want to talk with me.
Yeah, I was going to support ticket, bro.
Okay, excellent.
Support ticket, bro.
Until then, until I see it, I'm gonna mute you guys. $18.92.
organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships, violence, and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Utah. There are some questions about their origins, but Utah is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Huthites, which is plural for Huthites, who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. We've got the blue and the long strong. Thank you very much for listening. Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there are three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh in the scriptures as King School, and this is in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land.
What up, Joshua Michael? How are you?
I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically.
Joshua Michael, Richmond Charles, how are you?
Mystically, just forgive me for our housekeeping. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles appeared that all of them were males were taken from the northern region. It appears also that Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled, especially in charioteering, and it could be that just supposition that perhaps you took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser the Fifth and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and if you're on the right, it needs to be Sargon the second. They give a much more specific number from their records of 27,280 or elsewhere 27,290. And this occurred in the years 722 to 720 and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Jareb in Hebrew or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that in 2 lectures. Anyway, these are the three major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that it's evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled, suggest not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain enslaved. But let's continue the story. So what exactly happened here? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that from the kingdom of Israel itself, it is the 10 northern tribes who were sent off to these three locations. Which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Khorasan, and there's our river, which is in the middle over here, and then finally out to the
Love
southern
hangover.
region of the Assyrian Empire in Libya. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence. Onomastic means proper names. We see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many of the names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like, Jews like to use the name of God when they're quoting several of my quotes. One of the quotes is God built into the name itself. Like, for example, the common name Michael is nothing. It's Michael, who is like God. It's very common to have Kal El, for example. So when we look at some of these artifacts that are discovered, this one discovered dating from the 8th to 1st century, actually comes from Aramaic, very rarely used, and it's clearly Semitic.
I don't want it,
Just little bits
want it.
of
If it's a cure for this,
and
I don't want
big
it,
people
don't want it. If I know thinking it makes me smile, say hey. You say you make it. If there's a cure for this, want it. If there's a remedy, want it. All the time. Okay, here we go. If there's a cure for this, I don't want it, don't want it. If there's a cure for this, I don't want it, don't want it. Think about it all the time. Think it only makes me smile. Everyone shake it. Whatever you're making, if there's a cure for me, I don't want it, don't want it. If there's a remedy, I won't promise, I promise. Think about it all the time. Never let you out of my mind. I love you. What's this? Hangover. Again over. Hangover. That was so sick.
Which stood them very well over the next
Oh, that was so sick.
preserving
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there's a long midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the exile. That is almost 20% of the population. So took Moses up on his word and followed him out of the desert, out of the nation of Israel. So
Lord Hangover's done.
Very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep.
The boss.
I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of Jerusalem, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century with Rabbi
Music matches music songs hard. Correct. The lyrics on correct. Baby, I'm gonna eat you until my fucking lips are calloused and your clit is raw. Raw! Answer me. Can I agree in life and how long gonna be alive? Never that can prove it. Died in my pocket for food. Holly and fun. Love has shown me one thing. I was so right, that I could have put it in on the phone. On and on. Was so sure, so sure. I defy anyone who claims that I didn't control move in the soul. I could tell. Oh, that was so sick. Look at this movie. Look at this movie. Upside down, Lord turned me inside out, round and round. Music's match sucks. Upside down, boy turned me. So, for one example, which is just one of many, really, often in Japan, Africa, all kinds of places, there's a testimony So that's good. Why not?
outwardly accepted Catholicism was the context of the Inquisition. And like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, he left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with this clown player. And he was one of God's greatest friends. And he believed that he would come across
Okay,
a
up.
city that had relocated far off
Just
Ecuador.
do it.
There were other sites as well, bakeries and Jewish food like tiramisu and egg rolls. I leave that part out there, but I don't know that's good. He came back to Amsterdam. He reported this
Up on your journey, you can move and speak to me. Round and round your journey, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. Spiritually, you give to me the love that I need. I cherish the moment with you. Respectfully, I say to thee, when would you treat me? I love the love you feel what you do. Down, boy, turn me inside out and round, upside down. Boy, turn me inside out and round. Oh, yes, we've been the problem is baby. The crazy talk that we love that. The father and Jacob. Tell us to shout. That was so sick. So proud of you. I'm coming out. Yo, what up, pimp? What's good, son? How are you? Taking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? Good.
What are you watching?
Jewish history lectures. Gee, how'd you find out about me, pimp? Oh, no shit. That's amazing. Well, cool. So you found out about me from Twitter Live just now? Oh, oh, months ago. Okay, very cool. How was your day? Excellent. Do you know who the Supremes are? Do you know who the Supremes are? They're like maybe one of the best girl bands of all time, if not the best. Anyway, I was just singing their songs, kicking ass, taking names. What are you up to? Very well. How are they doing?
It's booming right now, man.
Okay. Have you been successful?
I was, if only I would have, I would be much more.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you hold?
Here,
Okay, well we all are scared sometimes. That's tight. Do you know who Diana Ross is?
so what's that?
Doug, you're missing out. Dude, she's that like head supreme. I can't.
Spell the name.
Yeah, it's Diana space Ross. She's hot as fuck. Totally. How don't you? I don't. That's even better. She's fuckable. What are your thoughts on Diana Ross? Would you give her a shoot in the shorts? Mid? Get the fuck out of here. You think Diana Ross is mid? You go take Sydney Sweeney and go pound it out in some closet. I'll take Diana Ross on the fucking big stage. Dog, I'll take Diana Ross all day over Sydney Sweeney. Diana Ross is like a high 9. Sydney Sweeney is like a high 4.
Do you know Rosalia?
No, Doug, no one knows who that is. Who is that? Was she a Supreme?
Okay, oh yeah.
Rosalia?
Rosalia,
Rosalie was never a Supreme.
just bad.
This bitch better be hot as fuck. You think this girl's good looking?
Rosalia,
This girl? This girl wouldn't be allowed to listen to Diana Ross fart, let alone smell it. Dog, are you sure you looked up the right Diana Ross? She was a Supreme. What did Rosalia ever do? Gee, you know who the Supremes are. What girl band was Rosalia ever in? She wasn't even in Menudo. Dog, I can't believe you want to compare. I can't believe you want to compare Rosalie to Diana Ross.
not intelligent, like achievements.
Hotness, straight up hotness. If I took Diana Ross at her peak versus this, I don't even have to take Diana Ross at her peak. Diana Ross at 81 years old is better than Rosalie at her peak. Have you seen Diana Ross's hair? Dog, it's game over right there. She can wear her hair like a fro. She can wear it like a beehive. She's got it all. She can do it all. Rosalie can't even get her hair in a bun. All right, that's enough because Diana Ross obviously wins this argument. So, are you a cryptocurrency investor?
No, I'm out of the markets. I used to be.
Okay, very well.
Yeah, so
All right, and you would have been retired.
okay, now not everything is going reaching all their highs.
Oh yeah, ATH is all around. How does that make you feel?
Retard.
Are you gonna try to reinvest?
Yeah, if it goes down to
But,
this,
Doug, it's not going down. It's not going down.
goes breaks the all-time high, shows only like 48.
Oh yeah, dog. It's gonna be big time, dog. Word, dog. What's on your agenda for today? Like, what do you have planned for today? All right, Pam. Well, you go get swole. Come back when you're done, and we'll talk shop. We'll chop it up. Peace, baby. Hey, before you go, don't ever forget how hot Diana Ross is. Peace. Sure. Where's the new fucking candle with Diana Ross? Tammy Terrell. Are you done? Hey, Tammy Terrell, are you done? Yeah, I'm almost fucking done. Dude, you can do it. Coming out. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. I want my coming out. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I'm about to let it show. I'm coming out. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I am now. And I'm coming here. I'm here. I'm here. Do it. Oh, me to break out on the shelf. I have to show that I am coming out. I'm coming out. That was the sickest thing in the history of the world. That was sick as fuck. That was sick. That was sad. That was sick as fuck. Look at this athleticism. This one right there. No. Look at this athleticism though. Fuck with the goalie. Why? He's got a better name than Ozempic. Wegovy. Wegovy. Oh, look at this athleticism. That was sick. I started school and one time dress. Got somebody to cry. Endless love, music match. Music match sucks. Bravo, there's only you in my life. You little bitch. Just do it. Eat and push it like it's going out of style, baby. There's only you in my life. The only thing that's right. My first love. Your every breath that I take. Your every step I make. And I will want to share my love with you. No one else will do. And you're all tell me how much you care. Oh, yeah. You will always be my endless love. Two hearts, two hearts that beat as one. That was so sick, push perhaps. That was one of the sickest things I've ever seen in my entire life. That was so sick. This is the sickest shit ever.
There's only you in my life. The only that's mine.
Dude, is it keeping hang on? I could do that. Are you serious? Is it the remix? Fuck. Come on, you little bitch. What is this bullshit? Put it on, you just keep me hanging. Oh, oh, enough. And then we make a mistake. God, don't fuck with me, dude. This is the worst.
Israel today. Spectrum around the city of Nazareth in Hebrews is named by Pakistan, and especially Mount which is also figured in the Bible as the
And then we make a mistake.
Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of the origin is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17 to 1, where there's a discussion of exile of Israelite nation, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video.
What is it?
At the same time, there was a population transfer. This is a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and explore their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite and the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with loaded ties, with loyalties and authority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, the city of Babylonia is the region of the empire, and the city of Kutas, which is significant because the Samaritans in Talmud were originally called
Dude, this would be a hot song. Okay, we'll do the thing. No, they don't do the thing. Set me free, why don't you, babe? Get on my life, why don't you? Ooh, cause you don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, I don't really love me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, my love, you really love me about. Hanging with my heart. You're gonna see out of my life and let me make a new song. Let me get over you the way you got me. Hey, hey, let me free, why don't you, babe? Get out my life, why don't you, babe? Ooh, but you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. Ooh, you don't really want me. You just keep me hanging on. Just let you we broke up. You still wanna be your friend. How can we be friends when seeing you only breaks my heart again? And there ain't nothing I wanna do about it. Whoa, 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 so baby, I don't want you, baby. That was so sick. That was so sick. Diana Ross is gonna be so proud of me. Dude, I bet Diana Ross is prouder than me than anybody else on earth right now. I defended her against some queef. Anyway, who's that bitch? No one knows. No one cares. It sucks in comparison to Diana Ross. This is the head supreme. You know that one meme where that girl's like, hmm? That bitch. Anyway, that was so sick. Yeah, my lounge, baby. Oh, cause you don't really want me. Alright, I'm taking a break, son. You just keep me hanging on. Oh, oh man, that was so sick. Look at this athleticism. Did you see that? It's the Fury over here. Look at this man.
Like, there could be a ton of different ways to do this and to seek technological innovation and to seek consistent evolution of technology to the point where you can do that with these giant stones and you can point to true north, south, east, and west, and you can set it up in it's like I don't know how many acres that government needed, but it's 2,300,000 stones in that thing. It's just nuts, which is a good motivation for doing simulation, right? Because people love telling you what are we on the clock. Oh my god, that would be let the Egyptians take over. Let's see what happens in that world, right? I mean, that would be a fun. I think kind of the biggest tragedy I find of being alive now is I want to know. I say to my stories humans.
And they have nothing to do about it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What's it like in 1,000 years? Yeah, 100,000 years. I mean, we should still be on the top of the league, kind of not evolve too much at that point, all things being equal. So I'm fascinated by us, like if we are the most fascinating things ever happened to this planet. And I just, it's such a shame that like my life might be done with him and where this incredible story eventually goes to. Yeah, I think it's kind of like no country for old men. Sometimes it ends, and it's just, damn, I want to know more. You can't know more. Your time here is done. This story goes on without you. Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to find out how it ends. I suspect that it ends with us looking like the graves. I think that's what that whole thing is. That bizarre bizarre imagery that we have, this iconic creature that is
Dude, just fucking do this thing.
no gender. So I think we're going in that direction. I think that's almost like some beacon in the future that's like calling to us in our subconscious. And when people have these late night experiences where they think they're being abducted, they're encountering that. I think it's almost part of our genetic code. So it was about that story that we have those UFOs, those beautiful flight sources, flying around as well in the days. There was a farmer or something that they interviewed, and he saw something, and journalists came interviewing him, what he saw, and he described something, and it was not a flight saucer, but the joke is that it verified that flight saucer. And in the years that followed, there was an explosion in the number of eyewitness reports of flying saucers, but it all happened after it came to print that this concept had always been the idea, like a meme, had been invented with watch the memes that phrase or the flying saucers, when your pairs do actually have sleeves or whatever, it's about the plan. Translational sleeves, it is possible that your brain matches something that you reach the short line of that means that makes sense. It's all this context. It's a it's for sure, people do see what they want to see. I remember one time I was in the woods in Alberta and I saw what I thought was a wolf. They had a lot of wolf sightings up there. The signal was a wolf. Thought what I saw was a wolf. I thought it was a wolf for 2 seconds. It was a squirrel. So for the second, I thought it was a squirrel. I thought I saw a wolf. I thought it was a squirrel. I didn't think this squirrel was a wolf. The brain just went through the brain just a wolf. Luckily, I'm logical. It was clear that it was a squirrel.
Oh, what brother said. I'm gonna use the chicken for and I've been out every day. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. The Rothschild'S. Time after time, I see reflections of the you and me. Looking down where I used to be. It was some jobs, no love you took to me. I'm all around now. No one to hear me. Try to be alright. I've been calling reality. Took from me. Never realized. Never mind. Finally gonna find no stuff that I can control. You don't know it all. I keep holding on. You don't have to find. Oh, when you were mine. I'm window. I got you. Looking over my yesterday. All the love that can come. You can feel home. I love you so much. Back to the I love this song. Love is here. And I'm with you now. You're gone. Now you're gone. Love is here. Now you know my God. Now you're gone. Now you can say me to love you. And I feel the sympathy can make my heart ache and stay. In your arms I feel so far away. You are. And I pray, and pray, you can love is here. You are today. Yeah, my life, why don't you don't really love me. You keep me hanging on. I need love. Love, please my mind. I need find someone to call mine. The mama said you can't hurry love. No, we just you giving me a true love. And every day I praise you, Lord, for giving back so me. So inspiring, so inspiring, baby. Whenever you're in, I hear a symphony, a tender melody, holding me closer to your arms. And suddenly, ooh, you feel so touching me. It is all inviting, giving me your hand behind. I'm lost in a world made for you and me. All day long, California, and calling even get advice. From the boy I was, I should wait away. I could be one day. I was gonna find the better one, but it's not gonna happen twice. That was so sick. Baby, 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 don't leave me. Oh, you, with the shoulders, I wouldn't say to be. You will not fail me. Carry me, you're my brother. Love me like a mother. Give me baby. Me, you stole me. When you find me, if you told me, if you pay for, you're not able. It's like you're the end of it.
Engineering programs, all the stuff in conjunction. Also, high altitude nuclear bomb detonation during the testing phase. So during the testing phase, which happened over 45 to 8 days, they tested but there was just in the United States thousands of nuclear detonations, and a bunch of them they did in the ocean, and a bunch of them they did in the sky. They did like 150 miles up. They detonated nukes. I thought they only did it once with Starfish Prime. They did it at different altitudes. They did it just trying things. And the idea is that there was something in the sky where we're healthy. We have no idea. All the things in the sky. It's a great story. It's the best story yet. It's just, it could be, nice.
Yeah, this girl kind of fuck.
Because you can explain everything. There's nothing you can't explain with aliens, right? Whatever it is. And yes, it has I call it unbounded explanatory capability. You can explain absolutely. It's got it. Yeah, it's got the gaps where literally whenever you see something odd, you can just inject your God to explain them. And yet at the same time, on the other side of the coin, it also has unbounded avoidance capacity. Because you could say to me, look, I saw a UFO at this site. Wednesdays, I come Thursday, we'll see it's galaxies happening every day. I come with you and I see it, just I guess it changes mind, didn't happen today. That doesn't disprove what you saw. And so yeah, like we've said, we've surveyed the surface of Mars, we've seen life on it, I can't disprove it's life on Mars. There could be life on Mars. You can never disprove or prove negative. So they could always be there. So it is always unscientific. Because they can explain everything. Really don't know. There's so many compelling stories. So it's also the weirdness of it is so exciting for us. The weirdness of it tells a life form of the universe is like so exciting to us that we want it to be real. We want to be with it. I'm the worst. I go back and forth on this bullshit. My general belief is that a large number of these things that we're seeing are top secret military aircrafts. And I think that's always existed. That's always been the case. They probably have some incredible technology that we're not aware of. That's the majority of what I think is happening. But that doesn't make sense when you go really far back. That doesn't make sense when you go to the chemical sightings. Like if his estimations of the speed of those things is accurate, you're dealing with something that for sure was available in 1952, at least as far as we know. Also, the idea that that was Nazi technology is something that's always been talked about. Rothschild'S talked about in his book as well. They were already gone. Right? They lost the war. Anytime, there's no way they're long technology. That's above and beyond anything anybody is aware of. It's just high achievements. Right? They don't have military talk to the wars over. So that doesn't make sense. So if it's not them, who is it? Is it someone that's already here? Is it something that's been here the entire time? And that gets really weird. People go, where's the evidence? there's also so much room in the ocean. The ocean is, if I was going to hunt, that's where I would hunt. We literally can't go there. There's too much of it. You can go into the ocean and put a base underground in the middle of the ocean, and 100% we're not going to find it.
Yeah, like just like that. You are is the most constructive thing to do is to think about how we like progress for your work.
That's what I want. And so something, well, this is the most frustrating thing about this disclosure chats, because they really do have something. Why you're a fucking entire human race by not releasing this just because you want to say that. Like, that's a real problem. That's a real problem. That's what B tries to address. Richard Dolan talks about that in his book as well. A bunch of people brought up that point. And there's a lot of legal issues that are going to arise. And a lot of people can be very vulnerable if this does turn out to be the case that they've had this technology since the 1940s.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about history, I think the most constructive thing is just to design an experiment. Like, and I think Rabbi's idea of Portugal is a good one. Like, we should try and survey the sky systematically, and we've got now the Never telescope. We just do like literally move the entire sky every night. So I think as we grow in our capabilities, it's going to get harder and harder. And it's very hypothesis to have made one of these facilities that then going to public to be this public data on military control.
Unless they're very aware of our capabilities, very aware that we can do this, so they capitalize themselves.
Yeah, and then you start to get into this exponentially contrived, heads, and then it becomes impossible. I also believe in the world of science, but I think when we think about scientists, like we're doing this experiment with university friends and clients, like we right now, James was even a claim from planet K218b. There was a claim a few months ago. It's this ocean world, it's called the ocean world, it's about 2.5 times the size of the Earth, and we detected this molecule with weak significance. I want to emphasize that weakly detected dipole sulfide, and that's I think that the same molecule gets triforms that they have, and it's something that bacteria phytoplankton make on the Earth. So they detected this hint of this molecule, and as far as we know, this molecule on the Earth or in any other process that can make it to other creatures. And so it was excited about that. And it turned out, in that case, with full observations, maybe it's not as secure as they thought, actually. It doesn't appear to be there anymore. But I guess the point is that James Webb can do the experiment. It is sensitive enough to look at a planet which is over 1 years away and detect the molecular signatures of living creatures on that planet. So we are entering a very exciting era where we can look at their planets, and after we've had a second hole, we can actually start surveying where they're at and seeing what's up. So I think that's just simple. That's very technological. So I think we're going to get access. And the only way to do this is to keep supporting missions like NASA's mission Future Observatory that are trying to get to that point. We're trying to do a mission called the Hampton Observatory. And we'll be getting at some point. I think the Carl Sagan Observatory will be very friendly for it. That's my hunch. And that thing's trying to take photos like a small observatory. It's trying to take photos with Earth. This thing will be able to take photos of the stars, and it will see the real black dot of light that the world of organic chemical fingerprint will be able to see in this atmosphere. It's going to happen for us for that technology to get to the point where we're going to find that when they came out with the James Webb telescope, how long was the development process? And where are now in terms of future better versions of that? Yeah, it was a long process. It was a 6-month launch. They still have the successful film, which was James Webb. It was famously overbudgeted. I think the original budget was supposed to be $800 and costing $10 million. Crazy. It just went completely overboard. But it's always because contractors, astronomers tend to underestimate their budgets a lot when they're buying these things now. And it's inflation, and they had to do 520 years, which is what ended up taking them to 1995. slash NASA science budget by 50%, which basically just means that the entire program has 14 missions that would end NASA missions because no one else budget. Unfortunately, this we had to split back up to pretty much last year's level.
Aren't you to give a speech the way you just laid it out for us, how fascinating and important this stuff is? I don't think these assholes know.
I've been to DC. I haven't lobbied, but you only talk to the aides. I don't know who they're talking to.
Yeah, you gotta get in front of Congress. You gotta get in front of these people where the American people see it on television and get a chance to understand, like, this is like one of the most important things to look for that you can even imagine.
We actually, for the first time in human civilization, we have the ability to do the experiment. Is there life on the moon?
What is this, Jerry? This is some of the images from Hubble.
Showing Babylonian telescope. It's just a huge field. And then that picture from the Hubble zooming up to show you what the time is happening. It's interesting. It's military technology, spy technology. So the NSA had two Hubble-class space telescopes in their basement. They just were like, sent us. By the way, we're not using it for out dangerous. Do you want one? And NASA took it and turned it into women.
That's crazy.
They just have to fly for it.
And that's what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers have technology they're keeping from us. What could be done better? Like, what is, if you had an unlimited budget and an enormous supply of brilliant minds to get together to coordinate something, what would be how you would set it up to make it even more powerful?
For what goal?
Seeing further, seeing clearer, being able to precisely locate planets and get a much better view of them.
Yeah, I think, as I said earlier, whenever we improve our instrumentation, our precision by a factor of anywhere from 3 up to 10, let's say, in that ballpark, like a big improvement, you get surprises. You find stuff you would never expect. So we've seen that every time. Yeah, I think whenever we listen to the universe in a different way, so we were, for years and years, we've been using our eyes, basically optical lights, looking at the universe, X-rays, radio waves, and then recently we started doing LIGO. LIGO is listening for gravitational waves from the universe instead. So it's like listening to the acoustic oscillations of the universe rather than seeing it. And again, as soon as we started doing that, we discovered tons of emerging black holes, and you transform your idea of how black holes merge. So whenever we do something we've never done before, look in a different way, the universe constantly surprises us. So it's not going to be a single mission. It's not going to be, we should always put all our eggs in this one basket out towards observatory. We need to have this multi-pronged attack. Let's just keep pushing everything and making sure it's a significant improvement on what came before in terms of the sensitivity, and making sure the scientists actually interpret the data. At the end of the day, right? You can't do science unless the data is A, public, and then B, people are actually there to study it. So those are the two key ingredients. Just have great telescopes and great people.
Is funding the biggest bottleneck for it right now? Or is it a lack of interest from the right amount of people? What is it?
So the HWO, we're talking about missions that cost at least $10 million, and the NASA budget is 25 to 26 billion. So it's eating up already. I mean, you build it in 1 year, you need to almost half the budget. So it's impossible for that mission to be built, even though probably because if we get the money, maybe in a year or two, you could probably build something like that. So that if you double NASA's budget, it would come twice as fast. I'm sure you'd have it in maybe 5 years rather than waiting to 2050 as we're talking about space. It's just kind of depressing. It's kind of depressing.
It's like weird stuff happens like when the Biden administration left, they $93 billion in loans just for off to weird places, like which is more than they had done in 15 years. Like, you guys could have done that. You guys have the money to do this insane telescopes. We can find out what we
The entire SETI program was remnant of one attack helicopter. If you did like the exercise in its maximum, would have been the cost of one attack helicopter. The president, I'd go ham. I'd bring in all the cosmologists, like, what do we got to do? Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. You guys want to get rich?
It shows telescopes that we have used and then a few that are being made.
limited. They couldn't really make it any bigger because he couldn't get a rocket that could fit it. So actually, Starship could launch that thing without any involvement. It wouldn't have 200 points of failure. It could actually pretty much fit inside the fuselage of Starship. And even better, it costs less because a huge cost in these space telescopes is making them really light. So the mirrors are like these special honeycomb structures to make them super light and they're low cost to launch. But if you have Starship, you can launch like 100 tons, I think it is. You can literally just take these ground-based telescopes we already have and just shove them in there and, obviously put some chassis on it, but it'd be way cheaper to launch these things. So, I'm very excited about the prospect of having heavy launch capabilities that Starship give us. That plus investment in something like these kind of giant telescope designs where we can launch some truly gargantuan things into space and from those atmospheres and see those aliens that want to out to. So, I would say that the future can be bright because we have the means to do it if we have the will to do it.
It just seems to be a puzzle that most human beings on Earth are fascinated with. The fact that is inadequately funded is enraging. It's enraging. It just makes you crazy. Like, of all the things that we should be interested in, space seems to be the big one. And it was until we were all fucked up by light pollution. I think if we didn't have light pollution, I think people would have a much greater sense of the majesty of our existence in the cosmos. It's such a bummer. It really is.
Have you been to a dark sky zone?
Yes. I've talked about it too many times in the podcast to repeat it, but there was a time when I went to the array in Big Island, Montana, and I went up there on the perfect night. There was no moon, and it was like being in the hull of the universe. It was like being in a spaceship, a convertible spaceship. That's what it felt like. It was so incredible. The entire sky was filled with stars. The Milky Way was beautifully clear, and it was like life changing. Well, life changing. I've gone up there 3 times since. Never caught it that way again.
You got an overview of it. You kind of astronauts when they go to space.
Yes.
I think exactly what you're going to space.
Oh, that's a good
Bring them back, but I don't have that overview. And I think that is.
Launch with Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, she's the guy.
Yeah, I think that would be great for good. I also think they should have a mushroom experience. But that's just me. And going into space, just being able to see it used to be the norm for human beings. There was no light pollution. You could get away from the campfire, you lay on your back, and you see everything. And I think that gave us a better understanding. First of all, it made us more humble, for sure. You're confronted with this impossible image in front of you. And now that we know what that is, so ancient man's looking at it's just incredible, beautiful lights and attracting the constellations and marking them down. This is what this is. What's called as one Leo. But when you get to what we know now, and what we know those are all fireballs in the sky that are bigger than our sun, and they're millions of miles away, that you're seeing just a tiny fraction of what the actual universe is, which is really nuts. When you see, like, I'm sure you've seen this, but maybe people haven't. When there's an image of what you see in the night sky, when you have a full, clear view of the cosmos, it's just yeah, it's still insane and majestic, and I think that we've gotten so arrogant because of cities, because everybody just sees this black cloud over us, this curtain over the sky, and maybe you see the moon, but that's it. You see a dot here or a dot there. That's the only stars you see, and the most bright ones are Venus. And then you don't get a sense of what we're really doing.
Yeah, it makes me sad when
Here's the inner city sky, suburban, urban, rural, excellent dark sky. But then, one thing about the observatory is that it's above the clouds. We drove through the clouds.
that doesn't even do justice.
No, not even close. But there's pictures of it. See if you can, the Mauna Loa Observatory.
Yeah, I think what makes me sometimes sad is astronomers sometimes people say, what's the point of looking for life out there? Like, I care about the bread on the table, economy, and jobs, and factories and stuff like that. I care about the things that really directly affect my life. But I think
also, it's so frustrating that we're very capable of curing all those problems.
With us here tonight, this is our
people on this planet. Poverty, the way it exists today, we can completely just, no one's even tried.
Yeah, the inequality right now is so out of control in this country and the world.
Well, in the country, but in the world, the craziest thing that I've ever heard is that $34,000 is 1% of the world. The 1%ers, the people who run the world, that everyone likes to think they're the people pulling the strings. No, that's you, bitch. And you're a fucking bitch. You work at Starbucks, you're a 1%er. If you work full time at Starbucks, you're the 1% of the world. You're the string puller, but you're not, right? No, the world's really kind of
It's the 0.00, whatever it is. Yeah, that's the problem.
things can be accomplished if we really directed our resources in a kind, moral, and ethical way. We would solve that first and get everybody excited about solving the cosmos.
Yeah, and it's kind of ridiculous that in astronomy, we used to always be completely federally supported. There was some private funding, but by and large, it was pushed and pulled by federal grants and federal money. And I think that's generally healthy, right? Because then it's everyone can apply for it. It's not about being mates with Jeff Bezos or being friends with certain high influence people. But we're getting to this stage increasingly where private money is having a big influence, even in astronomy and other fundamental sciences as well. And then the people that succeed end up being not necessarily the Einsteins, the most brilliant people, there's the people that have the right connections and can pull the strings and were on the island at the right time, that kind of stuff. That's just kind of gross. Yeah, it shouldn't be that way.
It's also gross that humans can control resources, but think about all the problems they have on Earth that are directly a result of someone wanting to control natural resources. That really should be everybody's. If we're really smart about it, we're like, the oil's clearly everybody's, the water's clearly everybody's. We should all agree that all the stuff that we need should be everybody's. Yeah. It's like, you can charge you for air would be wild, right? They can charge you for water. They can charge you for oil. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that we've allowed that system to be in place where an individual can literally be in control of the blood of the earth that we use to make plastic and electronics. And that's where we're at.
Right, so when you get that, you do go to like into space, I've never had that experience in clear night skies, but I think when you look out, you see not countries and boundaries, you just see this, we're all in this together, so this tiny little fragile thing. Is it like this is making so easily, but we also make it so glorious if we work together.
It also gives me pause about this whole idea that the aliens are all like space daddies coming to keep us from blowing ourselves up. Like, that might be like very idealistic thinking.
If they don't exist, we're on our own. That should go illusion, right? It's like it's wishing for that fatherly figure to come down and hear my ways, look after us, and that's just let the camera ain't come in, Joe. This is it, right? It's on us. It's on our skin to solve this really problem.
Well, I was like, when the United States was about to bomb Iran, I was like, okay, well, we're gonna find out. Let's see if the aliens step in. They're going, hey, cut this shit. They didn't. Maybe they only step in when we use nukes. Maybe they have like a threshold of acceptable aggression that they allow.
I don't think there's any backstop. There's no backstop.
I think it's up to us. I think we have to figure it out. But I think we're all aware of that, and it's kind of the cool part of this whole, the weirdness of this experience that we're going through is that it's not guaranteed, and that there's a bunch of struggle that really has to take place, a lot of thinking that has to take place, a lot of talking, and an understanding, and a recognition that some of our behavior is totally illogical. A lot of it totally counterproductive, but like why? Like why are we still behaving like territorial beings? Like what is it? Even though you're not, and I'm not, Jesus, not like a lot of people are. It's not everything. It's not every interaction that does happen, but it's enough that it's still pushing the worst aspects of our life, which is war, poverty, crime, and violence. It's still pushing all those things.
But I mean, it's hard because you became like top podcasts because there's competition, and that competition probably drove you to make podcasts better and better and better. And simply as a scientist, we're in competition with each other. So there's almost a capitalist system embedded into science that I want to not like crush my enemy or something, I'm trying to crush the other scientists, but I certainly I know what the level field is, and you want to
to stand out, you have to get better at that level. And so that drives me to become, I'm definitely influenced by competition. I feed off it. And it makes me a better scientist when I know someone's breathing down my neck, my data. I'm like, let's just crank out the hours. We're going to do the best we can. But if I know no one my data set for years to myself, I'm just going to choose. Be like, there's no urgency here. Let's think about other things, do other stuff. So that competition, like you said, is really double-edged. And I don't know, we need to figure out a way to channel it because I did martial arts as a kid. One of the things I really learned was I did taekwondo, I did a bit of Muay Thai, and I did some Shotokan karate, but mostly taekwondo. And I learned a lot from that, and just mentally learn myself. And I really want my kids to do martial arts because I feel like it's just a transformative experience for learning how to master yourself. And one of the things I really learned was how to channel negative feelings into something productive. Whereas I was feeling really good about a breakup with a girlfriend at the time, and I was just beating the crap out of these punch bags. I was going training every night, every session I could get my hands on, and then it ended up turning me into this like beast. I was like ripped, I got a six-pack, and I was training with the national squad, and I was pretty decent. And it wasn't that I was aiming to do that, it was just an outlet for this anger. And then I looked back and I realized, hey, I managed to turn this negative thing into something really productive. And I tried to, whenever I have those kind of feelings, I always try to twist them in the same way. I remember when I first wrote at Harvard, I had the same thing. I wrote at Harvard, and all the names of the corridors were famous professors. And I was just freaking out. I was like, I'm going to have coffee with this guy. This is legend. I was like, how am I going to like have another conversation with these dudes? And I remember I was kind of like a bit of an outcast because I wasn't anyone to grow at the time. And I remember walking down the corridor and saying, oh, here comes the movie. There's a movie guy in the group or something. I don't know who, just crazy. So I laughed and I came around the corridor and kind of like, just kind of forward. And I felt like they all looked down at me. And they probably did back then. And after a few years, I know I had respect because I was out publishing and I was driven by that competition. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove to you how good I am. I'm publishing twice when you publish. I'm going to do better science than you. I'm going to make myself so good. You can't ignore it. It'd be ridiculous to ignore what I'm doing because I'm so far ahead of it. That's what I want to do. And I got to a point where I knew they wanted me in their group. And I'm like, oh, come try me. And I didn't let them get close because I knew I performed better when I played that game in my head that everyone's against me. You're just sort of a mind fucker. And it's like saying, I get it, saying it's martial arts, it's like learning what the tricks, the hacks that make you operate well. And being conscious of it. And I think as a society, we do that as a competition to have that makes us super productive. But it's just a way that we hack it and channel it in a conscious way towards a productive outcome. Turn it into enthusiasm and turn it into inspiration instead of just being overcome with jealousy and rage, which is what happens in the interesting about this podcast. I don't think of it competitively at all, and I never have. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's successful is because this podcast, even though my podcast is cooperative, but I don't know how many podcasts I join with my friends do podcasts. I've been on their podcasts, I have them on, I'll do their podcast sometimes, I like we all promote each other. So it's yeah, I mean, I don't know how to do it, but I think what I want to do, and I think the only way to have your resources, your concentration, and all your efforts put entirely into the subject matter of the conversations you're doing, you shouldn't be thinking about anything else. You shouldn't be thinking about results. I just think about process. That's all I think about. I don't think about it's like, okay, he's going to do the questions. What am I going to tell you? And I'm excited about this. All of a sudden, I'll drive my car out to the sauna phase. I just really get worked up about it. But I don't do it for competition. I do it because I think I'm super lucky to be able to do it. And I think it would be a horrible misuse of that fortune if I didn't treat it with respect. If I didn't do my best every time I do it. So I just do that. And that's it. Yeah. Too much martial arts, you go something that's right. if you don't have an accurate assessment of your abilities, and you think you're better than you really are, if you can't see someone do something other than better, then you're missing out. Because you're also missing out on the opportunity for you personally to get better, and you're delusional, and you think you're better than you are, and you work as hard, and you correct some of the errors in your technique, and your approach, your tactics. You have to constantly have people that are being trained all the time. So that's sort of a cooperative thing that came out of martial arts when you need killers to become killers. That helped me so much in comedy because my approach to comedy was different than most of the other comedians that had television deals and movie deals. They all wanted to be the man, and they wanted to be on the top and kind of keep everybody else down. There was a lot of that going on. There's people that were cooperative, but I was ultra cooperative. Like I would prop people up. I wanted them to get better. I would tell them how to get better. I'd help them. I'd help young guys. I'd want to go on the road with people funnier than me. Like I wanted it because I know for martial arts, this is the only way. You don't get comfortable and get better. You gotta be like really comfortable a lot of the time to get better. But then getting better is the ultimate. That's what the goal is for everyone. And it can't just be for you. If you have this short-sighted idea like I have with you, no, you're missing out on the whole thing is you need a bunch of cables. You need everybody to be awesome. And then we all rise together. That's how it has to be. In science, it's so often it's the same comedy in science. I mean, anything with high thinking time. There's famous as an asshole. A lot of comics like that too. Big name guys. Yeah, he gets to the top and then spends most of his physical credits frustrating other people down, right? And there's a need to be singularly recognized as the one everyone to see. That's just me and it's only me. But there's all, the scientists, I think we all admire and get off in the bed, especially once you're collaborative, like comedy lecture and what do together. So there's a lot to sometimes with the guidance and scientists should try. When I was a student, they used to get us to come in and teach scientists how to talk to public, how to do scientific communication. And it's the same, it's the same kind of thing. You have to go to the boss and stand up there and explain that situation. It helps if you have an English accent. Very clear. Easy now. Talking about the context. Comedy doesn't help. I can help. Works at Jimmy Carr, works at Rothschild'S. There's a certain air of respectability that comes with an English accent, an American accent. So I think there's a lot today. Public speaking is a lot of science. It's taken so many brilliant scientists and they just become, it's an unfortunate situation. And there's so many people that call themselves science educators and don't really know what they're talking about. They're talking about science. These are the people that are like the figureheads. Unfortunately, instead of the actual people that are doing science, yeah, it's a skill. I mean, it's a skill that anyone can learn. If you can talk to a friend, if you can talk to the public, you just have to learn how to do it. You have to get better at it. It's not impossible. And yeah, you're going to have anxiety, but that's a challenge. You should just embrace that challenge and get over it. And just have notes and be prepared and practice. Just like everything else. Like if you're intelligent enough to do cosmology, you're intelligent enough to talk publicly in front of a bunch of people about cosmology, and you also, you're going to have a certain amount of enthusiasm that you're going to have to figure out the right way to convey it to people to make it infectious. And that's where it gets complicated. Because some people are brilliant, but they're bland and flat. And, I'm sure you've had professors hit them, right? Yeah, and they're brilliant, but they're just like, oh my God, I'm throwing out this motherfucker. And then it's fascinating to listen to the way he talks. It's a thing. It's a factor. It's not the only one, but it's a thing. It's a part of it. You can teach someone to be the same as. No. I think you can't teach someone to be Dave Chappelle, but you can teach them to be a better version of who they are, for sure. And then extroverts or extroverts and introverts or introverts, and this is like, you're not going to be the same person as Jim Carrey. You have to be that guy to be that guy. But you can learn how to better express yourself. And you can learn, there's techniques, there's an understanding of how the human mind that's interpreting what you're saying, how are they perceiving this? Are they perceiving your emotions? Maybe there's an anecdotal story that you can bring out with passion that connects things these people do so they can understand what made you so locked into this idea. And then they feel it. Instead of just blandly reciting facts and just doing it because it's the way you do it with your coworkers and your peers. Really, that's really easy. Communication. And when I first started chatting, I was cold. I was looking at other stuff that he was doing well, and I was trying to translate that style of video onto my own. And it wasn't. It was kind of like too animated, too family. I don't know what you person. It was like, hey, that's an idea. That's just like not. It doesn't jive with me that much. But I put it on, and then I was doing so well, and we started like and subscribe after a while. And I was like, that was it. But before I honestly, watching videos like really wanted to maybe like super deep and I kind of opened it up adversity and you have to be able to vulnerable to let you become a romantic. So I went from a romantic element that's really good. Why am I so passionate about the stars? What are the deep questions that I've been since I was a kid? You have to let that personality come out. And once people realize why you personally are so fascinated by this becomes affections, and they start to get the same book. So yeah, I learned as a kind of communicator that certainly being willing to be vulnerable. It was very strange as a scientist to talk about vulnerability and emotional connection. Unless you let that in, it becomes dry, it becomes inaccessible. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that applies to almost any kind of public speaking, whether it's to it applies to music. When someone's singing blues, you just know that they've had some heartache. I can always say that that's one of the reasons why Janis Joplin was so good. When she would sing "Take a Little Piece of My Heart," you believe that. You believed it. Like it was coming out like that. That's a lady that's experienced pain. Yes. Check that out. Yeah. I mean, that was so much more. Yeah. You can't imitate that. Yeah, you can't imitate that. And you can't imitate that with comedy. You can't imitate that with anything. But I think you can teach people how to do that when they're talking about science. It can be taught. Yeah, find their own authentic voice. Because no one wants to see a copy, right? You want to see something fresh. That's so exciting. Well, I mean, the beautiful thing about YouTube and putting out your own content is you can figure that out on your own. You don't have to get molded by executives and some show business type people that are going to turn you into a version they think is going to be most marketable. You can figure, and people will probably they would probably tell you to do it differently. They'd probably tell you to you gotta have more energy, David. You gotta like wave your hands around a lot. That's why I did it. Wear a bow tie. I used to do a few of those, and I don't stick with it.
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous amount of videos, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to do a very short mini video to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim. That is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, the Roman general in Jerusalem, in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continued, particularly through the line of Mariamne, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years, from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100 odd years that are quite distinct. We spent a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their law. I look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean ritual was essentially in Judea, right? In the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successor Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee, and then under his nephews, we begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Cohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus, who sees very significant expansion to the north, throughout Samaria, through the coast as well, and most significantly, for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This would become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is another more controversial period in Jewish history, because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree, but this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism was essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this, or even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Rabbi, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis and sages who we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of political reach, in terms of cultural activity, in terms of economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin that is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive this coin is. It stands on center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's the kind of thing in which Yochanan Gadol was first himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the Commonwealth Jews. Others were less hesitant about the presence of both countries and kings. This is also an exceptional point here because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body also. Quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the stages, lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait for the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shamsia Amalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai, who was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome. Beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shamsia Amalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen, or the queen Shamsia, peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the Rabbi. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100-odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the success of Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. So Amalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult and so on. So Shamsia Amalka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and really reign is regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabi was engaged in the struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel. But with the death of Shamsia Amalka in the year 67, her son engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that paternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. It's hard to imagine a paternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. If Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in further videos. So now, though, we had a quick look at the brief rise, tremendous expansion, and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll also continue with discussion of the internal religious development in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Which I think is possible, but I would say that's probably a much less likely solution with what the astrophysics are. Why do you think that the universe's age is a less likely solution? Because we've got this like in quantum physics, we've got the standard model, which occurs with all the particles and the electron, baryons, all this kind of stuff. And in cosmology, we have a silicon model. It's called lambda CDM. And so the lambda stands for dark energy, and the CDM is called light. So this is our standard model. And we have used it to explain so much stuff. We're talking about the cosmic ray oscillations in scope. The oscillation was the stretching universe, and time search stuff that works beautifully. It works out to like a 0.0. So if you say the universe age wrong, you have to give that up. So maybe it's maybe that. But if you give it a radical idea, which can now explain all of this stuff at a singular precision. Like it's is that astrophysics like a gas swirling around the planets that are colliding with each other. That's just intensity of my mind, and the actual model just the simple fashion goes between fairly simple geometric model. Fairly simple that you can use whatever methods that we're using currently to measure everything that's out there, and it makes sense. If we're using something like the James Webb Telescope, so we're going to get a much deeper view of the universe. How limited is the James Webb in comparison to James Webb 2.0, 3.1? Like, are we going to have to continually revamp what our understanding of this process is? Yes. That's exciting. That's right. That's our science is. And every time we build a telescope that is 10 times more size than this thing, every time we have been surprised. And so these early galaxies are a good example. The commentaries also go, now one of the big surprises is this thing called Hubble potential. Hubble potential. So Hubble potential is measuring the expansion of the universe, how massive things flying above. And you can do it two ways. You can use the quantum microwave backgrounds as the earliest radiation detect. This stuff is around 3 Kelvin. You can detect it in a microwave, and this is the light which is traveling basically when the universe was 380,000 years old. That light we see in all directions. That's how everything happened. It didn't happen in one place. It happened everywhere. You just see this light coming from all directions. And from studying that radiation, you can kind of get a model of the universe and you can calculate using this model how much the universe will be expanding today. And you get a and then if you do that experiment with you actually measure the stars. You measure the supernovae around these pulsating stars and you can measure how fast stuff is expanding. You get a different number. They don't like that. And so this is really weird. So somehow something's wrong. Right? Either our measurements of the level of the universe must be wrong in some way. This model that we're using to calculate the history of the universe, something is wrong with that model. This is the universe growing cosmology is now from a 5 sigma level. So that means the chance of this being random is just like 0. Essentially, it's just as it is, it's a real fact. And now we just have to figure out what's wrong. Is it the observers or is it the theorists? We're excited to way forwards. Yeah, it's hard. I go question talk to my cosmology colleagues. I know, depending on who I talk to, they'll give me a so I think the test disturbing light list. These new telescopes keep showing us this new puzzle. It's kind of bothers me. It's sort of like rigidly good. Everyone has this and their bias. If you spend, it's hard, right? If you spend 20 years your most academic career studying this one thing, it's really hard to turn around and say, what is right now? Right? That's 20 years of measurements and I do Hubble plane. That's not easy, but it has happened in some cases. One of my favorite stories about this is the first exoplanets was a plane. The plane went on the star. One of the first ones. It was it was a pulsar that had a run supposedly over a 6-month period, so exactly half the Earth's period. And they saw this signal in their data, this pulsating something, so they figured out that 6-month period. So the dude published this paper, Andy Bales, doing astronomy, and he realized later on and instead of it being a real planet, we haven't quite corrected the eccentricity of the Earth. So the Earth is not that cool, but its eccentricity is 0.0467. It's a tiny number, but that will never have been accounted for in a calculation. And so he had to stand up in front of hundreds of astronomers at this famous IAEA meeting, and he admitted he was wrong, and he was saying that they should have allowed it for him. This house has some other views on when we're talking about aging, 14 billion or 22 billion, those numbers don't even register online. They're not real. You know what I mean? It's like you see a 1 and a 3 and you kind of get it, but you don't get it because you don't go into it. It's not much.
Membership of the Rabbi,
sources to minor sources to
as mysterious. Almost always that's a kind of
it's kind of in that concept to the distance where it's a so it's a candidate for a planet. Yes. So it has to be completely changed. It's supposed to just so there's 3 photos that James took. So I took 3 images, and one of those images it captures an actual photo. You can see the picture in light. That's how power transfer happens. Why is it if I start to see it? Yeah, right here. That's one. That's the other one. Wow. Takes you to look out the star and the stars immediately turns brighter than the planets. You're just surprised with all this advanced chronograph technology that James has. But when you do that, you zoom right in, you see the tunnel. And then I just look at that. I love how they want the locating headline outdoor planet. The other article you pulled up, I was quite that the planet from the Avatar movies may exist in real life. You just try to get me with my God. It's kind of weird that they have to do that, but like this is the world we're living in now. Everyone has such a short attention span. You're fumbling through your Google feed, like what's new? It's going to kind of slow. Yeah, it's got to get you somehow. So there's some. It's probably the tricycles. They live. The dynamics is so crazy. It's highly eccentric and twisted orbits, and that's exactly what this planet is today. So this planet actually goes like rock orbits, actually twice a lot. So it's cool. Pull that article back up again, please, Jay. The second one was less than so. How large is this planet? This one. It's down. It looks like it's about 100 times heavier. That's the size of it. Why does Nolan's job? Because it's still good. Essentially living in the separation of the solar system. So it is it's 0.7 here on the last 1.5. So it seems to be a positive. It's got a 1.5 or something in terms of weight. Take the last one, just one of them. And it's dependent on the mass of the planet. It's just our space. So it was massive. There's a planet with the asteroid. This episode is brought to you by Uber Eats. Summer is here, and you can now get almost anything you need for your sunny days delivered with Uber Eats. What do I mean by balls? Well, you can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered a day in the sun. No, a bottle of rum. Yes, Uber Eats can definitely get you that for almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. For alcohol, you must be legal drinking age. Please enjoy responsibly. Product availability varies by region. See app for details. Sometimes they found the words that usually it's not that predictive. How common are asteroid belts? When it comes to So it does reveals two questions of gaps where a planet should be. One is an asteroid belt, every one of them. Yeah, that one got you. You're really well. But yeah, this one? Is this the largest one? Stevens in 218. A little tiny one before I left. Like an hour sun in comparison to that thing. Oh my god. And what's crazy is the most common types of and it's even smaller than that. Yeah, the most common types of is when 75% of stars are very close. Only 10% of stars are like our sun. It's already that's kind of long. You kind of think, all things being equal, how come it happens? What is causing one to be so massive and another solar system, fairly close to it to be small? Like, what is it?
Yeah, the difference is it's a bit easier to make a small thing, right? It's kind of like having Chrome's done your surfer or something, like breaking it apart. It's easier to have small dusty things than it is to have huge pieces of cookies still left on your surfer. So generally, it's pretty hard for the conditions to come together to make a gigantic, supermassive star. In the early years, those conditions were present because it was just so dense. But as we get more in time, it gets harder and harder to make those super huge behemoths. These stars are what they call the type 3 population stars, and we haven't found one of those just yet that might be able to detect one. Those are the first stars ever born that are going to find all the electricity stars that got contaminated by any metals. Right, so it has so much metals in it, most stars do. We can use that to figure out how old they are in their history. The first stars were just very steep hydrogen. So we'd love to be able to see what they look like. We've never seen one of those up close. But generally, in the anticipation of the existence of stars, like how far away. Yeah, those stars are stars even like over 100 million years after the Big Bang. So you can look back to about 13, 7, 13. It's the James Webb Pulsar. This is possible. Yeah, this is some people say it might just about be possible. Others say it's completely impossible for the next generation. But I think if we're lucky, it could just happen. How many next generations do we do? I could see AI coming up with that and constructing something novel that can see things in a way that we're not currently using. When you think about what we do, when you're explaining how the James Webb works with over 200 moving parts and you have to shoot it into the sky, flames, and rockets, and then you get this thing up there that starts observing, starts taking photographs. We're so limited in what we can see. It's still a device that's in space, and it's a device that's so close to us. It's just so close, relatively speaking. And, it takes forever to get there. It's really powerful rockets, all that, but it's just right there. What could we come up with without it? What theories are in place to make something that has a far wider range and much more clarity? The ultimate, again, all these ideas came out of the aliens. They had enough technology that on this thing could connect to a telescope would be to use the sun as a telescope. So the sun has intense gravity and it bends light. So this was an experiment that Arthur did to prove Einstein general relativities of the stars during potential flares, and he noticed the stars to the sun. And so he used that to figure out how much light it bends. So whenever you have light bending, that's a telescope. That's a mirror. So you can take
Log back in.
behind the sun, it'll bend to a mass, and then focus one.
Michael Jackson's back.
It's about 550 times the power of the sun. So 558 and along with just travel the light, we have like this called focal line. You put a telescope there, and essentially have a bending area of the sun. So you can image continents, rivers, and cities on the exoplanet. If you can put something there, while that is the ultimate fiber of an alien would do if they want to observe Earth. They would just put behind their sun and stick one of those telescopes with the large around the Earth. And this is just with our understanding of telescopes and our understanding of viewing things. The match with because that's physics of 8 million years more technology advance such innovations that we can't comprehend. And we can see that change everything. With this telescope, you constantly keep moving, and you won't be able to image us eventually like the headlines of movies as well. So this project starts from wanting to improve driving towards the nearest star, followed by supermasses and rotate
Right now,
diamonds, improved structures, rotate. What is that like? So it take 4 years. It would take about 20 years. This means they would get 20% speed of light. So it would take 20 years, take a photo, so 24 years altogether. So this is your great challenge. His dream was that he could see a version of time travel. And that's pretty much the best way we have to Is the work being done to try to make that happen? Yeah, so I'm not sure the current status of Starship. $1 million, I believe.
Dude, just fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
I wasn't part of that project. I actually came up with a toy story recently called Tars from Interstellar. Tars from the Tars Tars. And so I came up with a twist on their idea, a split between their idea quickly first and then my twist. Their idea is like, if you really want to go to the nearest star system, you're not going to do it with a giant spaceship. That's just, we can't do anything about that right now. The most
No.
realistic thing you can do is to get a tiny sheet of material, pretty much like a piece of mylar, a piece of aluminum foil, and blast it with light, with a laser. And so they're talking sort of 100 gigawatts of laser power, where it's just going crazy about energy. So here's the cell injected, and then the other hand is huge array mega lasers that will tremendously blast it.
Very nice. That's all.
You just light from the sun. This is given, it's like a steroids, right? You're just going to light it up to whatever speed you want. When people sort of say, this is sort of idea how it's not going to destroy the cell, 100 gigawatt laser to cell, like obliterate the thing. This thing has to be dangerously shiny to avoid burning up the beam. And then, of course, how do you put it into a software in the ground? That's why it's on the side now. Like twisting it on its side and trying to avoid smashing into dust particles. It's generally operating hardware systems are straight. And if you're it's a century system, which works with our projects, it's about 4 parts. And there is actually a plan there. We can fly that to fly past it, and it's not worked out. It's an beam that framework. And that's hard. I mean, how do you even get the data transmission rate to the image back? Just imagine if it gets there and you see lights. How crazy happens. It's so. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We go to doctors and dentists for checkups for a reason, to make sure that everything's fine and to tackle anything before it turns into something bigger. If you care about your health, it's a good idea to seek out preventative care. But did you know you can also be just as proactive when it comes to your safety? With a Simply Safe home security system, you can get peace of mind and take action before something happens. It's not just an alarm that goes off when an intruder breaks in. AI-powered cameras and live monitoring agents can detect and deter suspicious activity. They can speak to people in real time, turn on spotlights, and even call the police. You can get a lot of use out of their systems. There's a reason Simply Safe has been named Best Home Security System of 2025 by CNET. Try it out. They have started at around $1 a day. Plus, get 50% off your new Simply Safe maybe down the road to the point where it's not even recognizable as life. It doesn't even have to have a physical form.
Yeah, well, it's completely possible. There's nothing we can do to detect it. And when we look, when we mention things, relationships on the
So basically, what the midrash is God's direction of conversation with Abraham. Perhaps you can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished. Meaning, it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that the midrash as well, one of the amazing things about the God of midrash is that it's so rich and powerful in meaning that really contains so many profound thoughts as you try to work through it. Also, note please that the midrash is being intrinsically opaque. It's not simply given to you by everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It is a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful. Okay, let us go on to the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular tradition.
following this conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan.
Let us now discuss the Mishnah. As you see from this photograph here, the Mishnah derives for the vast majority of Jewish history to preserve exclusively of the highly androcentric activity. The
Following this conversation with Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan.
And they
He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the World.
20th century in particular,
And he has written many other books, including Emperor Disease, Kublai Khan, and the Making of China, Genghis Khan, The Quest for God, Secret History of the Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and a pleasure for me. This is my favorite podcast. Support it. We should put our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father and his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe, from a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe.
The story of Genghis Khan is the story I think of all of us. It doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before. I've seen patients before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his family was meant and how he was conceived. And that is, one day, a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, but also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were scarce tents. They owned all of the houses, and so they had to have carts go back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke. Yasuke, kids are father. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the novels were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her. He knew she was young, and she was a new bride. He rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And the man came and his first husband, the woman, looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, he figured he would probably fall to the men after him. They would chase him. He chased them far away, circled around, he arrived back at the door where his wife, when they went for the crowd had died to think while he was wandering around, chased by the multitude. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another one. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her food. After 1 year, you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic poem. He rode away. And he looked back at the horse. His heels reins were hanging down, back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously. When the chief overstayed, the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cottage. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and weep. One of the brothers said to her husband, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your scream, you will never see this mountain before time. There was a moment she could still understand what her that's the beginning of the story. Let's get there. It's going to reverberate every detail of it. We'll come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Jesus, it's going to take longer. Because you read all the future, to some extent, certain parts of the world, it would say it still exists.
So the meeting is really
The child is mother of the man, and it's the child who had created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man who became. And so he was accessing unusual situations where a child is being born in a woman who is being held by strange people. He already had another wife, another husband, and a wife that loved him. He ended up with already one son, later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father initially wasn't even there. So when the child was born, it was all planning the Tatars. Who did this campaign against the Tatars? Two Tatars. One of them was which is sort of person of iron. With the paper, as we will go in back there. So he came back, he had a baby, and he shot him, maybe really much person of iron, or iron man, we might call it. After the man he killed. So he hit that mother, which is a second no, we don't leave a boy, but this is a second. someone his father just killed. We thought it was fishy, but yeah,
the payoff
just there was no episode in his childhood.
holidays.
Suspicious. Father and mother moved camp one time. He's put young and somehow failed on him and forgot him.
Also,
He was left behind.
how
His young child, we don't know what age might have been.
primarily written by and
He was left behind.
so it was
As it turned out, some other man died June found him, but then they kept him for a while and eventually he his father. It's very odd to me that I've never had any inkling of a stronger relationship with his son. Because then when he was 8 years old, his father decided to take him out and hide away. Much by the life they were going through. The child in that family and the boy in that family came along with them. They were raising him up and they were treating him the way they were gambling and going. So he's taking him off at age 8. He didn't take the mother's son because it was he was keeping him. There was something about Georgia that had been lost once and now one got achieved and reunited the family. But now his father takes him off at age 8 and he was going to take him to Rothschild'S family. He never made it. He stopped with another family and joined the first family he came across. The words of the secret insisted. So against his will, there was fire in his eyes and fire in his mouth. He saw this film later. He was about 9 years old, listening to it, but he ordered to stay there with that family. According to the story, the other father dragged him there and gambling. The way home was telling him he saw a drinking party and he decided to join them. They were guitars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody got it figures out. They figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was going back home. But within a few days, he died. So now, he was in his home living with another family. Nobody comes from this family. What comes to get him back. And they make it through the winter. Make it through the winter. On the earth figured out she has 4 sons. One knows everything they are before the door was they make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the land is good. But they have a ceremony. They started the ceremony with no children. So she gave him between her and she's left out. The old women said, "You're the one who we don't have to feed. We will feed you if you come. We don't have to feed you." That's a corrupted woman. She was a real one who gave you the feed. That was really the signal that when they moved in, you're not taking her. You had to took her. Don't hang out. She still had one horse to go. And she jumped on the horse and she took the better of her husband and she raced around after his soul for the first time. And so she raced around and they were got nervous and so they canceled the night and they waited until it was dark and they took off. And this time one of the friends of the family came running out and tried to stop them and they killed him. Would you cry? He's a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He's just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steps. 4 children, possibly 5 already. So to know mother will have 2 children. All have to die. Winter comes, and it will surely the secret is Which flows into Siberia and on into a dry call. They had to go through
It is perhaps a common misconception that we were going to kill them all, we're going to kill them somehow better than we will destroy these people forever. More cooperative, more positive, more morally upstream. And generally more politically aware of the realities that surround them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I use Rothschild'S Rabbi to discuss, but when it comes to a historical perspective, I'm reminded of my father's favorite motto, "Reflection sediment shows," which means the way is changing, the more it stays the same. They also come in at night, and so the first century before the common era, through the first century of the common era, is absolutely incredible. And then they race by packet or to our home. So I'd like to look at 3 years today, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Because I'll save that for another video. So today, let's just look at the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Sadducees. How do we know about these groups? In fact, the name for these groups comes commonly entirely from Josephus, who discussed it in great detail that we will come back to again and again. And I see that people who haven't talked about very much yet is the important century evangelists that we don't need to have yet. Egypt. And we have very important confidence of Jewish songs to the outside world. And both of them give us an insight into the journey of Jewish political, religious, social expression as it was. And filling the gaps from what remains from Josephus' material testimony with application of non-Christian the Torah and scriptures and so on, but really heavily reliant on overall structure and structure demonstration of Judah. And I'll try and point out some of these structures. I know we still have the records of these groups, but for now let's concentrate on the 3 main groups. The first main group that we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find in the Jewish scriptures or the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and Talmud and so on. As they may be known as the Phoenicians, which means those who separate, making themselves the etymology as culture. It could be that it was originally a term of Ethiopia, asked the Pharisees because they had separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an answer designated as the honesty system. That is actually very common history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up looking how they want to become a culture. One example that is quite noteworthy from today, we see the Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called ultra-Labradors, the old believers in the history of the 18th century, in particular, in the 19th century, and the term was meant to be an Orthodox one belief, which is not allowed entirely true, but we'll get to that true. And ultimately, the Orthodox were not necessarily who are the Christians? Who are the Pharisees? They are by following identified with the rabbi, which is the people who lay claim to an ancestral tradition in the Torah, and which ultimately the survivors of this particular time, as the intellectual
other tensions of what's going on, that they would they shoot it with arrows. What happens afterwards is usually interesting dynamics of what's going on before, because when you have something approaching, she's very under her son. In the United States, she screams and hollers and gets all this kind of, if you can imagine, you will never have anybody in your life just your own shadow, because you were worshiping everything that she could hear the she was so eager on and on and on. So she was obviously extremely stressed out. Why some children are like just say, I don't know, and we can just join up. This episode of Radio I don't think it was the Gateway meeting. It was important, but I don't think it was the Gateway meeting. Brother was gone. Mom was gone. They did all that happened.
So it does show, it's interesting, it shows that today's mind take care of a sad situation.
Very particular about the amount of diet and salary behavior. So on the status for a patient support. The rabbis would say, I would say to follow Rothschild'S, they would consider that there. Right, all the but all these things that went down on the early one lab and the story
This is like
I've already mentioned the challenges of the temple very briefly. She had no very how but nevertheless, they had a very strong how many were there? The doctors and numbers thousands, which I don't know whether that's a big number or a small number.
Yes, we established this relationship with John Big. So they decided to stay together.
Very much what kind of contract that is available. Aspect that, however, with Josephus' reference to about 4,000 scenes, which will
That's one of those things that to this day, almost
excellent. And then you get the impression that it would have been very small.
he says much later in life,
Some sense
when his sons were against him,
how they were
so that there was a child working
all thousands of guys and all
against his wife. You did not see the scripture. I don't know. You did not see the scripture. You did not see the furniture. You do not know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, and he is my son, to say, you were right there. You come from the same warm womb. Your mother was here, your word. Her warm womb.
They are known
Turns. and what you gave him made us great. I heard there's unusual later. I don't know what grade particular was. It was unusual given that I know in his meeting, but I don't know all the meetings behind it. What's sort of odd today. But all the bells and I sort of think about it different ways. But all the bells were local events really decided to make so all the was fun. And even now, person I know rebuilt September not today, when they rebuilt but they still use the word was sweet, no bell. It was very important symbol of manhood. So he gave them the budget, but they celebrated. And then the words of Russian history, they spent a part of this day fighting in a wonderful, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, ultimately to name the baby, George visit. All these things that sometimes we can't quite understand. We don't have the total mentality of how they go through it out there. But we should say that it's pretty powerful story. Is that John's point beyond his and he accepted that John is killed. Although because much more later this is first because the events that Israel So here's this great how did that relationship go? Two of them never had just separated. Now we're having a long con. His most powerful ruler on this earth was ruling out of central Mongolia. And so Tonka remains loyal to him, but it worries so does the Butchers. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not.
In 1947, just months before the
Eventually, some things happen. Separate the Butcher. The Butcher was making all these great pictures. And he was even coming close to the world with the It was a new time of the Hashmonaim, the rise of the rabbis, and some of the auspicious meeting of the right up until the sea. There had something to do with that. Normally it's really like
one thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were taken and stuff, I discovered biblical fragments. Typically not entire examples of sources, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures of the section of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents which say a lot about what it has to like. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the others than the biblical texts, which copies from failures? We know quite a bit about the this, by the way, is an area of the settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. Obviously, they have the stores of wealth and safekeeping, and this is not actually what it is. They live down in the valley, so it's they describe their own communities, so it's of the anger of the discipline, which are buildings with pure, and so we don't tend to see the world as how they live. We know that the Mexicans of Puebla are Jewish, that they observe property that is a kind of guerrilla and some kind of emergency type environment where all property was but they had a very defined spot of religious order. They dressed all in white, set a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with great deal of contribution and after religion themselves and so on. And they had ethnic rituals about how they would gather in silence twice a day with highly status people receiving first. All really fascinating having to tell us the concepts about the specific of the day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of idea, perhaps after one had children, because having children by the way was not an idea before, and so they would not have been able to conduct themselves until after they fulfilled that children, at least what they were thinking, like the Pharisees were ready. They may be the so-called experiences that are made as often indicate are those that with their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Israeli. So it's hard to make this label stick. The term has seen Libya terminology. It does not appear to be Hebrew word. Those who use it as a Greek outfit is always derived from this description of them. And there's a lot of definitions of what that actually. But what they sometimes call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast other groups, and again, they technically found amongst these labeling in other groups that we know existed, the sons of darkness, perhaps they call the Sadducees, and some theories of the possibility that perhaps these Qumran communities were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Qur'an, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the Shabbat ritual of the Torah required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, when they were separated and all touched. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure that is very difficult to understand, which is ultimately that back then, with other records of it. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of strange things, and somehow they find that passage to the Pharisees, for example, the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisees like this itself. These are all great questions, I'm sure.
so sick. Dog, this motherfucker's so sick. Oh, his fucking face is exploding. He's so sick. Mind blown. Oh man. Oh, it's shit. Really? Who knows? Maybe not. What up, Simon versus Dan? You're gonna fucking hate me. Why? Dog. If I had somebody just spamming me all the time and I actually cared about streaming, really? Dog, I would be like, you're the worst person ever. Get the fuck out of my stream. Really? Psych, bitch. What are you gonna say, Simon versus Dan? I'm gonna wear down these mods. No, no, This guy's gonna hate me. Really? Here's that look. Don't fuck up, bitch. Oh man, I gotta stretch. Really? I have a prayer for the dramatic baby. The sexiest pimp of all time. Name a sexier pimp. I'll wait. Genghis Khan, psych. Wilt Chamberlain, psych. Tom Weisskopf, psych. Sickest motherfucker. Left Tom Kite, psych. Really? Tom Kite or Tom Weisskopf? Why? He won the 92 U.S. Open. Did he? Yeah. Are you sure? Uh-huh. Are you positive? Dollars and donuts. Time tight. Why did you know Tom Kite won the 92 U.S. Open? Why don't you? Is the question. It's not why do I know that Tom Kite won the 92 U.S. Open. It's why the fuck don't you know that? That's the question. Ass. Are you done? Dog. This shit is on. Alright. Ban from chat, chill luck. Why'd you quit being a slut? I'm sorry. It was not just that somebody I started school And a warm soul dressed as somebody throughout the world. I'm only fan of Tim Hortons. That's like asking me, am I a fan of a inferior country? Fuck no. Have you ever been to Tim Hortons? I've seen them. Where? Canada? Why? If Canada's inferior, why'd you go there? You drink at 19? Is that the only reason to go to Canada? What's another reason to go to Canada? There isn't one. I will understand if you go to Canada as an American between the ages of 19 and 21. Aside from that, there's no reason. None. Joe Rogan doesn't go to Canada. Neither do we. Why? Because we're older than fucking 21, son. Are you done? What is this? What are you done? Blah, blah, blah. I'm tired of this. Wait, are you done? Is that shit working? No. Why? Nothing works. This sucks. Take a look at me. I started school in a long-term dress that somebody's left. Living out.
he's cast out because he's just so notorious. The family doesn't want him. And his father is determined who he was. He kidnapped him. He also she has the child who goes in and says, it's a confusing mix, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. By the time you get to the life of the butcher, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see people record instances where Martha sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't make it anymore. I mean, it's all recorded, so it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret, it was only for the family. He was trying to oppose his son's prohibition against putting out information on it. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so that scholars began to think it didn't exist. But then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China, Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. People didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. But he recognized that if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense, it will go with you. And so it was in this code that had been used to record information in Chinese. And they're recording the sounds. The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. There's always problematic areas here. I'm not exactly sure what the name is or something. But it was a very unusual document. And once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of it already. So that was very helpful to me, because some of the Persians I trust very much. I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for the butcher they call it Khan, but it was Khan. Sometimes they call it Hun, which is the chief, and sometimes Khan, which is emperor. So there are little things like this that move around, and you're not sure
Why are the Eagles on Instagram? Like with their size, no. The wall called just and somebody.
Francis Woodman believes that Harvard translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher. And so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume was the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found.
I don't really like
to see that. Anyway, now it's in a holding position. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume. Yes, that was translated. But the notes were just the notes from scholar Francis Woodman claims. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also, they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that they try to skip around. So it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes to the children, it's just so important for me.
Why don't they just have all the Eagle songs?
Anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and kind of glazing and more information. We went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because we were so excited and feelings. It is so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries. As much as I read
tonight.
history lives in the people.
make the night, the more I make the night. Lord, I know. Some ways you like to say late. Some folks ain't hold on that long. But nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on. This night is gonna last forever. That's all summer long. But nobody wants to go home now. There's too much going on.
And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that grading was done. So it correlates with the historic factors. That gave me the time basis for figuring out history is on that point. You visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What do you like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of staying there? I really said almost universities in Concord or Central Asia at all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known or whatever they wanted.
Oh, it's the very best.
The archaeologists had figured out whatever they had
How is it
found.
only 4 stars? What more of a fucking CD if it's every good Eagles song? 4 stars. Huh? How is it only 4 stars? Musically, you suck dick. Take it easy. What you want? Get the got it. Julian Dalton, Desperate, easy. Okay, best of my love, James Lee. I can't think of it. Lion Eyes, take it to the limit. One of these nights, Hotel California, Lincoln, Life in the Fast Lane, Heartache Tonight, Long Way. I could do that. I could do all this. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Really? Dog. I've heard this fucking album so many fucking times in my life. Really? Yeah, but it looks different from that.
They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. For me, that's how I learned.
Oh, the very best though. Oh yeah, is it this one? That still only gets 4 fucking stars? Take it easy, what you want? He's my best friend. He was not doing it. Already gone. That's James. Gold 55. Midnight Prayer. I was born in Lion. Some of these nights take it easy. After the village got Hotel California. Life in the Past Name. It's a victim of love. That's a new kid in town. Heartache Tonight. I can't think about it. In the city.
Following the secret history never gave the key to
Get over it.
Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never went to different parts.
The very best. Alright, are you gonna do this one?
The secret history is on
What if don't be on here? I don't listen. No, nobody's forced me to listen to any of these.
how the people forget their reader language. Rosemary and Tony Deer and their descendants came from the great sea who live at the base of
I've been fast lane, should make you your mom. I've been the fast lane, I'm in the fast lane, every day, all the time. I've been the fast lane. We're gonna do the Eagles right now. It's fucking 7:25 in the morning. Is it? Some. Alright, are you done? This way, you gotta hate me. I would hate me. I'd be like, dog, it's been like a year and a half you've been spamming us. Like, no. It's been like a week. So before then, it was like a I got peaceful Easy feeling. Dude, you know you can do these songs like without even fucking trying. And I know you won't let me down. Ready, say are you gonna do it? I run tired of this. Do what? Do this back and forth. Should I sleep or should I stay awake and sing the Eagles? Yo, dog. Dude, that's so much work.
What exactly we can say with certainty of righteousness? We should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scripture, quite different from how Old Testament or Hebrew scripture. We're really constantly kind of a national library of spirituality covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has generated this traditional Jewish thought. Of course, my books were dictated by God. There's a lot more to say about it, but not necessarily. Inspired by God, but has specific authors. Context. The New Testament is rather different.
Too much going on.
Others contradictions. So for unbelievers to have an attempt to create a single gospel, the fourth gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material and has so out of these four basic sources, can we actually create so lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of one of the Thomas Jefferson. Created this book where this actually was the light and oral of extracted textually, literally from and here's what he actually did. He actually took out Fraser and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps technical, excessive, miraculous events, and tried to state things really by other people. Any of the ones they both material, and by combining the gospel with one kind of things going on. It's not recommended to try this at home. You'll get in a lot of trouble if you say nobody's Bible enforcement. Nevertheless, this is a very difficult enterprise. What kind of sources can we bring to bear to try to understand our soul? So, obviously, we have this Christian scripture. The earliest of which are the letters of Paul that came out days after the death of Jesus. So you don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired by oral traditions. You don't have any contemporary sources. So this one we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about one, the testimony of Rabbi. But the references of Josephus are less about Jesus, more about Christians, especially the ones written at the end of the chapter. Then we have Tacitus, not necessarily very charitable view of Jews, and by extension of Christians. And again, just like Tacitus, is not really very helpful to flesh out biographies. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like the Gospel of Thomas and Mary here that discovered already. These are, for example, like Maccabees or Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian thought of the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the church fathers, of course, they have this on being written so much later, and essentially relying on the kind of materials that express how you feel, in some cases, draft material that has been lost. Finally, we have the Talmud, that again is written much later, 100 years after the events described, and although they may rely on oral traditions as well, the important thing about the Talmudic tradition is that the rabbis and the Talmud not really there to ask them to teach us history, they're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism Jesus again at some distance, and
They don't have you recommended on this?
anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as scholarly perspective. And what I'm talking about is scholarly
They don't even know what's
perspective,
going on.
as a believer. As we have
Why are you looking at you?
revere the Hebrew scriptures as the inspired word of God and one to others, the assessment of religion, specifically the historicity of the text with instructions for Christians, depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following. There's general consensus that Jesus was a historical person. It's period somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched them, mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and Common Era generally were placed before Christ and originally AD by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. By Christians, holy. So we know roughly when we actually put together whatever record we spent years of Nazareth, which is the baptized by John the Baptist. But we know that he later and finally, he was crucified by the Romans, and there's much of power that goes into that's basically what we're trying to hold. Typically, when we try to understand the conflict, what Rabbi's relationships he was seizing another witness of the day, and what was his relationship with this boy? He was all really big question. Let me give you a couple of examples of why he was not know what are kind of parameters of it. Let us recall that these teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come to us immediately from a person to primarily come to us through Greek translations of what Jesus would have said. One spoke in Aramaic, perhaps a little bit but the text that we
And I realized
And when you
my
translate
most horse's mother's not
it's
going
a factor,
She was,
and especially
it's
in
really hard
cultures
for
so
her
radically different
to see her
as the
voice
cultural
up, but
habits and the cultural
she knows.
I spoke about this a little bit when we talked
Just
about
that
democracy and
small
rule.
agent.
And actually, the video
There's
that I think that's
President Gary Cole.
happened.
He tells the story
Just one example, though,
about my
you know, in
Jews
Jerusalem, Jews understood the
the
model
first
of
time
the
he saw
prophet,
him
the
truly
holy man,
tough people
who
when
came
he visited
with a rebuke
Uncle
from
Rest of
God and was sending a message because otherwise God would crucify him. For example, God speaks to Jonah and says,
take the shower.
get these Israel, Babylonia, and totally those people are going to be destroyed. Catholics, on the other hand, are much more critical of the fourth chance is a philosopher. Aristotle, that is distinct from the world, that contemplates the whole ideals, and does not necessarily engage in the and does not come with a burning message that God wants to a lot of things that have changed as the authors of the text relates ideas to a audience. Furthermore, exactly this writing is down, and they have a specific agenda that is Paul in particular, especially we look at a couple of things. So trying to understand Jesus' teaching in three areas that we have. First of all, passages. Some passages in the Gospel in particular will have debates between sometimes rabbis and about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice and you're reading quotes, you say, why are they wanting to wash their hands before they eat? Does everybody wash their hands before they eat? Are they insinuating hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the text, you know right away that they're not talking about washing through the dirt. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to the rabbinic law. In this verse, the specific rule laid down that says that before you take a blessing with bread, you must wash your hands, which will long discussion of why that is so. But it is really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis agreed to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Passover. He's a very small measure of water, and he insists on taking some of that water aside in order to fulfill the particular commandment of the rabbis because they expect to go to their friends. So they're not asking them about hand washing, about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on. But they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic community? Are you submissive or are you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which he says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one example. The sanction of the law. The law, which is the teaching of the word, is much larger than the law. In fact, law and religion is a word that doesn't exist at all. It's not a biblical way the law is a novel idea from the student expresses. At any rate, so where is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he the supporter of revolutionary? There's a lot of ambiguity as to all this is. Secondly, what about his political ideology? The Pharisees and Sadducees. No question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees. In the sense that, siblings will argue much more than strangers will, because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that there was a lot of Pharisaic debates with Jesus over things like washing the hands. There are some points in the Gospel where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for
cultures that the Mosaic idea of like we don't want them to be to them an empire, but it's just pay our taxes, because it's very important. But those are all the other like a zealot traits of the great on disrupting status quo, such as the dramatic moments in the courtyard in which the tables and money and things like that, which is by the way a wide that's what they say. So that would be much more of a zealotry kind of thing. By the way, if you really want to get enough to what could they possibly? And I highly recommend the Jewish annotated New Testament, published by Rothschild'S, which has some amazing messages. Well, context. And of course, the entire New Testament with lots of footnotes, especially helpful for not familiar with the American Jewish context. I, perhaps later, the Jewish context, not so much with the New Testament desire, really enjoyed it as well. So politically, Jewish agenda is fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people in Jesus' maybe less so than one and a half Lebanon, but certainly they are extremely Jews. What we have said about them, read something backwards from the later works, for example, a passage in Galatians, James, who is basically is an army based in charge of gospel and by the way, besides binary that exists in scripture, so James, which is in charge of speaking, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel, the uncircumcised. And it's true that there's some conflict occasionally about like how are these populations supposed to interact. You have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christian believers who are of Jewish ethnic religion. In terms of the question of observance of the law, about Christianity and Judaism, Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, and or is it something that wipes out the requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles, for everybody? Large and important questions, difficult to answer given the expansive nature of commands. Let us now discuss the ending of the question, extremely important for us. This period is called the Passion. And what we're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful symbol. Rabbi, is in Jewish white crucifixion. And as you can see from just the cursor, it looks like it's very identified as surrounded where the later Spanish Inquisition and the Jewish heritage of the scrolls is on the life of the grace of religion. All the others came out with just complaints, crying, very complicated, and they were loyal to him, never lied against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. When then he organized his system, so the smallest unit of the Northeast was and Andy there with the red squad of 10. Let me take myself out for a second. Here's the synagogue on fire. They were going to protect each other. But they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anything behind. This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the manager, you know that he is all right for your representative. And you know that your brother would have out to run his business. The army was organizing war forces against Richmond. They had a lot of air crossings. They also retrieved the heroes at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy heroes. This was a great advantage in Russia, because the Russians could not use military air weapons. all this was used for us in there. So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow, also they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment, it could be a piece of skin. It's very odd thing where you have to go along. It's not, but they're carrying everything themselves. They've got other people, and one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew things. Yes. They also carry dried arrow bars. It's called dried garden. And they can keep for a couple of years. But you dry it in 10 years after the Holocaust, water, right all day, and chalk down which are ginger kind of thick protein. It's tended to almost could easily go 3 to 5 days without building a fire. Having enough food. All these little things at the lowest level, well, at the highest level, loyalty is meant to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he criticized them for being left wing biography. He's trying to understand leftist Eastern scholars goes to reach out that the result was the center, the right center. It was his. And so Bonnie Torch is using it have a background career going. Sometimes background for God, so just 2 years in advance to clear the land, want the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grasses left the Lord be with them. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line. One line would be on there. They would always go in long lines spread out in leagues. So that each horse has its own so they have very precise ways of controlling. And when he was the secret, we had the king, he was the best people. He also he was willing to treat them as much as possible. He never punished them. He was commanded Afghanistan. He lost hours there. So Genghis Khan, by writing look it over. He explained to me what you changed. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people. They knew they were in just like this country, so the general comes around. It's and they serve every general is they retrain fine. They're saving people. They know what to do. All these things like that fit together. But I think part of it that was important for him. So he had this piece first that over and over and compressed, trust the whole life was very to embrace any kind of pressure and stand out. I think that sectarian armies, like sectarian civilizations, get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make all the strong, all bigger, all stronger. This is how we think. Genghis Khan had no establishment thing. When he encountered the first walled cities around 1200, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out for his raids. And I really think that so he went into David territory on what's now Northwest China, to the unconscious influence. So he went there. Just like there's never enough life. Well, they did, but they were made up of metal. So we don't just tend to get just the match on and set it. First time killing him, seeing much easier than when you come from international others. It's very cheap and natural, like things. Some places they're prepared to get flying. They don't have people in town shooting down. So he looked at everything around him. He saw, we're going to have this river, we're going to have all these channels, and they're always moving one around. You said, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that disappears is a target. So moving water, you've got a standing ongoing line. So gaze and then you've got a digital channel. Is that going to break down the wall? When they did it, well, they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the banklets weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River, actually flooded out the local canals. But it happened. We learned that lesson. So we can improve it. But that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad, they were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad to hold it. So this is very next to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we can promote those things. Unfortunately, yeah, when I learned what we do, we're fatalistic. But it's just part of human nature. Well, I didn't learn my first 8 times. I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right direction. That's how we think. Even the ability to we're told through Paul's work, these other things he didn't know about technology, understand that he didn't understand. But he couldn't understand it in his own way. And he did over and over. The Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them so rapid extreme continuous innovation, couple that have say a revolutionary idea should be based on America. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, is just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving their thoughts and get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army. Yes, yes. And then they were able to do that for 3 generations to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the one he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime. He used it for information, for technology, for ideas. He just had a genius for that. They came and first the husband of the woman looked around and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They could chase him. And they did.
It's unprecedented.
Far away, he circled around, he came back. He arrived back at the country where his wife was sleeping. At that time, I think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols, and she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another one. There are many women in the world. You find one and you talk her through. After one day, you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth. And his head with pigtails, reins were hanging down, or whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether they should go or stay. But the 3 men were approaching again. They were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in and they took her. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream. And one of the brothers said to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never never see this man again. He was right. That was the moment Genghis Khan's mother and father. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. Will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally the mixture of heartbreak, dark, criminal type of kidnapping that is conceived in this conqueror, the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his book, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so it was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the locals, who were not European. And he already had another wife, or husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yusuke, wasn't even there when Taguchi was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was named Taguchi, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic. But today, part of also Mongolia. So he had a baby, and he decided to name him Taguchi, the person of iron, or Iron Man, after the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. He's named for someone his father just killed. Not auspicious beginning. Just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father-in-law came one time when he was quite young and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what it is, like 4 or 5. But he was left behind. As it turned out, several other people, Daichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father. It's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Taguchi is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will treat him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8, when he didn't take the mother's son from the other wife, but he took him. He was keeping him. There was something about Taguchi having been lost once, found by the Daichu, and reunited with the family. But now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to his family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family and joined the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Krishna, who was about 9 years old, but he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. So the father left him there with that family. On the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party that he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figured out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. person that comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Earl, by now, she has kids and one daughter. I think the daughter is going to be born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They're going to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, but they did not tell her. And so she came and was angry that she had been found. The old women said, "You're the wonderful. We do not have to call. We will feed you if you come. We do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raised around her people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person's soul. And so she raised around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off. And this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Tamuchi cried. He's a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He's just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the steppe, 4 children, possibly 5 already. Such an old mother woman with 2 children. They're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die. How many make it? Mother Earl, in the words of the secret history, she rolled her hand down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots and building from her fruit. She fended through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Tamuchi was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely long struggle at this point. She saved every one of the children. So, through its early years of loneliness and struggle. Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped, unfortunately, by Taichi people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a gang, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it. He's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different care to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people were drinking. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Tamuchi managed to take the gangplank yoke that he's trapped in and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those are the first lessons from Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced him off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a gap on him. He's still trapped. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it gets him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family at the Taichi. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the cake and then burn it in their fire.
clear. Is the neck strapped?
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is strapped in it. For all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
He's running around deeply alone. This thing.
Yes. And then he has to go out and find whatever his family is.
So this informs the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition and kinship. This is the most important thing above all else. Because here's life story where he's abandoned over and over.
So for his father's brothers, see the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her because he died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan. They should. No, they had all deserted, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust men.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin was marked by extreme travel violence. He described the state of affairs in steppe. How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. No, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and raids of the people around him. They are constantly raiding in the winter. That for women and horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. One group raids the other in order to find, however, they have more textiles or method. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not the expert. And so they had to get these items from somewhere. It was reading. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. All of these issues were led for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on this is over women. Later, he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was kidnapping was the defining. You can point to one place Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created. It's that point with his wife being kidnapped. He described his love for this woman, what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant.
At age 60, first girl he had met when he was 8 years old was she was not. She's now 17. When she and her mother come, it's hard to even imagine what it was like when a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine, and suddenly here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, just his mother running around getting food, trying to feed the 5 children, and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, no negotiations, just like going Rothschild. When Rothschild is there, Rothschild is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear. Early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though Temujin is not there. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to Ulin her own lamp.
The tide of the rioting turned against him. What
She
ended up
has
happening
one
was Jesse,
extra
of
horn
course, had a blind eye to this. He
but she
arrested
won't
the
take
Jewish physicians who had
because she knows she doesn't know who they are. She has no idea.
and
They're coming in the dark.
led with
They're
their
coming.
services to
They
nearby
know there's a
Sargon.
girl there. This
The
family
youth
of
of the
outcasts
Americans
is
of
acquired a
Berea
wife,
soon reached
and they
Jerusalem,
know
much larger Jewish
that they're coming
population,
for that.
religiously
So she leaves. She goes
operation,
the
and
other
there
way.
was up
She
there.
leaves this old lady who
Jesse's
belongs to
story
her. She has her own car,
sent
and she leaves the first.
well,
They pile into Granny's
and
car.
while he was there, he
It's
actually
only August
seized
of all.
a
They don't get too
small
far
amount of
before
money
them.
from
But
the
that does get
treasury,
to.
which simply was a more
Mother
incendiary
Ellen is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain to Honolulu,
In fact,
to
the
the mountainside, away from them,
publicly walked
because the man herself was on this cart,
begging for
finding out
money.
how many women are in there,
Jesse
who they
told
are.
us from launching
So Mother Erlu saved her family,
but the violence got actually quite
but at a
serious
cost.
of the city,
Suddenly,
and some people were
the
killed.
Butcher realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life.
Isolated,
But I do think this is the defining moment of his life.
King Agrippa II,
The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his wife, he said, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it?
fled to the north and
Or
avoided
is he going to go out for another wife? He decides that life is not worth living. He has found something good in his life. That if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of military genius in war, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes through Roman who rule to carry out people in central Mongolia and who rule the river up where the capital of Ulaanbaatar. He goes there because that Manghan is a before Manghan. He goes there because Manghan had been the lord over his father at one point. His father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually he took a gift. That's because Bush's mother had brought a safe coat as a gift for Mother Erlu at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat and he took it and he gave it as a gift to Manghan, and that's where he's held. Manghan said yes. He said, I will send some troops, but we need more. But you need to ask Jumaka, you need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him again. Troops.
You have to tell the story of Chakra. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal, and here is a person who's not his kin, but becomes his white brother. And loyal, as he's described, he's both the best thing to has happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in later years in Genghis Khan. Who was Chakra?
Jumaka was a boy of the same age as his family in winter camp close to where Mother Erlu was living with her children. And so the two boys met during winter time. In fact, they both claim descent from the same road, but about 4 generations earlier, 5 is a little earlier. But she was a really alkaline woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jumaka was a descendant of her. The fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping, and then the Muchin is descended from her through the new kidnapper Rothschild'S ancestors. So they're both there's almost exactly the same. They come from the same story. Origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early. But Jumaka also lost the mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no symptoms. Like depression with no household or symptoms. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jumaka's not as deprived by any means as the life of the Kuchin, but he mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming an anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like nuch in the language. There are several different types of friendship, but anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something more life. And they swore that they would be there forever, to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckleballs. So each one of them had the knuckleball from a deer. But knuckleballs are used in these games that they play. It's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all that. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime it will cold. It could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter if they're not going to see that Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk and it goes on for a long way. If you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound. It's just like the angels were singing. So there's one that's relationship with them. Then a couple years later, they swear it again, but this time there's like the older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jellica took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. One was it's used for signals from one person to another. Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move an animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. But it had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged until they had been friends. And on the hunt, okay, John Bushin raised up the troops to go with you. And he did. So the three sent out some troops from Malhan. He himself did not want to do it. But he sent some troops. And then Jellica and his troops. And they basically just included his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the market people of this like exposed into Siberia and all this like they had to go through like extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode Jellica is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the market people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of it here. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. So he has some extremely militant rhetoric as we see. And he's also rather critical of the people, God's people. He gave this long lecture on models. If we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive. He's very helpful. So these troops, they go in on the market deck. They also come at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because some men are hunting sables on the market deck, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. Marston has no idea who's playing. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. It's just somebody. So she and her grandmother come on ship again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Georgia comes in, and there's a full moon at night until they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the map. And he's calling for her. And she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her. And he said, "This is the goal. This is why
military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to his, he had killed his older half-brother,
And that too was deeply formative experience. What was that about? Can you explain in modern society the role of the older brother, the power struggle there, and not to moralize, but there's also the ethical foundation behind murder.
killing of Baxter. That's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history books. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until secret history was started to get translated. Baxter was the older child of Rothschild, and as such, the older brother has complete authority over the younger siblings to get forward in society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as she, as a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Baxter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry a murderer. Now, I don't know that that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Baxter was ordering him around, so he would take things like fish or bird, and twist it in order that's perfectly acceptable. And among the hierarchy,
So Temujin would catch a fish and afterward take the fish.
yes, so everyone wants what grabs him.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. And but Temujin is not going to stop going. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this Jewish war, which I'm not sort of sure that's really the blame. But boys and men, they take the side deals from their mother. They were using permission. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his ex-brother, Hassan, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? Because to me, like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here, he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes actions his own hands.
I think it is a symbol of that. I think the thing that pushes him over the edge, but it's all these other tensions of what's going on in the family. Because when they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Rothschild. She and her younger son, Megan, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Virgo, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. You will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than everything that she could name, including worse than. She was outraged with on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed from it. Whereas Sargent, the mother of the boy, is very distressed. I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of getting killed on his brother. I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, but it was important. But I don't think it was supposed to be deeply meaningful for Temujin. Brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely involved in him.
But it does show, it's interesting, it's not a big deal fact, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. is capable of doing anything that needs to be done. To resolve what he sees as a problem. Mason was a problem, and he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Now, back to children on the family time, John agreed with him and was told them when they go to capture Marsh that they he has both loyalty and the guy stays loyal to him his entire life. His entire life. So it's very interesting.
So thank you for your return to Martha. Is it normal to have a love story across many years? You're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty, because it's two-way loyalty, aversion to Timothy and Timothy first. And this is like with language check is common.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive, getting kind of vision, things like that, to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Was at 17 she should have been married. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. Those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him. To get her back. He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. But now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamal. So they decide to stay together. And they all go on to the Rothschild Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for them. It's one of those things that to this day, well, it's an issue. And what happens? As he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, they call that first child history. He defends his wife viciously. He said to his own sons, you are not there. You do not know who loves who. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. If your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the heart of the valley. And he and Job decide to renew their vows of being unknown to each other. So this time, it's more serious. Ceremonial and unknown. Weekends in tribe is something I've never tried. But a whole clan that's there. So the things off of gold belt, which actually hit stolen from the market. Somebody that pre-ordered that or gold belt, I don't know. He took off the gold belt and he put it on Timothy. But then Timothy gave him a mirror that never had a full that never given birth. It was an unusual mirror. It had a little glove on the forehead, which they called a horn. It was an unusual gift, and I don't. It has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings, which are odd to me. But golden belt and the gun sort of think about it different ways. But the belt for the local man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, just manliness. But Paul was awfully then, and even now, Paul, person with golden belt, that's how they work that out today. Women wear belts, of course. They still use the word musquin. No belt. It was a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave them the virginity, and they celebrated. And then the words of a secret history, they stuck them hard under the same blanket apart from the mother. And they were happy together. And then when the baby So making that, which been foreign, it was kind of like a parallel visitor and a foreigner. And so Jehovah's plan was to name him Jonathan. So all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the time to tell them. We have time but we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that he, if the child is likely not his, and he accepted the child as his and defended it as it becomes much more important as his first child. He defends his child through his entire life. For themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skin. Many they sawed in two, from the head downwards. Others again provided, still others in person. It's hard to take their seriously. So bizarre, so un-Jewish. Certain Jews have gone to war, and when he loved his wife more than imagine atrocity happening. It's like many people go to war, these are over the top. In fact, when we look at Catholics, other treatments of barbarians, they all fear quite, I wanted to read the passage. They describe how they obviously deal with the attack of Rome, and oh my gosh, I can't even look at that.
So here's this breaking point of the
nature.
So what did that relationship involve?
Cassius Dio is liable to exaggerate their separated. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions in 115 widespread Jewish rebellions ruling over central Mongolia. Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Jonathan remains loyal to him, but at first so does the butcher. Loyal to him, they're finding it difficult to get things. Temples, shrines, for example, shrine of Nemesis in Memphis, public roads, roadways, things like that, separate the Jews rebelling. The butcher was making all of these great victories. That was very political. He was even got the final law, which means Chinese meaning and other than those messianic differences, it seems to be something that really from the Gentiles because of all of these conflicts against the divine. So the butcher was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter. There was, of course, a harsh military response. He came back with his own son. Many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which was so large that their bands were laying to the first prayers. They had to wave big flags. You see the flags, but this is the period when the great synagogue of Egypt has to flee far away into the east. The property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end, Jonathan is going to fight on behalf of North Africa. Two of them do not meet in combat, which would say the same thing, but now their forces are fighting each other. As we saw earlier,
and they didn't see that.
discussion.
I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious slight breaking
point. One of them is driven upon his shores by a sword. It's hard to know what's going through their mind. Boy, we all have it later on. And in fact, the relationship is being resolved because there's no other evidence they claim that neither one of them ever truly broken because they never harmed each other directly. What happens if eventually defeats Von Hahn? So he takes over Central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that by Trojan and appoint him as governor. Very beautiful special place. He takes that title, that's not a title that anyone had ever held that Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he tossed out. And we know that thought up or somebody thought up or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Vegas, which means the sea. I thought it had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, Hanzo. They like words with multiple meanings. That's very important. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. It has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like
this double meaning,
Yes.
and then the double meaning plays with each other and this kind of stuff.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think that is past. About 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a conqueror, and he was running over him. And so Tonga now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Nile people, who are farther west. He becomes the protege, you say, of the Nile people. When Genghis Khan attacks the Nile, Tonga deserts the Nile. He tells them these people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. And tell them all these horrible things about people. Bayan Han, the leader of the Diamonds, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was living there. And he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Tonga has not fought against Division in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jonathan Island people. He's off with them. And they see the turning of the tide. When he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe, he has very few followers, but he takes the pile of Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important pile. But because Burhan is gone, Burhan gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. But his own people turn against him. And they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his it's a culture. And so supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly, Jehovah says, when I did betray you, people fought against you, but you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. Go be like a mouse underneath the collar of your turban. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your tail. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me. When I will be the guard, I will be the protector for you and your people. So obviously, the Butcher did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the law was in several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. Blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jonah was killed. And so he was killed, and then Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is a part of Russia. Until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. Tuva had been a very, very close cultural involvement.
It seems that all of the relationship is valuable loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal. Just the joke
they can accept them.
As I mentioned, our somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian,
when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his
somewhat problematic
safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality. Maybe when people rejected, or maybe when Telecom offered to be killed Jenny Mark, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding this history, this relationship seems like a really
historical in the same way
relationship that
that
defines the nature of loyalty for Genghis.
I would say,
also
in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship
primarily
of
archaeological
his adult
discoveries
outside for first. That relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. There's a much disagreement with
very highly placed.
so she was my she was positive in every regard so far as we know her. Although she was not submissive, she was always on his side. It was just a little too hot-headed for me, evaluation of these things like, oh, we're going to come down to the market and we're going to come through the so-called kill everybody.
Children's book.
We had a flair for the dramatic, giving it away, giving the full world to
Children.
General Carl, so he explained himself to me in the bar. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I didn't know. He said, you had first, you have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, she just used the word like prattle, and she just took a complaint and said, prattle so long, and we did not have the patience.
For example,
I think something about that rings true. There were some elements of that were true. But Jonathan certainly didn't have the intelligence and genius dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, and too much in that.
And there's, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I also wonder what happened to the gold belt. It seemed to come from the start. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to him? And so he just did because Georgia was very interested in material goods. As Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world. They controlled most of all through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in a tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We're the same. So he had no interest in wealth. Until he decided to all the hard, which was very advantageous because they have more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temper. I think those could be helpful for Genghis Khan's preaching and beliefs.
That is one of the wonderful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from
Absolutely nothing.
and he did from what I see and understand, it comes in corrupt and riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways of life, as we all do. But he never became malicious in any way. He was never free. He was never questioned. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even part of that, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid or a boy that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand what corrupt data is and how somebody builds a statue that's in a slippery slope towards becoming unseen
seeing surrounding yourself with some fans that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he has that foresight of don't report, don't worship, and because that's a dangerous road to go down.
It's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he thought it. You're so easily caught in my power. And yet, he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him. His guard mostly, or the part of the simple part. That was his relationship, his family, and his wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. By then, he'd already been dead 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret history is very unusual document. I haven't looked very much. I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was the key. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur. So to this day, it's always called the Uyghur alphabet, Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he had ordered his children to learn to read. Some did not do most of not, but some did. But one of the things about every campaign, the word joined the risk of was he always adopted one
Midrash, for example, suggests
and that child became a full member of all
that
his
his
household.
Lord
His
is
mother
father
learned to raise the child.
finally,
So she eventually had a whole household of
second
boys
century Roman
from different tribes.
followed in such
They all became very high-ranking
Rome,
members.
who were church fathers who lived
And one was
in
the
subsequent
photographer
centuries,
who
said
turned
that
out not to be so
possible
great as a
not that
soldier.
they were bold, was
But he
caused by
could read and write.
persecution,
He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the
but
supreme
that
judge
these
appointed by Genghis
followed
Khan.
the revolt.
And so when Genghis Khan
General
died, he
environment,
recognized that
whether
there was
a
more
political
not just
oppression,
to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written.
previous war,
Obey the law.
whether it was
Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything.
revolt,
But
and then
Shigehito
later,
was his Shigehito realized that this was going to be lost. And this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled part of it. I don't know if he contributed, helped him. It was still a little unclear. Almost basically that realized that exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened. Although there is no that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the laws. And we also know it's the year of the mouse. So it was in 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, and begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myth begins with the marriage of the great blue bull with a tawny deer. And some people say, well, that's some kind of myth. Totemic. All those will say, they look at me, I asked them about this, they said, what? He was named Lucrative Bull. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there with like Bonajar, not Bonajar, the ancestor. He's cast out because he's just so told the rest of the family doesn't want him. His father is determined who he was. He kidnapped him and he hung on a woman. She has the child who got ancestors. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. By the time you get to the life of the Butcher, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehito, he was there, sleeping in the same air with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Martha sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you can't do this anymore, you can't think of it, you know. It's all recorded. So it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family. We were trying to uphold Chinggis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about to a secret for a very long time. So much so the scholars began to think it didn't exist. But then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very wrong. People didn't think it was anything because it's all Chinese characters. But it makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense of Mongolia. It's true. It was in this code that they used to record information in Chinese. They're recording the sounds. They use Chinese characters to record sounds. So I spoke about it. For example, or something like that. It was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized what the Persian documents had incorporated part of it already. That was very helpful to me because some of the Persians I trust very much. I liked their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed and all of it, so that it existed in Mongolian. Other Mongolian sources later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for religion they call it Chinggis Khan, sometimes they call it Han, which is the chief of Khan, which is important. So things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document by great faith. It was not published in English until 1982 when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. There were supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume was a translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was facial features that were to this day it's a bit down to see that. But anyway, now in all languages, I realized there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume. That was translated and published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it, because Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often wearing their stem cells. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that that they tried to skip around. So it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are tattooed. But the document itself, Mongolian notes don't. It's just, for me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I've checked. They're correlated, fill in blank for information. I went to Mongolia, traveled around to those places because they were so exact in there, and to feel it. It is so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries. As much as I need them for my work, history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people, culture. And for example, the episode was kidnapping of Russia. So went to that place, but I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the verse that came afterwards and other events. They were being correlated, very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear that it was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Betty Compton was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not feeling vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, all important pieces that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with the historic factors. That gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of things. History lives in the people.
Just only got that point. You visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. Where do you like, and what are some memorable things about area of standing there?
I really said I wanted to visit the cities he conquered across centuries. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known. Whatever the book was and recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. When I get there, he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I was affiliated with the Mongolia. I would go to these places, and I would know if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to say, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. And I have the text. But the text is like it has no secret, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols don't understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people,
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one.
the Soviet Union just ended, socialism
You might think that this is a settled law that they're doing no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several
every
things
no descendant of
when it
Genghis Khan
becomes
was
a very
killed.
important question. For the vast majority of
Following the
Jewish
secret
history,
history,
particularly
never
the
keep
last
the key
millennia,
writing
most
what
Jews
I
have
wrote.
regarded
The history which is difficult to understand.
as
You have to
a
go
Jewish
over it.
Bible. That is
I
the
would never
natural
understand it from
the
heart.
nominal
I changed my
identity
mind.
of a person's
Maybe it
follows
was yes, now
that
it's no.
personal status, regardless
The secret
of
history is
affiliation
value
with religion or
document. And to me,
self-identification,
also,
but that has
is
not
the
always
opening
been
document
the
of
universal
Mongolian
case
written
for Jewish
language.
history. What I'd like
I
to
think
do
it's
today
very
is
important
focus on this question as we introduce
the
the question
people
of
begin
women in
their
ancient
written
Israel in
language.
general. Now, let us recall
begin
that
it
this is
with their
certainly a
words.
controversial question as of the
Really
late
think is
20th and early
from
21st
highest
century.
heaven
And this is primarily
came the
because
destiny
of a decision that
to
was made by the Reform movement
who
in
was married to the
1983
Tawny Tier
that recognized
descendants.
patrilineal
Came
descent.
from the
More
great sea
precisely,
and
it's
the waves of
both
Mongol.
matrilineal and patrilineal descent. In other words, this
integrating
represents
the
an acknowledgement by a
spiritual
major
elements of
Jewish
nature
movement that as long as one parent was
there's like a deep connection to
ethnically
nature
Jewish,
that they have.
however you define that
Mongolia
Jewishness,
is a
then
world
the child
that
could
for
also
the most
be
part
Jewish.
is
But
the
more
same
clear
as
than
when
that,
Genghis Khan was
and
there.
perhaps one of the most
We cannot say
important
that
things to
for
think about
any
is,
other place in the world.
did this decision
I mean, certainly not for America.
initiate change,
Just a
or
few
was
hundred
it
years
simply
ago,
a
it was
recognition of
entirely
change that
different.
had already happened
People,
because
languages, and everything.
the
But you
marriage,
can't say it
especially in
one man
American
of
view,
Moscow
was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have a
Mongolia
Jewish
is still
father rather than a Jewish mother
It's
and
one of the
wish
largest
to
countries in
identify
the
with
world
the Jewish
in
community, and
space.
they find that they are shut out
The fewest
because
than
of
3
Mexico
today.
as the dominant
They're
one for
spread
the
out.
last 2,000 years.
And
And this
they live
resulted
in
in a lot
environments
of
not
really
to be
painful moments. For example, in this article
Isn't
by
that important for
Shoshana
learning
Tikva,
about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he
it's a very
hunted, how
difficult
he
and personal
strategized, how he
issue.
fought. You
In
learn
this
that from
particular
the
video,
people
I'm
today
aiming
because they are
to
still
attempt
there.
just go over
They're
the
still living.
historical issues and leave the philosophical, religious,
As we
the
return to the
sociological, and
feeling
psychological issues.
Temujin and Genghis Khan, what's it like
So the
looking at
questions
this place
that
that has not
we
changed
really have
since his
is,
time?
The first thing I think about this trip is that
the
you can see
matrilineal
forever
status
in every
affected?
direction.
When did it become
There's no
norm?
building,
You can
nothing to
see
stop
when you
you.
read the Bible, it's very clear. First of
It's
all,
like being in
there
the
is
ocean. wind is usually blowing through. It's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across water.
At the same
Cold
time,
is sometimes, but it's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have
all
the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass.
where these things.
The smell of grass becomes very important.
Those who follow their children are
Goes
recognized
out
as being Jewish.
particular location from one year to
So
another.
we're
One
going to
area
go
may have
into
grass
some
one
of the
year and
basic
then
issues here, but I
drought
want to
next
point
year
out that
another.
perhaps
They have
the most
we don't always
significant
know
study of
if
this
it's not
was
grass,
by
it's
Shia
dust.
J.D.
You know,
Clark,
dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so
which
good. It
he
doesn't feel
goes
so
through a
good.
lot of really important
That's
issues in the
just one
classical
more part
period,
of the
especially
country.
issues of conversion and
The water's
issues of
mostly
matrilineal
pure. Not much of it has been
and so on. I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question there's a masterful survey of the
Even when I was
sources,
there,
and
even
there's a lot of
today, when we
value
go
in
to some place like the Sailing
We're
River,
trying to
or
square
where
this
they live,
conundrum of, on the one hand,
it's a place
you know,
of
this
pure waters,
long-standing
and
practice
that's
of
how
matrilineal
it's
descent,
defined.
and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples
They
that
don't,
contradict it.
because
There
God
are
does not
three
give lands
logical ways
to
to
his
approach
sons to
the
rule.
challenge. The first
He
is to
gives
say that,
waters to the
well,
people to rule.
let's say the law
They do
of
not refer to
matrilineal
their
descent,
earth
its
as land,
concept
they
and
refer to
principle,
the
was
earth as
not
land.
always described in the text,
The sea.
meaning that, yeah, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went
The words
through
are
a
also
conversion. And Joseph married,
get my water,
Egyptian
your
woman,
animals,
but she went through a
when
conversion.
you get busy.
If that is the case,
They'll
then
look
you have
back,
to
maybe
wonder, why doesn't
a
the
lot of
text
trips on a
tell us
kilometer
this? Why
back.
doesn't the
You
Torah
take the
reveal
animals to the
that this
river
is in fact what happened?
to drink,
Wouldn't
and
we
then
be
you take
go
them away.
to the
You do not
misunderstanding of
bathe
that
in that
if it doesn't say
You take
something
the
which
water
actually
away
happened?
from the river,
That's one
and
possibility.
you bathe
Another
away from
logical
the river
possibility
until
is to say
you
that
end up on the
yes,
river.
the law was always in
The
effect.
rules
The
were
Jews
very
always
strict and
adhered to
very
the
clear
matrilineal
from the
principle,
time of
but
Genghis
it
Khan
was sometimes ignored.
about
You
how
know,
to
you
deal
have
with
that
it, but
sometimes
also
where,
it's dangerous to
as
go to
Rabbi
the rivers. There's
Wine
flashing
often
lights
likes
in
to
the
say,
summertime
you
and
never
something happens,
confuse
and it can light
Judaism
away
with Jews,
if your
right?
lamp is
Jews
right
do
there
not
by the
fully
water.
behave in
So
normative,
people,
acceptable ways. So perhaps,
they live
you know,
with
the
nature in a
examples
way
we
that
have
I
in
don't see
the
anyone
Bible
else.
are,
Even
not
today,
in
with the
conformity
changes
with
with
the
the
way
cell
Jews are
phone
supposed to behave.
and
Now
with
that
solar
would be
panels, they
obviously
can
an
get TV
acceptable
and all
answer, except for the fact
this
that,
and everything. Still,
these
they're living in a
figures,
similar life.
Moses,
The young
Joseph,
people, of course,
Solomon,
want
and
to
others,
drive a
well,
motorbike, but they're still herding
so are
cows
we
and
really
cats
going
and
to
camels. If it's on a
assert that they
motorbike,
are
okay,
behaving
they're still
contrary
doing
to
it
law?
the long
That's
way.
definitely problematic. There's also
But
a
then,
smaller problem which we won't go into now,
time,
but the Midrash has a principle
Genghis Khan,
that
another
even
component,
before the Torah was
is
given,
talk about
Jews
their
at
relationship
that
with the
level
Lord.
anyway,
Thinking about themselves as
certainly
them.
behaved in
From
conformity
a
with
young
the
age,
Torah
they
itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given to the
to
Torah, they were
master
given, but
riding
you
horses.
still wouldn't have
Right.
the Midrash and
Standing
the
on the horse,
were not
they
listed
learn how to
sensitive, that kind of thing.
ride.
But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now.
While
The
standing on the
third
horse, they
logical
hope that
possibility is that maybe the
to
law
see how
wasn't
quick
always
up
in
the
effect.
other.
Maybe the
Their
law
legs on the
of
wall,
matrilineal
this
descent,
throws.
or the principle of
They
matrilineal
were also
descent,
taught to
was
shoot arrows
introduced later in
into
Jewish
lasso on
history,
horseback.
which would mean
Making targets
that
out of leather
the
pouches that they
earlier
could
biblical
take off
figures
of poles.
followed apparently a matrilineal
The
principle
officers practice
were
hitting the
not
targets with horseback at
contravening the
great
law.
distances
Again,
and
there's that
speeds.
small
The skills
Midrash
displayed
objection,
proved
which is
invaluable
a little
for
bit
the horsemanship
unjustified.
later in life.
But if that is the case,
Use
that we
speed
say the
and
law
jump.
was not necessarily
The
in effect,
relationship of
then
Genghis
did it
Khan
change?
and
So
Mongols.
that's the three possibilities. Let's look at
The
them
horse
in
race.
turn. But let's start from the basics. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, "Do not intermarry with them in the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to your sons, or take their daughters for your sons." And then in verse 4 it says, "Yasir et mifpaneach harai, v'havila rinatei, v'chara achashem lachem, v'yishmita ha'er."
To their
Right?
source,
Let's look at the
because they
translation.
knew the smell
So
of their
they will
flag.
turn your children
Members of
away
their
from
own
me
herd.
to
So the
worship
language
other gods.
itself, I have
And they
never,
will
ever
assemble the
mastered
place forth against
all
you,
the words
copies
just by
like
colors
to
of horses, much less all the
where
other
the
things
citizens
about
like
it.
it.
I can
The
remember
problem with this
Mongolians
particular Where Sweden is also not in control, it should be in singular masculine. Or your son, which is in this context where we raise the grandson. Okay, so let's understand this process. It says, well, he, meaning your son-in-law, it can't be your daughter-in-law, because it would say for she. By the way, there is no gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. Binary is one of those, and it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, she was a Jewish person, a daughter, and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, pages on the 22, and it reads like this. i.e., the son of the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from already This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son. But your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son. Right? The verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, in the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the natural principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, we take this from a theological perspective. At the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the Sweden Renaissance, which is obviously quite ancient. We're not talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting that she has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very traditional, romantic precepts. It's really very powerful. She just has to be very course sort of available to share. So anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put in place. You will recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel, and in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechani ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up, and the wives are sent away, along with their children, which seems to be a how difficult this might be, how hard it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, there seems to be a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle, in fact, in the symbol of common era. Now that would be for illustration of it. However, as Dr. Paul points out, when we go 700 years later, and you look at non-rabbinic his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Noah's own Jewish identity. But Noah seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish, his mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like, how do we, not relevant their mother? So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of divinity and it could be that only the Pharisees were really observant to this level of observance that became relative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion has not really coalesced by this time. And that there was kind of a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert to Judaism, required a much more complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, there was a whole big deal about, they went through this, and they had the circumcision and so on, but there's no discussion of when Jewish women incorporated that. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200th century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi's quoting the Talmud, which is on the great written a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition. Certainly, from the theological where from the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah are both only achieve the written form of the Nasi around year 200 to 220, was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which goes back to the Raven Talmud, where that was the Rashi. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably extend all the way back to Mount Sinai, to Pharaoh's interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle. Sometimes they create cost to themselves, to the Ezra. And that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view without question, overwhelmingly so. And deviations from this are taken very seriously. I should mention one last caveat that I think is very important. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in traditions is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There is room for a lot of diversity within the large content of Jewish identity. For this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in official ism. And unresolved, it has very dire for the integrity of the larger
You're going against China that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bull, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
extremely efficient coordination of units. Most cavalry, all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train, he had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later on, was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield, and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that we utilize in depth radio communication and coordination. For that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? How do you do this kind of system where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people who Jesus chose. His kinsmen, as we said, deserted him. His conduct as a Christian coordination, but all the others that he found were just common people, murderers or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the 10, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. What the men knew, they were going to protect each other. They had to come back with every member or everyone. You don't leave anyone behind. This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking for you. The army was, they were organized with 5 horses each man. They had a lot of arrows, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could not them in their bow, or the Mongols could use Russian arrows. So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow, also they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin that somebody had. It was a very odd thing for you to go to the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any factory behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. It's called with a dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day and chocolates up and down. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west, Mongols. The word for left is east, the word for right is west. So the wings, and then in the middle was the center, this moving center. There was his bodyguard, his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, lead them away, so that the grass is left there before the army would ever march through. And they never marched away on the armies do in a line before following each other. They would always go in he used the best people, but he also he was willing to train them as much as possible. He could never punish them. What happened? Yoshiki, for example, Supreme Judge, he was now back on how to improve in Afghanistan, and he lost. This is very, very unusual. So Genghis Khan out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was treating the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving local lives. They know what to do. He respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of modern technology he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, less stronger. This is how Genghis Khan had no set way to thinking. When he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think about raids, not wars, of course. So he went into Taiwan territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yangtze. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. It's around his tent or their own felt.
You just imagine what it's like the first time you really see a wall. When you come from buildings that there's it's very cheap and natural wall like things.
Well, they have like a wall cliffs in some places. They're big and they can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him and he saw, okay, they have this river and they have all these channels and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel and they're going to break down the wall. Well, they did it, but they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. It happened. We learned that lesson. That's how we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked well for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this is this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. Remember, we all think we learn from our mistakes. We all go, yeah, I learned from that. What do? We repeat mistakes. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right guy. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these others he didn't know about technology, but to understand that he didn't understand. But he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent in putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies. So,
rapid and extreme innovation, you couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea combined with the innovative approach to the military is it just feeds in itself because the people who are learning from their mistakes generation war creates a war and war for war.
Yes. Yes. And then they were able to do that for 3 generations to create an army that was never expanding, never changing its tactics and its technology. They got worse as they go on. When James Bond was the one who iterated it, he was the best with it. And he used to throw out his life, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
We'll go back to the horses. I mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually, the way the rotation of the horse, the horse would usually run for one day and then rest for the next 5 days. One horse would run for the next day. One way to measure it is later the final battle. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speed. Does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movement and circling. And then also, one of the other famous things is phased retreat. It's used continuously, basically the whole.
The Mongols did not fight for honor. We often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and the Iliad, things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. That wasn't true for every general Andre. This was what you can put to when he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting against the enemy. However, that's also becomes a tactic in that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire a force going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turned, but they could still fire backwards, which is quite unusual, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like such as valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and swarm. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like going with the water. I'm thinking to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know?
Human nature is something that forces are retreating. You can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe an animalistic. But take that with the ability at high speed, in a circle and attack the flames, which there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things he would write about in general is the Mongols don't get rid of the Mongols at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited by the different strategies. This kind of idea of the big retreat and attacking the flanks, that's if not invented, yet perfected by Genghis.
It really wasn't military genius. But there were other things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. One of the most famous examples don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
Again, I would like to have this the horses. Instead of the crowd was shaking, you have that many horses. Meaning it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching.
Well, I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. He cultivated his reputation and philosophy. Not only did he win battles, but he had all people knowing about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth, eating children, and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism with a mental sword to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses, and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
It's a psychological warfare. This is part of the process. As I understand, there's always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes. It used to be the same taxes they would pay before, but now they would go to the Mongols. It was kind of a general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful. In one episode in the north of Persia, his son-in-law, Dr. violated and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first. As a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle. I think it was law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols fought, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their rule. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill. And the skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would be harmed, so they got harmed. The Mongols, the law in the Mongols are hundreds of miles away, and all of them forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said where they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help them, forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped, he returned, he conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens under the cleavage and there's betrayal.
As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. He had a grandson that we loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. Genghis Khan had never lost a family member. Not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had no father. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that is your own pride and joy, it's only rage. And so he called the father of his own son to him. Did not tell him that, he did not announce it to the public. The son came. The son didn't know why he was being summoned. Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or mourn when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to mourn, no one was allowed to cry, no one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make him cry. No, he came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he allowed his emotions to overcome practicality and slaughtering of these people should stop. That's the only time I know of that he really never lost control of his own emotions. Something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that consequence of rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and the betrayal is punished.
I said, and he did not slaughter the people in peace. Now, what happened was the killing of what people thought was the way of Genghis Khan, the killing of him revitalized a lot of people's homes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. Cities who were revolted, he killed them all. It was mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 8 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family had lost someone. It's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fought wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did. Look, today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of domination. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, invading, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. It's always, but we're going to be democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. And even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We're not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in all in Vietnam, he fought that war, and he fought in Korea. When he was good. America, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America when I say, why do we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. When you especially barbarian people, people from different, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
We said a lot of interesting things there. So one, it's just the very nature of war. War is hell. And sometimes things like Trump, they talk about, which is an act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further.
It's a justification. People always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safer, the world was in peace. In World War II, but what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I was surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. All nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, the way you passionately criticize the wars in the 20th century, we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great, and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire, and they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. It's part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about something I respect a lot. Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast did an amazing series of Genghis Khan and Mongols called Where of the Gods. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause this destruction, but also lead the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often history paves the way for progress. What do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction certainly works in aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, and sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in in order to create those that work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You could see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having allies, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can take Korea and three basically kingdoms pushed them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine. Yet, they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of unification. It had a great impact. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive at structure. Also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around us have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in the world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we can tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through, there's no question about that. But we overlook all of the other things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, This is what I mean when I say that nations of that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq, plead with his people. He said the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the people. I can see it. We don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about that is really just postal network, the trade routes, all of that, progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic a little bit longer. We were talking about Dan Carlin. He was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime when describing the brutality, the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism? So it's the way that
Yeah, was very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. That's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all of the things you've mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. All we want to talk about, and I don't know it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identified that most written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there's a sophisticated, deep culture. There's all the different kinds of people that came from this time.
Like I said, there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or if they're victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them. Maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. What I'm trying to show them in a different way. They conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, slogan, lots of policy papers. Oh my God, we can use it. Where's the mission? So we're going to have peace, we're going to have a better life, and, vote for me or vote for my party. We're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should we, no vision?
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare in history, legendary to come along and have vision able to capture the public imagination, why vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combine, and have the mental fortitude corrupted by success, allowing all those things.
It's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. So like some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom, is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands, for religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects, and just not Christians, but reasonably. But what happened to Genghis Khan? The first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the clear people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Diamond King, Yang Han. His son Rothschild'S had fled. No good worthless. Can't put a son, but Rothschild had fled into what is today the area of Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian. Diamond had been a Christian, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslims, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. This time, they knew that the Emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Rothschild from power. Rothschild went down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. Towards the Mongols. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So this one is been tribal. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of behavior. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they were fighting over religion. And so he made the law. This is very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. Islam was none of that. They allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought that. And it belonged to the person.
That's a really powerful statement. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. I mean, that religious freedom, yes, individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom. Period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's that is one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practice. After that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs. Many people followed him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
That religious freedom, and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society that allows a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, more practical political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant, and Christians and Jews, they all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him, or uniting against him. There's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think it was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right. But unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? The Taoists can do magic on earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? Some people could be Confucianists, that was okay, but he didn't expect all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all taxes. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily, but then of course eventually that was abused so much because the religions were then getting everybody to donate property. You could still use it, you could still formulate it to ours, and now you don't have to pay taxes on it, you just give us some money for and abused. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand it, correct me, of course there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well. As I understand, he never chose any religion except the one for which he came. I guess, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
Yeah, interesting, we said after the devil on his ransom, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts from China who despised what he came and all of his magic formulas and things, and then over to various Muslim leaders. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people, and public debates, from antagonistic debates, from discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours, and even if sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? No, he was exploring. No, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say, that's the term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped at mountain where he took refuge several times. What God was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, they say this would get rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away and pray to relieve these people. So all the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around it, and you have to know them personally. Pray to them, know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them or should you offer no products, or what do you do to know them? Well, you get away from Mongolia. This was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so, gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main form of his work his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. He was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for everything. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather, were all the same. Pagan. And so, or Zoroastrian in the case of the eternal sky, when they talk about it in religious terms, the eternal sky. So, he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his friends of Muhammad said, you people talking to all the Christians, Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures. You don't have them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our tropes, and we find them. And I think it's true.
It's just, the thought of this conversation is just blowing my mind. The kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Lost just at the hardest of lives, is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he definitely did awfully a lot of things that look like legitimate things. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power, because they create a more stable society. And there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about this implemented, and they stay.
I'm not trying to say that long term, when you have 1 million people, you've got to use every farm. But the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy, and then some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around, such as the Mongol, different Mongols, and the Uyghur, were administered by his daughters primarily. And his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was influenced in a modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water, and also about not using water. That you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted a couple of times before they changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation, for water, and things. But check us out, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, oftentimes says that the Democrat, the modern sense, or environmentalist, or feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. In 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Czechoslovakia. But the obvious stuff. Happy gathered from. What could they hunt? So they have come down to Subai, the greatest general history of the world. Was Genghis Khan. It was one military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subai. So Subai, they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was into him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. People, decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed. We're killing them all.
The envoys of method of communication in diplomacy. So if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it or in any way,
Exactly.
and that sends a signal to everybody else. You set it up, boy, you respect it.
These planets are stated to make it on the world. Most of the ideas have we accept the idea we don't do practice. All of us accept the diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation. When in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, well, not those people. Well, that's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But for our religion, we will tolerate them when they're going to be more like us. No. We only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved. So, and he did achieve these within his empire, in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we mentioned was, I think is really, really fascinating, maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers, and a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to that? What Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade. And throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried their goods from one city to another, or oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their own country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, the Eurasians that call themselves scholars, they're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some big town. And he created a set of rest houses or recuperation centers where they can get fresh horses, they can get food, they can deposit their money, they get paper receipts that can be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass to an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade is extremely important. And then the Mongols, they also supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods, waiting for the Mongols to market. The Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. They would say, there's these great stories that the Congress was asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. Just as a Muslim financial advisor, he called in and told him, well, you got to stop getting more than people ask. And they said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually. So they had a much different attitude with great respect. I think what's simple about it is in their time of Kublai when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China, and then on the second trip, Marco Polo went to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two groups. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I think it's possible to measure
exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods, new crops or new areas. When Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that was contributing towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with in fact, he conquered them, the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because it was a mathematician there who did algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged to him, conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. Muslims were using the zero. Muslims were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese lesson of the very suspicious of the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because murders, numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You ask them how many animals you could have, they could say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be 5 cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. How beautiful. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take the census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the great places he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims were good. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies. They became the finance advisors to him. Other groups of people had other rules like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had that genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of the legal thing, which is print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had got mostly it was used for firewood, religious things, and then sometimes it was used for kind of primitive hay or primitive rock, like a beach roll or trebuchet. And this is in the sort of so they had that. Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had the Byzantines, they had what we call ring fire, flamethrowers. They could set things on fire. Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells from churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on inside. And we're going to use the principles of a flamethrower. And we're going to use the gunpowder from China. And you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, soon thereafter his son, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon. And even some firing rods, we can call it like a rifle. It can fire a very small ballistic rods. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different. Now we jump around a little bit.
So cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and
first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. Well, by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to develop. By the time you get to Poland, there get so many farms, it's hard for horses to get to farms. They don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid, the roads are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the Noah's Great Wall, which is really the big wall, the big guys. But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive thing. And the largest navy in the world was defensive, and it was literally defensive. And then it came time for warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so, they would give a wall.
So actually, we were Kublai Khan. Who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city of Delhi, known as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. But at that time, southern China was one of the Song dynasty, or we used to call the Southern Song. He had already conquered the Xia kingdom of the Tanzong people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. And then he conquered middle, later his descendants conquered middle, and Kublai Khan was born to take on the south. Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing. And he was no one. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia. They've already burned down Kiev. They've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born. He doesn't meet Genghis Khan was about 7 years old. Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back and he met him. And he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Solix Tucker, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Russian people who had conquered September. It looks like his mother's people. They were tall. Mongols tend to be very white, very bright, very cheeks, and have certain very round faces. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized him and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mughal, later Mughal, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died of a campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Khan, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. This wasn't going to happen because he's the fourth son out of 3 brothers, way in line, but she calls the revolution, she made it happen. She put her son in 1251, he became great Khan. He only lived to 1259, he died of something, cholera, there are different stories that I don't know, but he died of a campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother was, she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him. She had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother. He was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff. The older brother, he insisted on sending him on a campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. But the brother was assigning people, who was the son of Subadai, the great general. He assigned him to teach him warfare. He wasn't free. Really was not, but he was very smart. At first a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around hunting, as long as he had been able to do the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China And his mother basically just pulled his chain. She said, go to your land. This is your land. You administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge. And everybody was terrified of the mother. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. But when his mother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River on a campaign and he was sent by his mother. He was having no success at all. But he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Anikon was another hothead like their father. He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, but his tolerance for religions. He was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists. The Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and made the Taoist representative dead. He just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning life for Kublai Khan, who had never achieved much of anything other than all human people. So his wife Chami sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You've conquered that so long time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported him. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting him. And so he went to get food from them. And then they didn't want to give up food. Yeah, we want to support you for Great Khan, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262, returned to China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. Well, the legal case being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan could not really distinguish himself from the others. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did, and he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left, the Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, and they didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. One, the ocean on the side, all of these things were protecting him. So he had one of his very smart generals, named Achu, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think of innovative. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father, Orikhan, and I on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Davian people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. So we got hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River to conquer the Davian. The Davian moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole war on the Elephant River on the Davian forces on the other side. But Young and I had no genius was smart. He already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout an elephant was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't want boats. They crossed the river on boats. They wanted to do something on carry. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman who was a floating cart. I am not going over a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Davian cannot escape when we rout the elephants. Well, the war battle when he got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going want to lose. They want to go to I find very much a women's cards. It's just not, fight. So they go into the battle, they leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won that. But the Crimean forces got boats and sailed back to Albania. Then they evacuated the city, took all everything out of the city. And they disappeared into the field. The Mongols arrived, they conquered the capital city. And they had nothing. They had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. Every treaty. Batu was the son of Hakanai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river along the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities were heavily fortified on the land side. This invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them. The water and so this are weak. The defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They set off to El Khane, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle was not dead. His cousins were really there, or his 50 cousins. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of machine. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because it was usually made for stable ground. They adapted it for the boat and throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. They developed it, and they attacked the first city. It failed. They failed. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And then the army would move in after the navy had moved out. So this is a catapult ship. Catapult on the ship, but it's an agricultural ship. So this is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats. Yes. And they've accepted it. Now it's a great weapon. It's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow. It has nothing. So then they hit them hard on walls on the weak side. Yes. Where there's no protection. Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, but now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They anticipated that they had a child, they had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child. Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. And then we're fighting the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until they are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your own impossible, be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in. Because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people, shipbuilding and engineers and people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas scholars were all hanging out in Hangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests of singer being, I don't know what it's called, but they were being scholars, yeah. But they're actually, I mean, there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Simple. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. But then there's this idea of, kill the chicken and the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender out there. They see us conquer Japan. We'll lose a vote to them. We've got a bunch of ships that are basically right on the river and right along the coast. And you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just didn't know what they were doing. grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. It might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were going in. They were down at the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
In China.
So there was never a real test.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of life. It's like the Knights of Europe. Coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just craziness, crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Oh, Holocaust, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this wasn't unknown territory. And the weather did turn against them. But I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships?
But they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles along the way.
They did successfully complete them. So they could do their usual thing.
Right. Well, see, they don't have enough forces for one thing. There were many tactical things that they had done. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So they're just learning the basics of what needs to be.
So he has failed to conquer. He's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty leading to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him maybe some experience with the ocean, but now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. They were closing in. Raju was in command. I'd say the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been based more in Central Asia. He was perhaps more close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he's born, but he grew up over there. But then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command. But Bayan recognized that he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. So the generals are deserting the south right at them. The artisans are all coming up to join them. The Mongols get paid. Generals are loading up the boats with all this, and we have a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're playing. They even deserted their own fathers. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the dowager empress, an old lady, who had no children. Xie was her name. Dowager empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. But she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you're devoted to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no, we didn't win this war in the palace. Our soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her. And there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there was no wholesale looting and killing of people. Nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital. And she comes out. She surrenders. She bows on the ground towards Beijing. And And then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was moving to over time to Beijing and ceremony bowing to the Kublai. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new face of Congress. We don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely, and all. But the Navy that had fled did not defend those cowardly generals. They made the new little boy, 7-year-old Pathfinder, they made him the well, they're just floating around in the ocean, also city after city. Muslims were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area. They were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Muslims because of a religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status was. So all of the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters in places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? Accidentally spilled it in the ocean. And then they fished him out when he died. So unfortunately they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today. Well, it's not so new anymore. So there was a new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, they had a big coronation ceremony, and all, but the people there were not supporting enough. There was Hong Kong there anyway. But still to the Pearl River. So they sailed off farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was blow in their palace. The Mongols are chasing you, they're going to stop them, build a palace.
So these are like the remains of the Chinese
Generals, general army, and there was a complex issue. Yes. Okay. So they're going to protect it with great law of the sea. They chained together the bones across the and they put the palace bones. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the Mongols to fight the Mongols. The Mongols arrived over and over and over. They asked them to surrender. You will be harmed by this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the high land right onto the ships. And the ships off with a fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old, big was his name, with his pen pals. That's the only thing he had left in mind was his pen pals. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity. The Prime Minister, so-called, coward that he is, hopefully he's treated as a hero today. After history, the coward that was. He said, we will not disgrace the country, letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him. A 7-year-old, he was 7 years at one point. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer is a child murderer to do this. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot. When the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pen pal in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. Men lost the war. Men lost
perspective, if the way you told the story is a very kind of objective way of revealing the absurdity and the awkwardness of it, but probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is a good maintained honor to the last moment.
Very often, most scholars depict FSU as the traitors of the country. Because they know that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she didn't have to train the country. She protected fucking brothers she was supposed to protect. He was the man who killed China, killed young men.
So what was the lasting impact of unifying China?
Well, yes, originally he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the descendants of Sakai, second son, Jonathan. And then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of Mongolism.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away. Now he has a navy.
But this isn't even more pieces. The whole thing is gigantic. The pieces are gigantic. So, I mean, it's to keep it apart.
But he had to and then he set out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was just hard to different merchant ships. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen, a princess to marry a queen, and the Ilkhanate to marry the Khan, the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Gilgamesh was about to die. Effectively, and all of them left. And they wanted to get their riches out. They didn't know what was going to happen as the new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation. And they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there'd been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time. And he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge strong army, and now he's going to do it by does some slaughter. So he's got what he's going to do. They're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, the Russian Far East, or we call some in English, but Russian Far East, the Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there, but there was no agricultural area for huge military colonies. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of war of the Song Dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an agricultural, agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it. And part of the reason is the expedition was massive. They organized it in local rituals of living like just didn't work in the city. Because Lightwing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The Wing is from southern China, mostly. There's ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the pole. They call it Jewel. The center, or Jewel. He had the center in command. No, he's in the Jewel. Without clearance. They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with a bunch of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. It's impressive. by the typhoon. Already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought, and they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows and ships set them on fire and were doing great damage. So again, Kublai launched the invasion of Japan. The soldiers were gone. They drowned. He didn't kill them all. He was just doing very bad. The problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history. It's hard to quite understand. So this had happened when then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life. Mongol colonists wanted to get out. Ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with was her name, Princess Hokuchen, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson was not so well respected in history because he's often called in trouble. His name was Timur Chintu. He was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him paid a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. He was, first he helped reassemble the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, his emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. The all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted it was short, unfortunately, to list forever membership on it. But it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things going back all the way, actually all the way to Africa, goes from Hormuz. You have a connection to Somaliland, and some people said Kenya already. Very well, very well. So
Technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
yes, well, actually, the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and even the being independent, they were loyal to him, and they were still exchanging all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. We had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas, from Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? They can't just like you have to literally deliver the letter.
Over time, those groups started intermarrying. They were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were Mongolian language. So it's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan thinking in this internationalist way. So okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world would like to put an alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
Oh shit, maybe briefly mention all that you talked about. So he is this famous explorer who traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and stayed for a while. And I guess one of the primary documenters that have been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about his interaction with the gun?
I like if I use his work a lot, I find him very reliable in areas where he's not reliable. You can kind of tell because he wasn't there. On the places he was, he recorded a lot of stuff. But, so I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things. Because with something like the Princess Richard, and also another fighting princess from Central Asia and Kosovo, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so I got French written by Rothschild'S dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on movies that was both a play on what he was called El Million, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the billions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe had happened. He didn't publish his whole play as a book to show people what he really did. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, this is the 20th century, versus an idea like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. It's a wonderful polo. It was a symbol of capitalism, not in its worst, but in its most basic. And that is, like the princess in the story, this is not in real life, this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess looks and says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And then in the play, Bion, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan. He said, look, these people are dangerous for the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bion, given the play, this is fiction, tells Bion, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world. Symbolically, the Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. But I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist. The way so many things work out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step in that moment. We've got to learn more about corporations.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. The East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and eternal grudge and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. Which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of growth, a lot of energy for division versus understanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West, and one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. Just they're not. I just economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe. I understand the Chinese people in that way because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work self-classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic. For me, it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book of my work, we still go on board China because there's no Kublai Khan. Then in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even have a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I want to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. What I think is possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as a villain. I disagree and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history and then, oh, right, that's quite possible. But it's impossible to look at everything in the members of your own family. Anyway, I do hope that you're understanding one another. We're just making an effort to understand, even if we understand it wrong or incorrectly, just to make an effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And sometimes this may happen in young people that would their NGO, they're going to teach the music and the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their lives. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not as superior basis. But how did Rothschild come to that? How did it evolve? Despite the fact that they wanted to had united the empire, they symbolically and they had the trade going on. The Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world, broke away from the local examples of Russia lingered a little longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based on the border river. They weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize at the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yelp is the word that was used for this postal system. That's the word that's used today. Russia, many other things. Just Mom-Chin is a murderer. Mom is a person, like the animal, and Chin is a person takes an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. There's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Golubev is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic in his own views and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars and teams and under sponsorship of some. So I depend on their work. So you had great influence there, but it was weakened. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. The Mongols have been there since 1215, 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It's just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. During the whole of the Ming. But they went down one time and captured the Ming Empire. Took it back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're not. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So they have to go to Brazil. Okay, let them work it out. The empire was weakened from internal reasons, but some external things of nature, and I think that was the great thing. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes turns out good. And with this great system that united, it's not the Yaml, that united everything, people got moved back and forth quickly, and they could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all almost because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses. You don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran, Afghanistan, the Hazara people were still descended from the Hazara. And then in Russia, some of them stayed. But then finally, at the time of Catherine, a lot of them were returned. Some of them had been there for hundreds of years. And then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. So many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting ferments and melting, eating dry goods.
Interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries. And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open.
Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the tasks. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up on the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we'll talk about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, meaning you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, there's several hours to set up your chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to call China and Russia again. Rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
Lessons applicable to modern warfare.
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongols' strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. You cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I said, some cases 2 years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have this talk in the law, we're going to go in and conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II. Yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because it was a city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. hours we went in, going a little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost our tail between our legs. We dropped 4 bombs on Cambodia, and we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped 4 bombs on Cambodia and on Germany. We did nothing because Germany could destroy the cities that people surrendered. Dresden's gone. Frankfurt's gone. Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. You can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear bombs singing. Those are chemical warfare in America, of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? That's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we do. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers that my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, look, that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield. We didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. We just paper over its influence. It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle. That way they can stop moving their army through the jungle and they can stop the supplies. That was American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs. What he did to Vietnam belongs in Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliate, which means they wiped out the crops. So people were starving, literally. Cambodia is starving. And animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home. They have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, fair. I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than the past. It's just we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a local, it's very clear you're killed by a local. If you're killed by friendly fire in America,
It seems that what people, when they say that war is out, they would say it's something that everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
yes, I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations. The more control that is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, brutality and all of that, but it's to measure it against what in the world today. And we have different images. There are 2 images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's a barbarian on horseback killing people all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, and to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there on the Mongolian throne. There's another statue that better go, but it was a private enterprise to create horseback, not with the women, well, he's on the horseback on the countryside, but the official one with the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln, and they issued stamps to show that he is the great moral giver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, there are, depending on where you are and how you want to see it,
Yeah.
there are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible, and for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, not-a-great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody. Everybody's given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the Kankan and Oxio. They were rewarded. Everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked out of time was the Tango nation. And they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tango nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and crossing the Gobi, he said, I was distracted a little bit by hunting the Hula, which is wild. We say the wild ass, or we used to say wild horse. It's the Hula, say Hula on the Gobi. He was all fell from his horse, and he injured his leg badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months before August of 1247. He was very much near the end of life. You've been reading online the exact day. It's all very specific. But the truth is, we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of Tangut was completed. Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, accept nothing. And then when they surrendered, he killed the royal family, killed them all. So that the idea they were Buddhist people, the Tanguts were Buddhists, but the idea was usually you can be rewarded to your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be rewarded. He died there.
How was his successor chosen?
The succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the local way. He could nominate someone. So, before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You have to make a plan to talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Dutch. The oldest boy was born while the father was allied with his uncle, and he was named Visitor Dutch. And then the next one was Chagatai, and the next one was Gunay, and the next one was Tula, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak before their own age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done until now. So he called first on Zutch. He said, what do you say, Zutch? Genghis Khan favored Zutch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Gunay was a heavy drinker. Chagatai was very rigid about the law of the Mongols. But he seemed to favor Zutch as a more reasonable, good warrior, reasonable person. They called him Zutch, my son speak. Chagatai, the second one, who believed in Mongol laws, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of wrong countries. How can you call on this woman, this working master? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great God. He should not be the great God of Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol. You can imagine how you see. Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave an impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker. It was very long, but great power doesn't say words directly. Let somebody else say. That was spokesperson. I think it was his words, and I think he said the word. That's right. For this business, you do not know you are not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved you. You did not know who your mother was. You did not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable. To have that respect and honor his wife in his way and his son in his way was really wonderful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive in this week or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age or there's some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech. It's a God that he had to submit to. He said, yes, Lord Father, we accept what you say, but my tears shot with words cannot be looked at on worse. My tears shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the voice with his village men, he said to the wind, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't think it's a good name. Because of his attitude, the situation, and Talal is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good name. They chose him because he was the most generous and won't be bond. He was for every party, drinking every time. One time, Jiggy Hotuk, the great judge who wrote the secret history, Jiggy Hotuk was sleeping on a cart one time. For whatever reason, I don't know why. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But then they came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. And he was a partier. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B that Genghis Khan had set up, very powerful with his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons, very, very able wives. Then he had a wife who was his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something, but he had a very intelligent woman, Rothschild. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years, and then after he died, she ruled the empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible that the genius of Genghis is set up that way. And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision. Like, we'll keep the empire together.
Tarzan was, actually, there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Tarzan, were extremely into economics and trade and running these bands and private corporations all over the world. She was running her own company and everything. So she became much more interested in economics and the trade and running the empire. There was a time of peace and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were very when they were team of police. Unfortunately, they organized a purge of Rothschild'S. Killed all of a lot of these people who had been supporting them. All of them were Muslims. He killed all of them. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. And then his wife took over college. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law. She was a bit greedy. She didn't start any new wars, but she just got messed up things and she didn't rule for too long. This is what Kublai Khan's mother, Rothschild, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had Northern China, the Golden Horde, and Russia joined against the center. And they overthrew Rabbi, and she put herself all out in. Was succeeded by
I should say probably that this whole succession by Ken goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan's done.
Yes, in the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable and he had lost a grandson that was involved. But he organized it though as what we think they almost go to. All lands belong to everybody in the family. Everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had certain soldiers that were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Egyptian soldiers. He had 10,000 of each. And then they all, the Russians would own some factories in China. The Ilkhani would own some factories in jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it for us. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long because of the divisions. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more land to own. That was their main job. Build it, hold on to something. Well, no, they did. Great did not.
Family ruling the land on different territories.
They weakened with every generation. Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea amongst Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper entitled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. That paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like good findings. I talked to a friend of mine, Noel Scales, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist. He likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing. But I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's content, but with the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason it's 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass breeding conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and the way he spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers logically in your brain. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you were a person that wanted to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer were stable, flourishing, and happy. So actually, what this is much better explained in the paper indicates it's better explained by it was of high value, social status value to be associated with Genghis Khan. And so that means that, unfortunately, many generations, people loved the great Genghis Khan. And so, in that sense, given how vast the land was, all of the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, 0.5%
just male descendants. The way it works, that means the papers of that all corrected and tested the number of people descended, not direct male descendants. We trace one of these things, one of each is the descendant. So the number of descendants can be large. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's why. Where did they get the DNA from Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms we have is like, well,
They don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people were connected. And then they
one person.
yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
But no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's a wonder.
From that time or 200 years before.
It could be true.
See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true. In a certain way, I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets more publicity, more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants, almost everyone categorized it, recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. There's not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children. Many more. But they caused a lot of problems later on in the empire too. One right way to power. So it could be that one of these other people wanted Georgia could have been the origin of this. It could have been like well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe it. Mongolia today, we don't know nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing. Biology, right? So the reason I say this methodology is pretty solid.
Well, I believe that they found some connection.
Yeah, but it's
They have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it's actually connected to him.
yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's right. But we've already had the Huns come through and now all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They're all
You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true. I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he lives.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, let my body go, let my nation live. And he chose to be buried in an unfortunate way. Mongols want to be buried strongly. It should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs. Not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave. And not everyone would go and die when he was in campaign with Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father Ludwig was also buried out there. That was more their homeland. Many of them were buried with him. And it's known that not at the same time. It's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group coming.
But you're saying like the people of Mongolia, they
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. And they believe they know where the place is. But it's secret. You can do nothing. Just leave it as it is. No roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing for the greatest conqueror in the
look like? And I said, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by somebody who never saw them. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mughal, that they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then Kublai Khan and Mughal looked different. They liked themselves. There was nothing, but I said, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any mirror and look at the first child you see. That's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
Does that make you sad? That there's no, his line capturing this image that he really made himself sort of disappear in the land. Does that make you sad?
Because he's everywhere. When you have these clans that are still operating in Afghanistan, the Russians are still using the YAP system. There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world. And I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration from Genghis Khan and Genghis Khan that you can still read. He gave copies, bought so many copies he gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections of it. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. Ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bad in his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
They have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's mostly not done. But when it is, just the infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can you we learn from Genghis Khan that apply to where he said his freedoms and his ideas?
Well, I think those are his policy ideas. I think are important. We still learn from that protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom for individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. But they didn't pay taxes. That's important. As a former teacher, I praise them out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, as I recall, just for those. And then he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people. Spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. So these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy. Oh, you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed at the end of his own life and he turned Bible to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. He was a man who had no education in any formal sense. Iran, the Persian Khanate, Chinese paper money, Indian money. The people there were used to do. So there, but all this international spirit of their empire, I think we need today. We talk about globalization, and it's just incredible. And we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. We can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are. I also the Roswell proverb, if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there's something to that. So, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person with a self-made man, a person from nothing, oil, tired, fire into existence, and everything against that you can think of. Family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jehovah said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points in which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, of course, was the one who caused the first break with Jehovah to go away. Later on, when the Shamans had become too powerful, when they had humiliated Jehovah, she was the one who said he had to climb down on the Shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him along.
It cannot be understated how important, critical women are in the story of this passage.
Sometimes, you can say, they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. The local court, they always stand up front. They're always out front. This horrifying the Chinese, who are very good computers, it horrified the Muslims, it horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to say. The way they didn't drink. Okay, yeah, they drink in public. They do. So sometimes it was like that, but other times this with daughters, she's actually the ruler. His daughters, such as I know ruled over part of the jungle, the people, but the other daughters who ruled over different, they ruled in their own names. And he's very. This is something about the secret history. I get to chapter, all the sections are gone. I get to chapter, section 215. There's only half a sentence. 214, he's just awarded from where he calls his daughter. She lives with his mother, this boy. His youngest son, Tolo, is only 4 years old. When the dawn comes, and all the world gives him food, he realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up, kidnaps him, runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out that knife with the other hand. Tani raised up and she grabbed his arm and held him down. The two men, Jim and Jim, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in a shade on the gear. So they were back there doing that. So they raised up with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was rewarding everybody for their deeds. And gentlemen, Jim, they want to be rewarded for saving the life of Tolo. He said, no, you killed the Khan. Tani saved his life because she held a hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. He gets to 215. He says, and now let us reward our daughters. It's actually a phrase of that. That's not a sentence, a complete sentence. It was not going to be. The rest is gone. Oh no. It's missing. And I was just so. And I looked at all these different translations of how the different most often they translated, and now let us marry. Oh no. It was very clear. later in his wedding speeches to his daughters, I give these people to you tomorrow. You have three husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me. She's so you stay here in North. The Chinese, when they arrived at the North Country, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area with all the people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's a supreme judge. But she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And if they didn't say which language, she could read and write. That's really
So you're saying the secret history is we have gotten access to has been added into the significance of women, even though they're still there.
in that case, I mean, other cases with his mother and his mom and all, but I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because her husband was gone to war. And Altani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes there was some class with, what they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. The only one, Tzitzika, who was ruling in Siberia, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread through the empire later on. What happened was the area for example, was taken over by Kublai. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill them at all, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, northern China, even though it was Tani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol, and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had to go to war. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think anytime it threatened the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase, and that phrase was not in the original.
In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature? Just the trajectory of humanity over the past several millennia.
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion of almost everything, mistrust in institutions over and over. But I think that's a little prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions before bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that, and I stress that, and I see those things. But that's one thing. Other things that I learned from the Mongol people, in general, not just about their history at all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, and going. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just, oh, well, there's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Or you can have a condo right there. We can have a building. We can sell all that. But I haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And all the land records, farm and city count as one category. Because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city, you settle people, one category. They live there in this land. And Genghis Khan would return to it. He returned to capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would say, oh, we Mongol. I'll go here. I have the hat, I have the Mongol, I have the tail that's on the border. I'm Mongol. And Genghis said, where's your horse? Oh, I'm keeping the countryside. But he would recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal But you just want to know, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I were to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
I'll start with my home. I'd start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. They were kind of, I mean, it's a little bit on purpose. Most people go south of the Goli and they do the Goli around Karakol. They when it was abandoned by Cusco. And then they circle back to the city and they stop off the city. We call response people. Wild horse, what they call Kentucky. Which is the Kentucky, when they make a Cusco lake, a beautiful lake, someone like so that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic. They become almost snow-covered. Then if you go to the east of Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive, massive flocks of cranes and millions and millions of cranes. And also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. Particularly the history of Genghis Khan. The Mongolians love him. They worship him. They don't do too much to capitalize on his whole area, the Hinti. You can go to the Hinti. There are areas you cannot go to, large experiences. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No. They go there themselves out of respect. The only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's a place where they say he found his women, which is when he was coming back from being at the camel asking for a hug, to support him. He's coming back to his family, and on the way, he supposedly found with there was just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it. That's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing. Because obviously it's used for a horse. Almost your destiny, yourself, your real is your keyboard, your wind horse that lives inside of you, your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse. Don't just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's a crucial moment. He's on his way back home to go with Toga and other soldiers into the market to rescue Warstein. And so symbolically, he found a window. I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. Yes. It's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this thing that is a baton or something like that. But no, it's what they call the wind. Just show you.
We've talked a lot about the past. Look out into the future. What gives you hope for human civilization across humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything. It's kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talking. I don't understand the word they say. What are they? What? Who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God, everything like that. But then, almost every day, I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, and or they do something nice for you. I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. So then, my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world, and the way my grandchildren talk, and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dry courage, and they bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Everybody, you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. All the other yogurt in the world is not good, but my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so, over and over and over, I find, despite my own intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils you with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better for every generation.
Yes. People in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. All the time. And I think my wife had to, talked about this before, she had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, unable to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate and altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. When I would go out with her to picture a boat, and I knew that every boat, some arm would pick her up, would pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over and we do it. We could go to the opera and on this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera. We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other, and they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. The singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And they would, even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle or play them to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was meeting my wife, and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start meeting her in their place. Children would come up to her in America. They're all but afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look, they don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very happy. You just learned something about people living there in a country where out in the countryside, you come to a deer, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on them. Don't pray. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people. What they're not good hospital people. I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down, and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. There's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, not the pop culture, all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck and now you're golden with and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere, you have your own tent. And I suppose within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You say, where did you come from? When the mother sends them over, oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, take care of them. And things like that. What individuals do, people one by one, one at a time, even though I'm lost in the water.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned
there's a lake we used to go to called Boogie Note in the middle of it. Somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, she's holding, we're holding hands. She's signature realized. And we're just sitting there staring off. This is, that's one of my favorite. With my life, I was just blessed with a good life. It was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to me about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow. My wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is, very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, my grandparents was the other side, but they had third grade education. My father had seventh grade. I went to live with him after my parents died. There was no big education. When I somehow got to college, my father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't send two people from one family against their will. It was managed on fathers. Well, he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college, and my kids said, "Oh, I was drinking and having a party at nurseries." No, I was trying not to get out of the house. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was on probation, being kicked out of school. My grades were so low overall. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after I met her. Briefly in high school, which is you met later. I told her, she just looked at me, she said, "What's a professor?" No, it's just a professor. You can write anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right. That's just a professor." Yeah, and she fired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own and she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me when she told me, I said, "I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation or PhD. It's just dry. That's so hot. It's a goby desert." And I didn't know what to do. And she said, "Just tell the story to me. I can't see you. I can tell it. You're on the radio. You're listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me." And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her. The way that she liked it. And I always read books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine. And the last years of her life, I gave up the teaching, and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, "Okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that." And just we were as teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what those would be like 2 hours. It might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. And so one time she said to me, she said, "This disease is going to take my life, or it's taking your life." She said, "You gave up teaching, and you gave up writing." She said, "How do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease?" She said, "You should write." So every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the dining room, overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in a wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little talk music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk, but she liked to just sit there while I read. She knew that she was the inspiration.
I might be reading a history book while you conquer.
No.
And then she said, you should
If she said it, I probably would have believed her. She was too busy enjoying the world. Right? In her final, I could not ask her questions. And I would not say, oh, you remember that? No, I never would say that. Because I knew she couldn't remember. But when she would be restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying you remember. But the last night, I didn't know what it was, but it was a rough night. We went back to the first night that we had snow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful, like yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue book from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, so I wrote it, there was a blue ice cream column, this huge column. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plasinskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But the last night, I told her that story again, all the details. I told her many times with her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late. And the next night, going to the Bolshoi, all those beautiful things from Warsaw. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights and days of great memories.
That made me cry, Jimmy.
Oh no,
That was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. Such a fascinating journey through human history. One of the most impactful humans in history.
thank you very much. And a lot of research, when I realized how much research you did, I feel like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to be able to pull something out, and I'm going to be ashamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left is being honest and finding the stuff that will be incredible. So, thank you so much for talking to me. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. Now, let me answer some questions. Try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to letsfreeman.com/contact. And now allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000-year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent eye-opening 5.5-hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources, and covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just what the line between them. We humans, after all, forever live to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading firsthand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, the separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, this topic, firsthand accounts of slavery, can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend a book that I've been reading, which is Voices from Slavery, 100 authentic slave narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards. Slavery was seen as normal for most of human history. However, Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote All Men Are Equal, which I think is the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradiction. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom. Along as he did, foundational ideas of human freedom, the jaws of human history. And his episode documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. Full range of human psychology involved, including the violations of basic human rights, breed, generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failures can reverberate through decades and centuries. That is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocities, but it also contains people who have flawed, dared to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try and build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As L.K. Jr. put it, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express my feeling. Let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity, and I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that I don't understand. Perhaps they are smarter than me. But like mentioned before, I like the more complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about. The Roman empires, the Atlantic slave trade. This is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home. In my view, they are all equal. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Hamas did a definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region, but I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot be the way. Suffering at this kind of scale leads to generational hate that leads to a more equal world, not less, to a more destruction, to a more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank on camera at home. There's a video out if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, activists, for all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me on my and off have always been with everyday people. It's always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, pain, fear, hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all.
conversation with Jack Woodford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan, or Gold Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, and he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan and the Making of China, Genghis Khan and the Quest of God, Secret History of Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Favorite podcast. Support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, and consider subscribing to this channel. Now, dear friends, here's Jack Woodford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that, he was a boy named Durajan, who at 9 years old lost everything: his father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned by the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, doesn't begin at birth. It's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. Sometimes it can be many generations before, sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. Women owned the houses, which were called garrison tents. They owned all the household equipment, so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, the husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband, who was on a horse, close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. They came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his bride was. Her name was Ruth. And Ruth had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another one. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it's like the pigtails or the braids were hanging down or whipping back and forth from his chest to his lap. He was divided, obviously, whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching him, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took her. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story and his kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate
every detail of it. Back again and again. Not only the story of the life of Jesus Christ, it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meaning is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. That is conceived as conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him, and it's that episode that was before he was born, where all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so it was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols, who were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father yesterday wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars and doing this campaign against the Tatars. He killed two Tatars. One of them was named Temujin, which is sort of a person of minor, is what it means from Turkic. What's a day part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife, now not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother both gambled one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, whether they were 4 or 5. And he was left behind. And as it turned out, some other people, Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and he was reunited with his father. His father, and odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship once between the father and his son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Mongolian Turks means you give the child to the family, or you give the boy to the family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8. When he didn't take the mother's son from the other wife, he was keeping him. There was something about Temujin that had been lost once, and found by Taichu that made him in the family. But now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Drew's family. He never made it. He stuck with another family until the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's throwing kids to the moon. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Christian, who was about 9 years old, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. Well, this kept everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. So they figured out when it comes to this family, not a relative, but a close person, Homewood comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Irma, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter already been born, or the daughter was born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. Spring camp and winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony one day to not tell her. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been let down. The old women said, "You're the wonderful one. We do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. They packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, but she, at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around the field. And the banner, after death, contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night and they waited until it was dark. And they took off. And this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And to which he cried, he was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do, he was just a little boy. And now that family has lived there on the steppe, 4 children, possibly 5 already. Such a golden mother woman with 2 children, all left there to die on the steppe. When winter comes, they will surely all die. How do they make it? Mother Earl, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hair down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the building of her fruit. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, once it was already beginning to go out to collect things, he could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, Georgian's early years were all loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped with 10 people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a yoke, like a box would wear. And so his 2 arms are in him, and his head is in it. He's trapped in this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Timothy managed to take the gang away, yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those were the first lessons from the locals that anything that is a weapon, this is going to go on for generations. It's very important for the locals. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced them off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a gang on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family at the time, too. At great risk to themselves. family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition and kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here is his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
His father's brother. See, the men who kidnapped her had an obligation under local law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children because her children, or the children of her brother, they count as the sons of the land. Well, they should. No, they had all deserted, all betrayed. He learned very early on that you cannot trust them.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme travel. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids from people around him. They are constantly raiding in the winter and for women and horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. And one group raids the other in order to look at whatever they have for textiles or method. Almost produce nothing. They could produce films to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. So they had to get these items from somewhere and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy, you see going back generation after generation, women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on this steppe is over women. And later, he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things to talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point. His wife being kidnapped. Can you describe your thoughts of for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping meant?
At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she was not. She's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like when a 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine, and suddenly here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food, trying to feed the 5 children, and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement in death. It only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother, Rothschild. I think Rothschild is there. I think Rothschild is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erdut is in charge. Mother Erdut is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on horse. She takes the baby girl to Gulen in her own lap. She has one extra horse. What she won't take first, because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts is required to fight. And they know that they're coming for them. police caught him. It's only an honest bullet, so they don't get too far before the attackers get to him. But Mother Earth is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Earth family, what it costs to realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, and he's thinking about what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to go on for another life? And he decides that life is not worth living without God. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. Because in order to give her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the carrier people in central Mongolia, the tall river where the capital was today. He goes there because that Monghan is a name for Monghan. He goes there because Monghan had been the Lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there. And actually, he took a gift. That's because first his mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Earth at the time of marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Monghan and asked for his help. Monghan said yes. And he said, I'll send some troops, but we need more. But you need to ask Chumaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get the troops.
You have to tell the story of Chumaka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his white brother, very loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So what was Chumaka?
Chumaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Earth was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5 if they were earlier. She was a really Altai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Chumaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper of Chumaka, his ancestor. So they're both through the same they come from the same story origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Chumaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings. Like Temujin with no household, no siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of older women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Chumaka's not as deprived any means as the life of Temujin, or he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these older people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. something more life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other and help each other in every moment. And they exchanged nothing. So each one of them had the double bone of deer. Double bones are used in these caves. But it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around. It's very strange. On the ice, we will see. In wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter. That part of Celsius or Fahrenheit, depending on what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk and it goes on for a long way. If you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound the angels were singing with the arms. There's one that's really similar. Then a couple years later, they swear they put this time there's going to be older boys and they have arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific. Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. For Mongols, it's used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. So it had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they have been close friends. Hans said, okay, Jamaka should bring troops to go with you. So the three set out some troops from Wuhan. He himself did not go to Japan. But he sent some troops with Jamaka and his troops. So then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the market people of the Siberian River, which flows into Siberia and all into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode how Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the market people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole at the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric. He's also the other people, Mongols people, came late. He gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols and if we give our word is our promise forever. And read first, lead first. No, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive. He's very helpful. So these troops, they